up? Like, oh, hey, hi. Now is it working? Still seems a little low, yeah? Or is it not? Why exactly? Music is what it normally is. I don't understand why my volume's so low, though. Doesn't make any sense to me. Let me crank it up a little bit, I guess. I don't know. No, it's not off. I didn't change anything. All I did was restart my computer earlier. This is set up the way that it's supposed to be. That better? No, is it the same? That better? Little better? This is supposed to be, it's not picking it up. Why is it not picking it up? Like, this is if I open the mic up all the way, and I don't really want to do that. Maybe right around there? No, because that's like keeping it super low. We want it right around here. Right around here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're warming up. We're warming up. Now too loud. Shut up. Lots of buzzing, though. We don't want that. Probably around here. How's this? Is this better? Good? Is this good? You can hear all the background noise of the gain turned up. Usually my gain isn't this high. Now you can hear the AC. Fuck, dude. Right around here? See, but this is like, now all of a sudden the mic doesn't want to pick me up at all. Maybe try using music to drain out the music is on. I can turn the music up. I can do this. Why are my audio settings changed? They shouldn't be changed at all. I have not done anything. I literally recorded a video yesterday. OBS setting? No, all my OBS settings and all that stuff are the way that they normally are. I literally have not changed a damn thing with them. It's fine now. Stop listening to people. I just have to believe you. I just don't understand. Normally, I can have my mic up a little higher than that with the gain. But I guess this is what we're going to have to run with for now. This is just what we're going to have to do. Turn the music down just a tad. Yeah, I can do that. Let me actually do something real quick. I'm gonna do this just so I can actually hear my own microphone and hear like everything else that's going on right now. Doing a little side recording so I can hear it myself. Otherwise, I can't. I'm gonna do this just so I can. Oh my god, what is going on with the fucking mic? All right, hold on. I hear this again. Actually hear my own microphone and hear like everything else that's going on right now. So weird. Why is it like that? That's aggravating. Usually I have it like down here, but now if I bring it down to this, it just doesn't even really want to pick up my microphone all that much. Maybe this is okay. Then bring it to this. Here we go. Crank it up a little bit. OBS update or something? No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's anything like that. I'm not really too sure what it is. Not really. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be like some level of background noise because I have to have the. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Guess I just got to bring it up here. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Hold on. Let me bring this back. Bring it back. Bring it back. Now we're good. Get a lip reader? Real. I'm sorry, guys. We can hear again. Okay. Now we're good. Now we should be back to normal levels. Checking real quick, making sure that everything sounds the way that it. Making sure that it sounds the way that it. Why is my? I don't understand. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. And it's just like, yeah, no, we're doing full noise cancellation if you talk. Like, this is the normal volume that I talk at, but now it doesn't want to pick it up all of a sudden? What the hell is going on? Maybe I do need checking real quick, making sure that everything sounds the way that it. Making sure that it
If I paid the equivalent of $5 can I get you to sound test by playing on one of the guitars in the background?
Why? Why is it doing this to me? Come on, man. Just work with me. Just work with me. I don't understand. Don't understand. It's like getting even stronger. Just work with me. I don't understand. Don't understand. It's okay. Now? Nothing? Now nothing at all? Maybe? Maybe? Now. And there, I think everything should be fine. It shouldn't be cutting me off or anything like that, right? Still cutting me off or sounding weird. It is still doing it. I think it looks like it on my... Still cutting me off or sounding weird. It is still doing... I don't know. I don't...
All right, I'm not even gonna.
Okay, now? We good now? Let me just double check. I'll do a recording real quick to see if it's actually working or not. Let me just double check. I'll do a recording. God! God! Jesus! Good Lord! I guess it was the app, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. Man, it took 14 minutes. That's not bad. We who struggle with PCs, that's like everybody. I think the thing that's like the most frustrating when it comes to like technology not working is that there's nothing that like readily tells you what's going on. It's just that like it worked yesterday and now today it just stops and you're like, why? Why? What happened? Because in your mind, the only thing that you can think of is like, what happened? What did I do? What did I change? Because if I can figure that out, then I can just fix whatever the problem is. But when you don't actually change or do anything, and then it just stops working, then you're just kind of sitting there going like, what? Why? Just PC things? Yeah. That's like, I mean, for all my PC fans out there, it's like the times that you do a Windows update and it goes into like a blue screen of death, like boot loop. And it just keeps going over and over again, and you're like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, there's no Windows backups. And you're like, how is there no Windows backups? I know for a fact I have it set to make Windows backups, and it's like, and your PC's like, I don't know. I forgot where they are. Wacky update. Yeah, well, the other thing is too is that I use a Go XLR, and at one point in time I will have to like pay the money and upgrade and get myself into a Rode instead, because like 3 or 4 months after I bought my Go XLR, the company that makes them said they're no longer making them anymore, and they are no longer updating the software. And go screw yourself. See you later. They just walked away. It's just, yeah. Bye. Bye. And it's like, wow, I just spent like $200 or something like that. I don't even know how much it was, like $200 to $300. I'm buying this thing, and they're like, we're done with it. No more updates, but we're still selling it. Crowdfund for Rode. I don't really need. Well, the thing is that there's a Discord that I can go to, and I can buy the or not buy. There's a Discord I can go to, and there's a community that's actually been doing the updates in house for Go XLR. So I can always go there and just get a software update from them, which I probably should do eventually. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. I'm still playing on PS4. The loading screen kills me. Woof. I missed a dono, and I missed a sub too. Lil Fuzz, thank you for 4 months in a row total. Fucking Chad, thank you. 4 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1. There was also a donation from Revenant with 250. I don't know what that currency is, but thank you for it. If I paid the equivalent of $5 USD, can I get a sound test for one of the guitars in the background? That would require me to do a hell of a lot more than is like that. That's a whole ass thing. As much as I wouldn't mind doing it necessarily. The problem is that any of those that would require me going to the other side of the room, getting the guitar equipment and the amplifier and all that stuff set up, and then bringing it over here, and then setting the mic, and then taking the the gain out and a bunch of other like audio settings to make sure that it doesn't sound like garbled mess when you hear it through a amplifier. It's one of the main reasons why I stay away from worth a shot asking. Yeah, no. Thank you for the 5, by the way. It's just there's a lot of hoops to jump through, and it's one of the reasons why I don't really try to mess with trying to record music on my computer. I did for a little while, like try to, but it's it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Because you can get like plugins and stuff where you could play straight through the computer using an audio interface, which I do have an audio interface, but the problem is that like, it sounds like garbage if you're just using just the audio interface. You have to go out and get some programs, some plugins, so you can actually like layer distortion and stuff like that on top of it. There's programs that are for that, or you could go out and you can get a can't remember what it's called. There's actually an audio interface that a lot of people use for guitar on PC, and it's just super expensive, and I haven't gotten one. It's scary how fast games load on PC these days. I mean, it depends on the game, obviously, but yeah, for the most part, the vast majority of games load pretty quickly. Next thing we know, he goes that right. He goes that route, and they stop on updating as well. Well, I mean, the community that's been updating it in their Discord and making update files for Windows 10 and stuff like that, like they're motivated to do so because they're the ones that also own it and use it all the time, right? So Haven't done guitar since I was in my college emo phase. You know, the thing is it's actually relatively same for me. Like, I like playing guitar is still very much just like a vibey hobby more than anything else. I don't really like play nearly as much as I used to because I have a completely different creative outlet now, right? And writing scripts for videos, doing research, reviewing games, live streaming, all those kind of things take up quite a lot of time. A lot of time, actually. Far more than I ever thought. Like, realistically, I put in probably anywhere from like 12 to like 16-hour workdays for YouTube. Yeah, sounds about right. So even if I'm not streaming in a day, that likely means that I got up, I had breakfast, and then I just started working, and then I don't stop working until like almost 10 o'clock at night sometimes. Tarkov loading still takes too long. Yeah. I saw that they actually put out that their PvE mode for Tarkov, and you can and of course they made the change so that it actually comes with the EOD edition. Although I don't know if it actually comes with the EOD edition or if it, whatever it does. I'm not really too sure. Are you still gonna make the retrospective on Warframe? Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I have a Warframe video that's going to be posting soon. I'm just waiting on the go ahead because there's a sponsored ad in the video, so I have to get the green light from the sponsor before I can post the video. Where's this set? So once I get the green light on that, then I Warframe sponsor? No, not a Warframe sponsor. I wouldn't make a video like there's certain kinds of videos that I make, and those kind of videos cannot be sponsored under any circumstances whatsoever. Under no circumstances whatsoever. Warframe sponsor would be too easy. Warframe sponsorship would, to be honest with you, be a waste of money. A Warframe sponsorship on me would be a waste of money. Because like you're making it at that point, you're just making a video that's for your audience already, right? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? If you were gonna sponsor somebody, you want to sponsor somebody that has an audience that you don't have access to. You already say nice stuff about the game. That's not really the point either. I think that in a lot of cases, people look at it and they're like, well, sponsorships are like people saying nice things about their game. It's really not all that. Is it the Warframe Champion shirt? Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's not about paying somebody to say nice things about your game. It's paying somebody to get access to their audience. That's all it is. At the end of the day, that is all it is. So when a sponsor comes and they knock on your door and they say, "Hey, we'd like to be in your we'd like to have a spot in one of your videos," or they would like to pay you to make a video about their game, that's really all they're looking for. Now, by extension, they do expect you to talk about their product positively, but yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, no, this shirt is really nice. I got a hoodie too, but I think the hoodie it's still in the dryer right now. But it is really nice. I do really like the hoodie as well. Journalism is not saying nice things. It's about being objective. Yeah. So like, I don't know how many of you guys, even like barely anybody watched my video on Zenless Zone Zero, and I got a bunch of people that were like, oh man, just get your money, man. That's all you're doing. I'm like, no, like I actually really like Zenless Zone Zero. I do. I really like the game. I think it's great. But I realize it's a game that's a different pace for a lot of players. And I brought up things that I didn't like in the game, and I brought up things that I did, and you know, that was the stipulation that I gave to them. Was I'm like, you know, if I make a video about your game, I have to be honest about my experience of it. They said that's fine, as long as you're not making a video that's just dogging on our game, because nobody's going to pay somebody to make a video talking shit about their game the whole time, right? Like, let's be realistic. So I won't take video, like full-on video sponsors. I won't take on full video sponsors unless it's a game that I think that I will like, because otherwise I won't be able to make a video that's honest, right? And I would suck at making videos that aren't honest. I really would. It would be so transparent, it's not even funny. Will you be reacting to Discord? Glad to see you today, Tenno. Yeah. Well, I'd be reacting to Discord. So I saw some folks through some stuff in... So, let me see. Let me see. So I went through the Discord and I was looking at stuff. Some people posted some like React content and stuff that's in there. I will say this with some of the stuff. So like somebody posted like Gothic 1 remake trailer. We already watched that on stream because we watched the entire THQ showcase or whatever they had. There's another one about DE dev stream funny moments. We watched that very early into my streaming my first time playing Warframe. Lewis Rossman perspective on Stop Killing Games, I have actually watched myself. Pirate Software on Stop Killing Games, I have watched myself, but I saw that he posted a part 2, and I do want to talk about that whole thing in general, so we are going to talk about that today for sure. I want to talk about the whole Stop Killing Games conversation, because I think that there's a conversation that's not being had, and it does a disservice to both sides by quite a lot. Honestly, it'll probably end up it'll probably result in a video from me, not starting like drama with other creators or anything like that. It's just one of those things that I think that when people are having conversations and they're not having them directly with one another, a lot of things get lost in translation, and this is the result of that. When you have a bunch of people that are talking to one another through videos rather than through direct responses, what ends up happening is those conversations end up becoming too one-sided, and it's a problem. It's an issue. So I do plan on talking about that today, for sure. Oh, actually, did you get a Preludes invite? If I did, I haven't seen it. I signed up for it a long time ago. I haven't checked, actually. That's a good question. What email did I sign up for? That'd be the really question. I have like 60 emails. Nope. I did not get an invite to Preludes. You went to TennoCon? Everybody at TennoCon got an invite? I didn't get shit. I didn't get shit. Did you sign up for POV 2 closed beta? That's actually a really smart thing to tell somebody. Fuck. I forget about that. How do you do that? How you do? How? I mean, I have a Path of Exile account. Early access 2024. Register. Register. Please check your email to confirm. Okay. Eh. Confirm. Yes. Newsletter registration successful. Confirm that you'd like to receive emails when we have updates to share about Path of Exile 2. I guess that's what it is. Well, that just says updates about Path of Exile 2. I don't think that signs me up for the closed beta, does it? With updates about the with updates about closed beta and release. Okay, but I don't know if that actually works for it. Maybe that is what it is. Grinding Gear Games is like 20 minutes from my house. Weird. Can you go knock on their door, show them my video, and then say that they need to send me a beta key for PoE 2? Can you do that? It's a very fun conversation, but I think consumers get lost in consumer rights, and devs get lost in wanting to stay profitable. So it kind of clashes. There is a unique interaction between those, and we'll talk about that a little bit. Yeah. Pretty sure they trespassed me. I don't know. They seem like nice guys. You say it's really important. Did you see that Borderlands movie has a 3% on Rotten Tomatoes yet? I mean, I don't think I think everybody could have probably saw that shit like a mile away, right? I'm pretty sure everybody could have saw that from a mile away. We do have a lot of stuff to talk about. All right, let's okay, all right, let's just get We need to get to work. All right, everybody. What we're gonna have to do. Baldur's Gate 3 anniversary stats. Epilogues. 1,400 players have hugged Gale goodbye. He has to go. His planet needs him. Oh my God. It's crazy how many people have played this game and how many people are still playing the game, because I think even right now. That is so crazy. That's so look at this 6 month. This is just so crazy. It's so crazy. Boom. That is so wild. I have to make a video about Baldur's Gate 3. It's been a long time since I've made one, and I've been wanting to make one for a while because there's just so much to talk about when it comes to this game. It's just such an impossibly good game. It's just such an impossibly good game. The power of a great game. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's insane. And it's one of those things where, like, you'll oftentimes see people have fatalistic... People will have fatalistic opinions when it comes to the video game industry or just consumer, you know, like... consumer practices, the things that we're attracted to as consumers, how, you know, there's no incentive for game developers to make good games because what does it matter? The silent majority are just going to buy Assassin's Creed and Madden, right? But at the exact same time, you go on to see a developer go completely against the grain, make a game that, like, keep in mind that huge explosion of players. Those are not people that were expecting Baldur's Gate 3. Those are people that got hit with Baldur's Gate 3. They didn't see that shit coming. That nobody did. I mean, the people that were playing it in early access, like myself and many others, we knew what was coming. But the vast majority of people, I didn't know that it was going to blow up like that. There's no fucking way I saw that the game would blow up like that. It was good. It was great. It was amazing. But at the exact same time, it wasn't the kind of game that you would expect to see sell that many copies and reach that wide of an audience. And then not only on top of that, but like win that many awards. Like, holy shit. BG3 is rockstar level nonsense. Yeah, well, it is. It is. But the thing is that like all those conversations that developers were having when they were like pushing back against the high quality of Baldur's Gate 3, initially what had started that conversation were indie developers that were afraid that their games were going to be pitted up against Baldur's Gate 3. And the funny thing is, regardless of whatever they think, it doesn't fucking matter, because yes, your game is going to get compared to the rest of the games on the industry, like out in the industry that are on the store, because if you're on the store page and their game is right next to yours, players are making a decision. They are making a conscious decision to buy either your game or their game. That's it. Players are not going, well, you know, I really shouldn't, you know, compare these two games because I think this company here obviously must not have the same level of funding and they're an indie developer, so, you know, honestly, I should actually value this product a little bit higher than Baldur's Gate 3 because, you know, they pulled off what they did with very little money, and even though it's not as good and I'm not going to enjoy it as much, yeah, maybe I will spend the $30 instead of the $60 on Baldur's Gate. Like, they're not gonna do that! They're not gonna do that! They're gonna buy the good game! So, like, regardless of whatever you think, I totally understand where they're coming from, and I would say, critically, their game shouldn't be compared to Baldur's Gate 3. That's fair to say. It's fair to say that a reviewer should look at their game under a different scope, because obviously they're not going to have the kind of funding and time and everything like that that went into their game, right? But outside of that, consumers don't have any responsibility to do that. They just buy what they want to buy. That's just what they do. And I think what really like turned into an issue with that whole conversation was the fact that then it got hijacked by like AAA developers. Then they were hopping into the conversation and going, yeah, no, yeah, indie devs, you guys are right. This is crazy. Nobody should be compared to this. It's like, whoa. Guerrilla Games? Blizzard? You are not a part of this conversation. You are not a part of this conversation. What are you doing here? And they're like, yeah, you guys can't compare us to this. Like, yeah, no shit, we can't compare us. No shit, you can't. Your audio is muted or low, or it's cutting out low after changing to the scene? What? It is lower. Why would it be lower? Oh, that's why. I got you. Bam. There you go. We're all fixed. Thought it was just me. Yeah. Did you guys like all collectively think you were going deaf at the same time? It's just like, what is happening? Actually, there's an overall fix that I need to do. Let me do something real quick. I'm gonna bring this back down to where I had it. I'm gonna bring this back to where this used to be. And then this needs to go back to 80% as well. I think, because this is like 80. And this one here, I think I had set to 80 as well. Yep, we should be good now. Everything should be cool. We should be all good in the hood. My favorite streamer is live. Time to hop on Warframe and start farming. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. But yeah, this is just really good to see. 1.8 million players betrayed the Emperor after all he did for you. Bro, he's just a fucking gaslighter. I hated him so much. I hated him so much. I don't think there's a single playthrough I ever sided with him. Not a single one, because I didn't really see much of a benefit in doing so to begin with. And I mean, in combat, there's no benefit to do so, that's for sure. He's just an asshole. 329 players convinced Orpheus to live as a mind flayer. Tentacles are in this year anyway. Jesus. Did I convince him? No, I didn't. I did not. The Emperor is obviously evil. Yeah, no shit, because he wanted to like keep the crown, right? He didn't want to kill the Netherbrain. He wanted to take control of it. Just ridiculous. Top 3 ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Top 3 character classes per race. Dwarf, Paladin, Barbarian, Fighter. Based. Yeah, I couldn't see you wanted to play anything else as a dwarf. That makes sense. Plus, on top of that, the racials match up as well. Dragonborn, Sorcerer being the lead. Wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, that actually makes sense depending on what like archetype you pick, right? That makes sense. Paladin, Dragonborn. I guess I could kind of see that. Barbarian, Dragonborn. All right. Teach their own. Halfling, Bard, Rogue, Monk. Okay. I don't even see it on here because I haven't even got to it. I'm going to say it right now. I would guarantee Githyanki are going to be Fighter and Monk. With a lot of monks. There's going to be a lot of monks. Because playing a Githyanki monk is just god tier. It's so good. Look how few people are playing it. That is crazy. I cannot believe only that many people are playing, so few people were actually playing as half-elf. Oh, they don't even show Githyanki on here. Aw, poor Githyanki. Rip. Scratch was petted 120 million times. Oh, man. The least he deserves for his perfect fetch record. True. He always brings it back. The owlbear cub was petted 41 million times. That's why we have 2 hands after all. You know what the funny thing is? I think there's just a lot of people that didn't realize they could even save the owlbear cub. There's like a lot of people who probably just like killed it or something like that. I'm thinking about it. 141,000 people attempted to pet his majesty. Lesson learned. 658,000 players had sex with Halsin. You know what the funny thing is that people were talking about like how degenerate this was of like a romance path to go through. And the thing is that like with so many people that are making such a big deal out of it, like you didn't go and see like how few players really actually look. 70% of those people got down with this human form. Only 30% of the players actually chose to use the bear. It's just super funny when you see people that like hyper fixate on like one optional cutscene in an entire game and try to turn it into some like crazy narrative about how games are trying to ruin society and stuff. It's just weird. It's so weird. Githzerai Monk would be sick. Yeah. Gith Monk was insane. More people got with Evil Squid. Yeah, 1.1 million players got, like, this actually goes to show people aren't really interested in animals. More people are interested in tentacles. I mean, just think of the possibilities. Oh man. Asterion is look at this though. Shadowheart is the leader with 27 million kisses. Fucking Jesus, man. I mean, I can't say shit. She was the first one that I romanced to. She's the first one I romanced to. I can't say nothing. No, it goes to show how much easier it is to sleep with the Emperor. I don't think you can avoid asking. No, yeah, that's actually true. So you can't avoid. I don't think you can avoid that conversation, even if you're like an asshole to him throughout the entire story. It still will come to that point where he tries to like come on to you or something like that. But and to be honest with you, like you could really very easily, because he's like a professional gaslighter, right? You could very easily get trapped into a relationship with him and not even know it. Not even know it. Yeah, you wouldn't even know it even happened. You'd be like, wait, what's going on? Why is this happening? I thought he was just being friendly, and then he touched my hand, and I was like, wait. We are talking about two completely different things here. Emperor's for the streets. He do be for the streets. Astarion next with 15 million kisses. I could have saw that across. I could have saw that, which means that Lae'zel is likely the least romanced character in the entire game. That's sad. That's sad. Lae'zel has the best character arc out of all the characters, in my opinion. I think her story is the absolute best. Like, it's top tier. Top tier. And the romance itself is better than any of the other characters as well. The story of the romance is really good. Doing the thing with the Emperor, then people come and see what is happening. So dumb and fun. Yeah. Yeah. Lae'zel scares people. That's what I like about her. Yeah. What's up, Fonz? What's up, Fonz? Yeah, Bazel is spicy. Is spicy. Rebel ban you from Warframe. Astarion is the best. I don't know. Nah. Bazel for life. It's Lae'zel. Hands down. Don't get me wrong, I think Astarion's story is really good. There's part of his story that I don't think is like executed as well as it probably could have been. I'm not like gonna spoil anything or anything like that, but like there's part of his story that I think they probably could have done a little bit better towards the end. But outside of that, it was pretty good. But Lae'zel's is just like 10 out of 10. They crushed it. They crushed it. And like one of the Karlach is another one, right? Like there's a part of her story that obviously wasn't finished either. I'm tossing her off a cliff now because of you. That's okay. On my second, I think on my like second. No, who is it? I'm trying to think. So like, there's the Baul. The Baul where you can get a semi-permanent buff as long as you don't die. As long as you don't die, you can keep it as long as you want, but you just can't get killed. And you have to sacrifice a party member to be able to get it. It's very strong. It's so good. It's such a good buff too. But who did I sacrifice for that? I think it was Lae'zel. I'm pretty sure it was. Are you gonna say that after saying 10 out of 10, fake fan? Yeah, I guess. You did the sacrifice to Baul? Yeah, of course I did. Are you kidding me? The buff he gives you is insanely good. It's so good. It was for a very specific build and playthrough that I was doing at the time, so. Top 3 origin characters as avatars. Astarion. Couldn't have seen that coming. Gale. That is, you know what the funny thing is Gale and Shadowheart make the most sense because they are the most like stereotypical one-dimensional fantasy characters in the game. I think that's a pretty accurate statement. I think that Gale and Shadowheart are what you would think that you would get if you play a game like this. you think people are too harsh on the hate with Will? So I like Will as a character. I didn't like his character motivations that much. And yeah, that's basically it. I just didn't like his character motivations that much. Like he never really felt like he was the character of his own story. It felt like his dad was. And he was always pushing you to make the dad the character of the story. Right? Will was retconned? I mean, yeah, like, well, I don't think he was retconned. His story was weak his story was already weak when they were bringing it in for early access, like 2-3 years ago when they first introduced him, way before the game ever released. When they first introduced him, he wanted you to go to the goblin camp because one of the goblins stole his eye, right? Like, to get his eye back. It was like, what the fuck is this? I did not give 2 hecks about his dad. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think for a lot of players, they probably felt the exact same way. Like, they just didn't give a shit about his dad, right? And, like, the story felt more like it was about his dad than it was about Will. He has a good story in the 3rd act. His dad has a good story in the 3rd act. His dad has a good story in the 3rd act. And then you're also given the opportunity to fuck the devil he made a contract with that he sold his soul to. It's like, poor guy. Poor guy. Like, you're on my side, right? And you're like, yeah, buddy. Yeah, I'm on your side. Come out of that portal looking guilty as a motherfucker. Literally never met his dad? You definitely did. You did once, no matter what. You would have had to. It's part of the story progression to be able to go into Act 3. You at least would have seen him at the very least, not like talk to him as a character. The only thing I liked about his story is the more he resisted being evil, the more he looked like a devil. That part I thought was really cool, and I wish they would have leaned into it a little bit more. And I also would have, like, I don't know, man. Like, when I look at some character stories, I always have my own, like, personal narrative that I come up with sometimes. And, like, it would have been really cool, like, after meeting, like, Dame Aelin, if there could have been some type of, like Aesir, like, intervention or something into his storyline, you know, angels versus devils kind of thing or something like that, where, you know, potentially to get him out of his contract in some way. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. I don't know how any of that stuff works. I only played as a warlock in D&D for like 3 or 4 sessions. So, like, if I had to say if there was anything in Baldur's Gate that I think that they, like, dropped the ball on, something where I'm like, man, I wish they would have did this or that. Am I the only one that wishes that there were more companions that were recruitable? Like, I get you want to have like a tighter party because it makes the story more cohesive, or it makes it easier to make a more cohesive story. But like, I wanted to be able to recruit the bard. Like, she could have had a really good story, and I liked her backstory already, the one that you got when you were in the Grove. Dame Aelin would have been a fucking sick one to be able to recruit with a really cool story. Same goes for why can't I remember her name? Dame Aelin's girlfriend. Isabel. That's who it is. Isabel. Isabel would have been a cool one. She has a really cool story and background. Yeah, there's a lot of different ones that we could have chose from that I think that would have added a lot more depth and but yeah. So it's just one of those. Just one of those things, man. I agree with the Bard. Yeah, especially because the thing is that like there were certain class archetypes that I think you kind of expect from a game like this and we didn't get in the party itself. That could have added a lot more depth to it. That question reminds me of the fact that there were 34 companions in the first Baldur's Gate. Damn, I'm old. Yeah, but also at the exact same time, you have to recognize that, like, I totally get it, but the technology is completely different. The scope of the games, the length of the games are definitely different. Part of me wants to go back and play like the enhanced edition of Baldur's Gate 2. Most importantly, 1.9 million players were turned into a cheese wheel. That's really funny. That's really funny. 1.9 million players did not realize they were getting ripped off. While 3.5 million players paid a visit to some friendly dinosaurs. That was actually really cool. I like that part. And also that weapon is very, very good that you get from there. Very good. Especially if you do like a throwing build. It is gross. It is gross. What do you think their next game will be? Sci-fi. Sci-fi, probably same vein though. I'd probably say it'd still be a CRPG most likely. Yeah, I would imagine it'll still be a CRPG. It's just what they're good at. It's just what they've been doing for so long. I mean, at the same time, maybe we could see them. Here's the thing. They're working on 2 games simultaneously right now, right? Because they expanded so much because of the success of Baldur's Gate and all the work that they did on Baldur's Gate up till its release. But they have 2 games that they're working on right now. I would imagine one of those, again, will be a CRPG. And then I think after that, or, you know, next to that, maybe they'll do something else. Maybe they'll do an action game or something like that. They've made action games a long time ago. Like action RPGs. Something more in the vein of like The Witcher and stuff like that. Sven said they did so much in Baldur's Gate 3 that it's hard to come up with anything new. Really? Where did he say that? I think he was saying that in like for Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think he was saying that for like making another game in general. Did you read the new patch notes coming in September for Baldur's Gate 3 or for something else? I still have the physical disc for Divine Divinity. Fucking great game. In a lot of ways, I still actually prefer in a lot of, like, even though I love Baldur's Gate 3, it's literally one of my favorite games of all time. There's a lot of things that I still prefer from Divinity Original Sin 2. Specifically the humor. I just loved how witty Divinity Original Sin 2 was. It was funny. The little bot in chat. Yeah, they show up every stream. It doesn't matter. They try to go out and they find anybody that has, like, you know, depending on if it's like Twitch. If you have under like 100 viewers on Twitch, they will find your channel and they will try to see if you want to buy some bots. Please buy our bots. Please buy our bots. Would you want some bots for your chat so you can pretend that you're talking to people? Doesn't that sound fun? You may be right, but don't you feel most games dropping these days lack creativity? That's an interesting conversation. So I think when it comes to a company like Larian Studios, they're already making the right choice, which is not continuing to try to follow in the footsteps or trying to follow up Baldur's Gate 3 necessarily, right? So instead of going to make Baldur's Gate 4 or an expansion for Baldur's Gate 3, they moved on to go do something else entirely, and that's to retain that creative spirit. I think that in a lot of cases, if we're looking at a lot of the games, the ones that you're most likely thinking of when you're saying something like, don't you think a lot of games lack creativity? A lot of the games today that I see are games not being made because developers want to make them. They're making games because they're seeking profit. They're literally just making products. It's not about actually trying to make a game because they love games and they are gamers and they're making a game that they love for other gamers or a game that they want to play. That's how a lot of this stuff started out. That's how the vast majority of these companies started out. It was in that ideal of making the game that they want to play, the cool idea that they came up with when they were just gamers and not programmers or developers. And as a lot of these companies continue to grow, they get further and further away from that because there's a new element that's introduced into that company once your company grows to a certain point. And that element is the business side. It's the money side. It's the CEO that has no background at all in video game development or anything creative whatsoever. That's literally just there as a money man that's trying to make this business more profitable. It's the marketing people that have no interest and no background at all in video games that are there specifically because they're trying to earn a paycheck and make that company more profitable and sell more video games. No longer, when those companies grow to that point, what ends up happening is that the interest is then shifted from a great product to selling a product, right? I'll take that back. From the interest goes away from making and selling a great product to making a product and selling a product. The great part doesn't matter because they don't really care about that part. That's not their interest. That's not what they're into. And as the upper management for these companies gets bigger than the actual creatives, those folks get less control, and then as a result, the products suffer in the end. Buff, that's rough but accurate. Yeah, I think it's pretty accurate, to be honest. I think that reflects a lot of the things that we see in the industry. Because if you really think about it, like, look at just about every single game studio that's out there, right? Look at look at Bungie. Look at Bungie. Look at this.
It's one of the best things that's happened to Bungie, right?
What I really like about this new Bungie relationship with Activision is I never saw it coming.
The idea that Bungie would make Halo for 1,000,000 years was inconceivable.
Oh, this is when they left, right? This is when they left. I don't want that. I want the original making of Halo. This is all Halo 2. I don't want Halo 2. I want the original Halo one. I don't want that either.
To take all these different disciplines who are all working on their own.
I think we spent years, frankly, at this point, saying how do we ratchet the bar across the board up for Halo 2?
This isn't showing. I'd have to go and actually look up all the stuff. I think what it is, it's the if I'm not mistaken, it was the Xbox documentary that I first saw this in. I would have to find where it is. I don't think maybe it is the Power On series because I've watched these as well. But if you go back and you see, like, they were literally just like LAN nerds that were wanting to make a game because they're LAN nerds and they really loved video games and they loved first-person shooters and they were playing like the shit out of Unreal Tournament and stuff like that and Doom, and they wanted to make a game and that's really all it was, and they made Halo. That's where it started. Look where it ended. That's the, that's probably the best case, best case study that you could ever do on how things started versus how things ended. Sony doesn't really have anything to do with it, to be honest with you. It's literally just how Bungie evolved over time. LD, can you please watch Extra History Destiny versus Warframe $500 million marketing? $500 free marketing. What is that? Is that an actual Destiny versus Warframe free marketing? Extra History. Okay, sure, why not? It's very short. I'll watch it. It's animated too. I really hope I don't get like dinged for this. We'll find out, I guess.
Last 4 years, Activision has probably dropped about $500 million in marketing for Warframe. Yep, you heard me right.
What?
And they didn't mean to. They, of course, meant to be marketing Destiny. And sure, they did that in the process. But when you look at the growth numbers for both games, it kind of looked like their chief competitor benefited more.
Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let him cook. Let him cook. As a marketing student, you've already got me hooked. I'm into it. Let's see what it is. Oh, this extra points guy, the dude that said Blizzard is racist due to orcs. I mean, this is just a marketing video. I'm not gonna like base it off of everything the guy says, right? Like, just.
You may think it's hyperbolic, and admittedly it is a little bit, but not that much. In an age where most MMOs have bled users, and Activision has taken to giving away copies of Destiny 2, Warframe's user number continues to rise. And part of that's on the back of Destiny players, who have burned out and wound up looking for something to scratch that same itch.
I mean, this is going to be true. Like, I'm really interested to see what ends up happening now that Destiny has come out and said we're no longer doing paid annual expansions. So without paid annual expansions, there's really not a lot to look forward to as a Destiny fan, because now all you're going to think about is how they're going to just kind of do the seasonal update spree and stuff like that. And chances are they're going to try to make you just pay for all the seasons instead. And they're just going to ratchet up the monetization because, well, that's just what they're going to do. They're just going to try to bleed the player base dry until they walk away from the game. It's obvious that the management at Bungie had no interest in going forward with Destiny after this. They wanted to do Final Shape, and then the upper management of Bungie that has nothing to do with the business, with the actual like development side itself, the ones that are just running the company, wanted to just jump ship and then allow Sony to come in, restructure the company, make it a part of Sony, and then there you go, that it's done, right? That's the aim of this. So I don't think it's a wrong position to take to think that in a lot of cases, burned Destiny fans are going to be going to Warframe. I would imagine that a lot of them already probably play a little bit of Warframe here and there, but it's probably not by a whole lot.
And there is a lot to learn from that, whether you're a developer, a publisher, or just interested in how the game's business works. Because a couple of The First Descendant has me bye-bye Destiny, or bye-bye Warframe. I'm sorry, I can't fucking see it. Other than if like for First Descendant, I think the boss fights and stuff are cool, but the overall mechanics of the game itself are relatively generic. The enemies are generic, the maps are generic, the fucking monetization system is generic because it literally just stole it from Warframe to begin with. Most of the icons that they had in the game and the UI elements are all stolen from other games as well. It's a literal copied game with a higher price tag on it and even harder rewards to be able to achieve. It's literally just a worse version of Warframe, but for like super coomers. That's all it is. Like, the only thing that I see people talking about is just how hot the characters are, which, I mean, that's cool. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. It's just fucking shallow. It's a shallow fucking game. It's a very shallow game. And while a lot of people are like, oh, well, the First Descendant just needs some years to cook, I say fuck that. I say fuck that. I am so sick and tired of people running defense for games that literally copy off of games that have been out for over a fucking decade, yet they somehow need to catch up to them? What sense does that make? The blueprint was already there. You already copied half the homework. You just didn't want to copy the rest because you wanted to charge players more money. fundamental things had to have happened for this to be true. First, the marketing they did had to have a compelling enough message to get people interested in what they were selling.
Okay.
Second, Destiny had to kind of fail to deliver on that message. And third, there had to be another game out there that could get a lot closer to fulfilling that desired experience for players. But each of these steps originates from the same place.
Okay, I see what he's saying. So you're going out, you're marketing a product, you're saying the product is this one thing, but you actually fail to deliver on what that is, but there just so happens to be a game out there at the exact same time that is delivering on whatever that is. So then as, you know, as a result of your failure, your marketing still works. It just works against you and moves your players to a different game instead. Okay, yeah, that can happen. It can happen.
From the problem of not really knowing what your game is. Now, that may seem like a simple thing, and it may seem like the most basic aspect of game development, but you would be shocked how often developers and publishers push games out the door without really having a solid, communicable idea of what experience, at its core, they're giving people. And Destiny, for as much as I loved it, had this problem from...
It's like Diablo 4 having to relearn all the same things over again that they had with Diablo 3 in like 30 seasons. Why? Yeah. Like, why are we back to step one? That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like the people that were running defense, myself included, it took a while for me to wake up to it. But when I look at a game like Diablo 4 and it's like, dude, you guys didn't learn anything from last epoch and their entire development cycle and the things that they introduced. You didn't learn anything from Path of Exile and how popular and how successful that game has been for the entire decade that you haven't been working on Diablo, on the Diablo franchise outside of a fucking mobile game. Or Titan Quest. Titan Quest is another good example. Like, here you are making this game and it's like, okay, like you're doing a good job at least trying to stay true to the original spirit of the game that you made before. But you're not learning the lessons from all of the games that have found success outside of yours. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? TFD making the equivalent of Forma in Warframe for your character costing $30 USD for one polarity. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Like and by the way, when I say shallow, when I say a shallow game, I'm talking about like as a quality product. It's a shallow product. It's very surface level. It's one of those things where it's like on the outside looking in, damn, this restaurant looks fantastic. And then you walk inside and the chairs are made of cardboard. And the food is actually just like heated up SpaghettiOs. I like SpaghettiOs, but it's not what I'm going to the restaurant for.
From day one. So let's compare Warframe and Destiny side by side. Starting with Warframe. For the player who cares about the feel of the game, Warframe is basically ninjas in space. For those who care about what the long-term goals or gameplay will be like, it's a free-to-play, crafting-based looter shooter.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about what the end goal is, I think the thing is that, and this is something that I think a lot of players probably even have a hard time with, or new players or mid-game players for Warframe. I have the same problem with this, which is that there really isn't an end goal or an end goal, and you can't even really see where the developer themselves really want to take the game either. So I think that kind of gives a bit of a identity issue with Warframe sometimes, but I don't know.
For those who want to know what category the game fits into, it's an instantiated MMO. And for those who care about narrative or world building, it's a dark sci-fi future. For Destiny, making those distinctions is a lot harder. And it's because it seems as though all throughout development, no one could make up their minds about what the game was actually supposed to be. Not only were there seismic shifts in the game's direction during the development process, but all the way through launch, what the game was seemed...
I think this is a little bit on the bias side, right? I think that's a little on the bias side. I mean, you could say the exact same thing about Warframe. Warframe's had just as many identity issues itself, where they wanted to go in one direction and then stopped, and then go in another direction and then stopped, and then go in another direction and then stopped. They did the exact same thing. They did it with raids. They did it with the Railjack. They did it with PvP. They've done it with Arcwing. Right? There's plenty of instances of DE doing the exact same thing that Destiny has done. So it's weird that you picture it like, here's this game that knows exactly what it's doing, and here's this game that never did. That's definitely not the story of these games.
Now, if you go back into some of the early interviews about the game, you'll hear the developers talk about it as if it's a 10-year game. A game which will never have a sequel, or a game you'll play for the rest of your life. Now, of course, us with the benefit of being in the future from said interviews, we know that Destiny 1 only made it 3 years before Destiny 2 came out.
Okay.
Meaning within a year or so of those interviews, they had to be working on the next one.
Yeah.
But more telling still is something else that stands out in all.
There was actually, so this is funny, when it comes to this marketing stuff, I really like that he brought this up. When it comes to the marketing stuff, the marketing team will sell something that doesn't exist if they think that it will draw in more interest. If it draws more buzz, they're all for it. It's an old video. I mean, but the criticisms are probably still the same for the most part. What I will say is this, is that what's a really good example of this? Oh, so recently I started watching the no-clip documentary for Horizon, right? Because I've never played the Horizon games or anything like that, and I wanted to kind of, just know about them because I never played them, and they're on Steam, so I kind of wanted to play them anyway. And in it, the developers were talking about how before Killzone 2 came out, they shared a demo reel, which is just a concept reel for like what they planned on working on for Killzone 2, and it was this really clean, insanely good-looking cinematic and all this stuff. All of it was rendered on a PC, not on a PlayStation. They took this on stage at E3, and the marketing team gets up there and says, and this is running completely native on a PlayStation 4. Guerrilla Games didn't even have a demo unit for a PlayStation 4 yet. They hadn't developed anything on PlayStation 4. They were watching this from the studio going, huh? That's not a... No, it's not. No. And they're like, you know what? Nobody will probably pay attention to that. Yeah, no, everybody paid attention to it. It blew up forums and Reddit and online and all over the place. And people were like, oh my God, the PlayStation 4, this game's going to be crazy, blah, 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 blah. Everybody bit. And they were like, oh shit. And they're like, well, I mean, hopefully we can get it to work.
All those interviews. While talking about it as if it's a forever game, they insist it wasn't an MMO. Now, you say you have a perpetual multiplayer-based game, yet you're adamant that it isn't an MMO. Okay, then what is it? And it's this sort of conflicted message that impacts the development. If you're thinking of your game as an MMO, then you're thinking about it as a service. You're thinking about the continuous release of content, endgame features that players can grind on perpetually, or special events and holiday surprises. And if you're thinking of it as a standard console release, then you're thinking about expansion packs. And neither of these are wrong by any means, but both can be disastrous if you just flip-flop between the two. Or if how the development team is thinking about...
I don't think that that's actually true whatsoever. Even if you're flip-flopping between the two of them and you're saying you have one side that's working on expansions and the other side that's working on like general content and seasonal updates and things like that, that just is an MMO. I don't really think that, going out and marketing the game is one thing, or being conflicted on the identity in marketing is going to necessarily have an impact on development. I think that the development team relatively had a good idea of what they were trying to make for Destiny. A game that had expansions, but in between those expansions, they had minor updates that continued to push the story, add seasonal content, do events and stuff like that. I don't think that they necessarily really ran the game that badly. Yeah, sure, it had some issues, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is older.
Doesn't match up with how the game feels to its players. And the same is true of the
Son,
narrative.
thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate
the Destiny
that.
marketing talked about it almost like Mass Effect, an epic space opera with depth, meaning, and a dramatic narrative arc. But in that same marketing, you've got Cade 6, voiced by the charming as heck Nathan Fillion, stopping to tell you a story at a crumbling bar in the middle of a war zone. And these types of dueling tones, when not used very carefully, can undercut your world's seriousness. Because if a main character can't even take their own world seriously, how are we, the audience, supposed to? And this tonal uncertainty shows in everything from the confused voice direction for Peter Dinklage, to the hiring of David Cross to write jokes for the series, then using none of the material, all the way to the song by Sir Paul McCartney. Not exactly the clearest stage being set here. And of
Yeah,
course-
no, I think it's fair to say that there was some directional issues when it came to Destiny. But I think that the overall quality of the content that they put into the game was, just generally pretty good. I mean, it's a fun game to play. I don't know how you'd blame Cade 6 either.
Its Warframe story isn't perfect either, but even at its most convoluted, the tones it uses to tell said story is...
The problem is, though, I need to keep this in mind, guys. I have not played Destiny since... I played Witch Queen. I played a little bit of Witch Queen. Can you link the video? I will link the video, yeah. Let me finish it first.
Consistent throughout. If you don't know where the heart of your story is, whether it's a serious emotional tale with lighter moments, or a lighthearted romp through a wacky universe, you're going to have disconnects everywhere. Beyond the narrative, it affects the visual aesthetics of the game, the sound design, even enemy behavior. Each of those has to match the tone of the game. But if no one's really pinned down what the tone is, it's going to be all over the place. Having a cohesive vision of your game is one of the most important things to game development. Early on, it should dictate development, and later, it should be realistically assessed against playtest to understand how to market your game and help craft ongoing content. Of course, this doesn't mean that vision shouldn't be flexible or can't shift with iteration. It absolutely should. But there should always be a vision, and there should never be multiple visions conflicting with one another. And sadly, that's a place where Destiny failed, and it's why Warframe got to eat their lunch. While Destiny didn't have a cohesive message for players, and
yeah, but I mean, does that really reflect the numbers of the games? Like, I'm just gonna look on Steam because it's the only place that we can really look and get somewhat accurate numbers, right? But if we go and we look at Warframe and Destiny, again, not fully accurate because this is just Steam. This is just Steam accounts. Let's go like max, right? We'll max it all the way out. Destiny's had higher peaks, but their concurrent stayed relatively the same or higher than Warframe. Like, Warframe hit around 50,000 players back in 40K. We'll say like 40, 50K, like 2013, this is 2015. Where is it at? So probably like right around here. We'll say 2014, like 2015 to 2016. And then they've held that's been the bottom of their player count for almost 10 years now, right? But I'm not seeing like a massive growth spike that lasted that was due to a failure in Destiny. Warframe's remained consistent, but I don't see how Warframe has ate their lunch by any means. If you look at the two games and how they grow, they're basically the exact same. Now, that does mean that Warframe is likely to get more players as it's going to continue to get updates, and Destiny 2 isn't, right? But I think it's kind of an odd. It's kind of obviously this is an older it's an older video. It's like 5 years old, but I mean even still it being 5 years old, it still doesn't reflect in the data. 5 years old would be 2019. I'm not seeing it. In fact, actually, in the year that he made this video, the player count for Warframe actually decreased. So there was a span here from 2018 until 2019 where the game had grown, its bottom line had gotten higher. When I say it's bottom line, you guys can kind of see it. It's like right here. So like here's like 50K is like their like kind of like strong bottom. I should not have said it like that. I apologize. It's their God damn it, there's a word for it. It's their floor. Their floor had the floor raised, right? So the floor used to be over here, which is under 50,000, and then over the years it grew to the point where their floor is 50K, right? And then they got closer back to that 50K floor in 2018. So even in just Steam data, that doesn't reflect what he's saying.
Expectations. Warframe's simple offer of fast-paced action and things to grind for in a perpetual dark sci-fi future just happened to be everything the Destiny marketing campaign ended up promising.
And actually, I'm even more curious because I didn't actually do a full comparison. I'd be really interested to see. So for Destiny, if we go to 2019, we can't even see it. It's like right here. Like Destiny lost players, but so did Warframe. Warframe had the same kind of pattern going down. And also at the exact same time, Warframe's floor didn't come up where Destiny's still stayed at 100K, right? Like they dipped past it here in 2020, but anyway.
While no one can argue that Bungie has always had some of the finest tuned shooter gameplay and some of the best feeling guns in the business, their issue with Destiny was that no one knew exactly what the heart of it was. And without a solid, focused idea of the game you're working on,
that's a really strong statement. Personally, I don't. It's part of the beauty, I think, when it comes to Warframe. But I don't think that Warframe had any clearer vision of what Warframe is as a game more than Destiny 2. In the video, he's talking about Destiny 1. But he showed already that they were about Destiny 2. He brought up Destiny 2 in this. And plus, on top of that, Warframe 1 or Destiny 1 and 2 are the same
Players
fucking
will
thing
end up
anyway.
Disappointed or confused, and someone
Same
else
thing.
will profit
They
off
just
your hard
expanded
work
into
and
it. They got
hemorrhaged
rid of
players,
Destiny 1,
even
didn't they?
if you're one of the biggest developers in the business. All this isn't to say that the Destiny franchise is simply bad, or that Warframe doesn't have problems itself. I am looking at you, new player experience. And personally, I've
5 years ago. Fucking 5. New year, same problems.
Hundreds of hours into Destiny.
New year,
1 and 2.
same problems.
But when Activision hands back a franchise, they've spent
He's using D1, D2 interchangeably. He is, yeah.
$1 billion on. Something has gone deeply wrong. And when players are looking for an alternative that costs 1/10 as much to make, something is clearly missing. It's our hope, though, that with their publisher out of
That is actually true. That is a very, very good observation. Is that one game takes far less money to make and manage, where the other one is spending way more money than they even had.
the picture, they can find the core of their game, right the ship, and transform Destiny into the game everyone knows it could be.
That didn't happen.
And until then, Zoe and I are off to go farm us some Avara Prime blueprints. What do you mean they don't exist? Wait, who you calling a noob? Well, that hurts my feelings.
Yeah, that was pretty. It was decent. I think that I think that like some of it was a little misdirected. It's old though as well, so you can't really like judge it all that hard. I'll link you guys the video, guys, if you want to watch it yourself or give it a like. But yeah, it's I don't see how, like, actually the one thing that I don't like about this video, I will say this though, is that I feel like it kind of gets lost in the weeds because it doesn't really like go after the core point of how exactly did Destiny's marketing work for Warframe. I don't understand exactly how that worked. That was never really explained. It was just Destiny bad game, so Warframe got more players and Destiny lost its marketing. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. I like, from that perspective, I don't really like. I could see. I don't know. No, I don't see it. Destiny is dead. I think you underestimate how many people are playing that game, and or how many people have played that game, and player investment in general. While I do agree that in a lot of cases, when people start seeing a game's player count start to dwindle, and especially when it looks like the future of the game is bleak, when you have invested as many hours into the franchise and as much money into the franchise as many of the people that have played Destiny, they're not likely to just immediately walk away. They're not going to just walk away. By that account, Helldivers 2 shouldn't have any players at all anymore. There were hundreds of videos that were made about how it's a dead game and nobody should play it and it's done and Sony bad and all that kind of stuff. Game still has players. Still has players. May not be the highest player count it's ever had, but it still has people playing it and still has people that are excited about it. The Destiny player will stick with the game no matter what, no matter how awful it is. They're hardcore. Look, you know what? Hot take. Destiny's a fucking fun game to play. Hot take. I haven't played it in years. The one thing that has always stuck with me that I still remember to this day, it's a fun game to play. It's fun to shoot the guns. It's fun to kill the monsters. It's fun to do the boss fights and the dungeons and the raids and all that stuff. It's a fun game to play. So regardless of what the company does, regardless of the content cadence or anything like that, it's still a fun game to just hop on and go farm for something that you want to get or whatever it might be. Or level up a class or whatever it might be. I think in a lot of cases, people really want to immediately go to shit on the developer, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. Doesn't change the game that it's not that it's still fun to play. Not a hot take, it's fact. Well, I mean, just like saying anything positive about Destiny right now is usually just, it's not what a lot of people want to hear. Yeah, I saw this too. Finally, a video game that respects the franchise. Borderlands first impressions call it lifeless and really bad. I also saw that where he be. Yeah. Paul Tossi tweeted it out. It's 0%. It's only 10 reviews, but I know it's only like a 2% right now or something like that. I'll be honest with you, like, I don't know, like, what else would you expect? When I saw the cast for this, none of it made sense. Jamie Lee Curtis as Tannis does not make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. And I'm also, if I'm not mistaken as well, I think like Tiny Tina is like supposed to be like some big corporate guy's daughter, and they're like going to pick her up, and Krieg is actually her bodyguard. What is this? I don't even understand what that even means. Yeah, and obviously Kevin Hart as Roland makes no sense at all. None. Yeah, Patricia Tannis was sane and smart. The story actually would be okay. Oh, yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah. Jamie Lee Curtis would actually make sense if Tannis was sane and smart, but Tannis is not sane or smart. Doesn't make any sense. And also at the exact same time, if this is Tiny Tina and you have Krieg, you know what they fucked up here? You want to know what they really fucked up here? Please tell me. Please tell me. I'd really like some people. Excuse me. Who is the main character of Borderlands 2? Jack. Exactly. Handsome Jack is the main character of Borderlands 2. He is one of, if not the, he's one of the, we're not going to say if not, he's definitely not the best ever, but he's one of the best villains ever written. He's so good. He was such a great, the funny thing is that like now all of a sudden, because people hated Borderlands 3, now people are trying to be revisionists and say like the whole Borderlands franchise is bad. They need to shut their fucking mouths with that shit. That pisses me off. Borderlands 2 is a phenomenal game. I loved Borderlands 2. DLC was fantastic. The weapons were fantastic. The class design was great. The DLC characters were great. The comedy was solid. Handsome Jack was just an awesome villain from start to end. Still play it? I would too. I would too. If I had people to play it with, I'd be playing it too. Yeah. I bet Handsome Jack is the sequel hook that they'll never. Well, yeah, it's never gonna get made. Nobody's gonna like the movie. They basically went and did what They basically went and made the, you know, the old, like the 19 was it 19 early was that 80s? Late 80s Super Mario Brothers movie? The only bad part with Borderlands 2 was plus level cap every DLC. Yeah, I mean, it was, I don't know. I think it was that big of a deal. It was the 90s? Was it the 90s? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Jax. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I just don't really like the people who are going back and trying to make it sound like Borderlands is like a terrible franchise. Yes, they made one super cringe, very cringe game. And like, but the gameplay was still good for Borderlands 3. Class design was decent. Weapons are pretty cool and stuff like that. Powers and stuff were pretty good. Character progression in general was pretty good. Just the story was terrible. The story was garbage. So bad. Let's make fun of influencers. So weird. So cringe. You know, I'm gonna ask. So I saw this. So we put up. They said, "What's your dream game right now?" I'm in this gaming fatigue. Nothing gets me excited. I have many unplayed games, but that has gotten a lot of praise from both games that have gotten a lot of praise from reviewers and gamers. I just don't feel it. No interest. So I was thinking, what if I got to choose whatever game I wanted, and it would get produced right now? Something. Okay, so basically the idea is that, you know, what is your dream game? I'm interested to hear your thoughts, chat. What is your dream game? What is your dream game? Do you guys have a dream game? Like a combination of two games that you think would be really good, that you always wish that those games would be combined so you could play a game like that? Tom Holland Simulator? I'm pretty sure there's games like that already exist. XCOM meets Baldur's Gate. Are you talking about like Baldur's Gate 3, but like a sci-fi Baldur's Gate 3? You might be seeing that sooner rather than later. I need a Pokemon game, which is open world where Pokemon interact with the environment and do whatever their dex entries say, with Legend Arceus catching mechanics. Do you know what? I'll be real with you. I still, to this day, even though I haven't played a Pokemon game in a long time, would love to see a true Pokemon MMO. A true Pokemon MMO. Is it my dream game? We'll say it's one of them. We'll say it's one of them. My dream Pokemon MMO would genuinely be, it would be like, I'd probably say like, you know, the later games in the series where, you know, you still had the other continents unlocked as well. So you'd finish one place and then you go to another continent and then you go finish one, and then after you finish that, and you know, fight the, you know, Elite Four, and then you move on to the next one. Then you go to the next continent and stuff. I think it'd be really cool to have a Pokemon game that was actually like the Pokemon world, and you could actually choose your starter town, right? So like all the players would be able to choose their starter town. You progress through your you know, nation or whatever, and then you would move over. Isn't that just Pal World? No, it's not even close. Not even close. Not even in the fucking neighborhood. And then but one that like actively had like what is like the Pokemon universe, right? So you would, you know, you could have all these players that could choose basically their starter home and all that stuff, right? You go through the game, you fight your Elite Four, and then you can go on to like then that's how you get your ability to be able to go to one of the other continents. You go to the other continents, they could have, you know, big big tournaments and all kinds of stuff like that, like in the game and whatnot. There's tons of ways for them to be able to update the game and things like that. But you're dreaming the impossible, bud. That's what dreaming is, okay? That's what dreaming is. Way too much money for Nintendo, clearly. Way too much effort for Game Freak is probably the better way to say that. It's way too much effort for Game Freak. Pokemon Go, but your ass doesn't have to go anywhere? Kind of, yeah. Kind of. Tenchu was my favorite childhood game. I miss those steelish kind of games. They don't make those anymore. Yeah, that is actually true. Stealth games in general have kind of gone by, become a a relic of the past, right? There's a Pokemon fan game that does that. Yes. Yep. Yeah, there's an actual game that I think is called Pokemon MMO, and I think they use one of the way older engines. Like, I want to say, gosh, probably like a DS engine or something like that. Temtem scratched the surface of the idea and then underdelivered. And also on top of that, like, I liked Temtem. I've quite a few hours of play in it. But at the exact same time, I fucking hated the art style. I hated the art style. I didn't like the art style. I didn't like the monster designs. Yeah. Metal Gear Revengeance 2 never happened. Yeah. I don't see From Software going back to the Tenchu style. You never know, though. You know what the thing is that there's probably a lot of people that didn't think that they would, with the success of Dark Souls and Elden Ring, there's probably not a lot of people that thought they would go and make an Armored Core. Nor would think that an Armored Core would be successful. Splinter Cell can never return. Does that have something to do with Tom Clancy? Didn't Ubisoft just straight up buy his name? If I'm not mistaken, I thought they just bought his name so they could just slap it onto games. Fallout made by Reds? Interesting. Could be interesting. The new Armored Core is barely an Armored Core game. Really? I liked it. I mean, I played some of the Armored Core games back in the day, but a lot of those are so old to begin with. I think it's kind of hard to compare. Like, certain things have to be updated, regardless of what people think. I think that sometimes we can look at older games with, like, rose-tinted glasses and say that it needs to stay exactly like that, but just look better in today's graphics. But I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary to keep games like that honest to what the game used to be sometimes. Just because times change, people's tastes change. You have to have a little bit of that. You have to have a little bit of that foresight to make sure that you can get ahead of the trends. Otherwise, you're going to come out with a game that just nobody wants to play. Did you see the Borderlands Twitter post? A new background hinting at the 4th game? Honey? Huh? I see the movie. That's crazy. They're still updating Borderlands 3 like that? I don't see anything here, man. You baited me. You baited me. Who's that? Thunder 1998. Answer for yourself. Answer for yourself. What do you have to say? What do you have to say for yourself, Thunder? Stand up in front of the class. I'm waiting. They changed it. I'll send the link. Bro, you're not going to get me twice. The next one you're going to send me is going to be Meat Spin, and then I'm going to get banned. I know how this shit works. I've been on the internet before. Anyway, let's move on. What is this? 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 Oh, let's finish with Reddit first. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy. I can't believe the government did something that I agree with. He ignored my 4-month resub? Did I really? When did I do that? Oh, I just skipped by it. I didn't ignore it on purpose. Dudes, thank you for the 4-month resub, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the tier 1. I apologize. God damn. My dream game would be a looter shooter based on a very niche set of Hot Wheels movies in the early 2000s. Accelerators? I don't remember what that is. I don't think I've ever saw that. I don't think I've ever seen that. I think that if I had to say what would be a game that I like, I'll be for real. What's my dream game? I think my dream game would be I think it would be a like man, I don't know. As much as I love Warframe, it actually would be like just a better version of Destiny. It's like well monetized and consistently updated and fair. It has good PvP and a lot of things. A lot of things that I want. I have to really like think about that. So one of the things is that like when I brought up the Pokemon game thing, the reason why I said that is because I've always had this really I've always been interested in the idea, very similar to like World of Warcraft, where like when you start your characters, like Final Fantasy XIV does the same thing, right? So like depending on the character that you pick, depends on where you start as a character. No, I guess not. Does it? No, I don't think it works like that. I don't think Final Fantasy works like that. I think everybody starts in the same place in Final Fantasy. But I always really like the idea of like starting on different continents and then like you have to progress through that continent to be able to get access to the next one. But at the exact same time, people are also progressing on that other place because they chose to start there. And then you guys like cross paths in certain content and stuff like that. I always think that was like a really cool dynamic back in World of Warcraft. Because like I had played with friends or like one friend chose to use, you know, a different race, and as such like we didn't get to meet up to be able to play with each other until like way later, and you know it was just it's a cool dynamic. I think it's a really cool dynamic in general. Dream game would be a good Mass Effect. Yeah, you got no fucking chance of that coming, buddy. You got no chance of that coming. I have less than zero faith when it comes to Dragon Age the Veilguard. We'll see. I hope it surprises me. I do. I really hope it surprises me. I just don't think that it will. I think that it's going to be the game that everybody expects it to be. Elder Scrolls Online kind of did that, and so does Guild War 2. Oh, yeah. I still remember, guy. I got to play Guild Wars 2. You know, the funny thing is, I played Elder Scrolls Online right when it first came out. Like, immediately when it first came out. And I had a blast with it, and then I just never played it again because my friends stopped playing it. And then now I know that it's like a completely fucking different game than what it ever was before. There are 3 starter cities in Final Fantasy XIV. Is that how it works? I guess it is class-based, isn't it? For some odd reason, I just remember that you... Like, I thought all of them started in Thanalan. I don't know. I don't know why I thought that. I don't know why I thought that. So, breaking up Google offers a chance to remodel the web. You know, this is actually... I mean, this is very true. Because if you think about it, in a lot of cases, the vast majority of the tools that we use on the internet right now are Google related, right? Most people are using Gmail. Most people are using Google to search for things. Most engines still are powered by Google regardless. Most browsers are powered by Google. And then obviously we have YouTube. Personally, if I were to say anything, I would actually, like, it's actually, like, I think that, I don't know, man. I think YouTube getting broke off is probably the best part. That would be the best thing to happen. If YouTube couldn't keep, or if Google couldn't keep YouTube, that'd be a game changer. I'd be really interested to see what YouTube could do as a company that wasn't owned by Google. Like, what direction they would try to go in with the company. They're listening? What makes you say that? Is it because we're on YouTube? Eighty-one 81% of their income comes through Google. Oh yeah, Firefox. Yeah, no, Firefox is smoked because of this. Yeah, they're smoked. They're smoked. But effectively, the thing is that, like, when I was seeing, like, them go up and, like, trying to say that this wasn't that they're not a monopoly, it's just like, bro, who are you kidding? Like, people that haven't even graduated high school could see that Google's a monopoly. What are you talking about? You are the most used search engine by a fucking mile. You have the most used you have the most used video site by, I guess there's TikTok, but not really. I think YouTube would be dead if not for being bankrolled by Google. No, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. Where else are you going to go? Where are you going to go to watch your videos? Please tell me. I'd love to hear. When people say, like, oh, Google would, or YouTube would die. YouTube would die. Where are they going to go? Instagram? Instagram? TikTok? What are you gonna do? There's nobody else. There's nowhere else for Kick. Shut up. My God, no. The Hub? No. But what if? See, now that would be the like 5-head decision, is to bankroll the Hub to go and make a straight up just normal video site without the, without the adult content, you know what I mean? And just call it the Hub, right? The Hub. And, like, people would think it's like that. They'd remember it's like that, but it really just becomes like the place where it's actually just a new version of, like, YouTube, basically, right? Like, they already have the server infrastructure to be able to do something like that in the first place because of the Hub, right? MySpace videos. We're going back. We're going back. Tom, wake up! It's already a message board? That is true. That is true. There are game reviews on the Hub. I've heard from sources. I've watched game reviews on the Hub, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. You know what the funny thing is that something like that actually would pop off just for meme value. And the funny thing is that meme value sometimes can like lead to real value. It just depends. It really depends. There are Let's Plays on the Hub, allegedly. I've been told, some say. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't know anything about that either. I haven't seen anything like that. I don't even know what the full, address for a site like that would be either. What else? I wasn't even going to talk about this. I just liked it because it's just fucking so goddamn. It's just the most truest statement in the world. Obsidian is it is the GOAT. It is the GOAT. I'm sorry, but if you are still using Microsoft Word for whatever godforsaken reason and you have not switched over to using something like Obsidian, I don't know what to tell you. You're fucking up. You're wasting your time, and you really need to do something about that because it's incredible and you're missing out. It's so good. It's so good. As somebody that does a lot of writing and a lot of research, I would be lost without Obsidian. For like, I want to say a good like 2-3 years, because I didn't want to use the what's Obsidian? Obsidian is I don't even know how to even like describe what this is really. But basically you can it's kind of like a Microsoft Word or something like that, but it's like a database. So you can actually like create everything that you want for you know, your like I have my scripts and stuff like this, but I can also make this like a parent document, and then I can link it to other documents as well and create like full chains. Like I have my videos chain. These are the ones that I'm working on at the moment, right? And then I have like my notes section, and I have like another one for like videos that I've worked on in the past. And it's all kept in one document. Like technically that document that I showed just showed like all the documents and this different stuff that I'm working on. Show them linked. Show them linking. I don't really have the I don't actually like, even though I like using it, I don't really use a lot of the functionality in it. I just use it for writing. I just use it for note taking more than anything else. I don't really link a lot of stuff because I don't do a whole lot of like investigative journalism. If I did more investigative stuff, I'd probably do a lot more linking. The other really cool thing about Obsidian is there's a plugin that you can get to be able to go. Well, actually, that's what this is right here. This dude's talking about it. There's a plugin. So this guy says, I somehow accidentally deleted a huge section of my research paper that I was developing on an Obsidian file. I was freaking out until I found out that Obsidian has a file recovery plugin to see the history of versions of the file you're interested in. Just save my ass. All hail Obsidian. Yeah, so you can actually use a plugin and it'll find the different like file versions that you had in the past, and you can just go back and recover the file version. Sadly enough, I don't. Well, no, you can use undo, but undo is like a different button combination than it is on anything else. So I forgot how to use that. Can I share what the Borderlands border looked like before they changed it on Twitter? Share it in the Discord. Share it in the Discord. Throw it in like you can just throw it in like in general chat. I'll look for it. I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out just for you. Just like Google Docs, just no add-ons. No, you can get like add-ons and plugins and all kinds of shit. There's all types of different ways for you to be able to modify it. All types of ways for you to be able to modify it. Brozon has his Obsidian published online. It looks great too. Yeah, there's tons of really, really cool ways for you to be able to mess with Obsidian. He has his Obsidian posted online. Oh, for like his builds? So he does his build guides in Obsidian? Is that what it is? That is so cool. That is so cool. Yeah, so this is what it looks like when you actually use like you can also like post links to your stuff, put in, you know, full images and things like that. Like this is a full Obsidian file. I mean, he's popped off with this. Holy shit. He even has like full on breakdowns of dev streams and stuff. Bro, I'm just going to let you guys know. I will never try this hard. I respect this. I respect this so much. But I'll never do it myself. I'll never do it myself. Was that, so you're saying this was their profile picture? Or their banner? Yeah. Well, yeah, I think they already alluded recently to making a Borderlands 4. They already alluded to it recently, I think within the last few months. So that's Obsidian? Yeah, that's Obsidian that I was showing, yeah. This looks like Maya, which tells me that it's going to have one thing that if it does have the one thing that I don't want it to have, I don't know if I can play it. Unless, I mean, they'd have to make the character just so much better. If they bring in that little shit that got Maya killed, there's no shot I'm playing the game. There's no shot I'm playing the game. If she is the siren that we have to play, I will not play that game. That was the thing is that like everybody wanted to point out the twins and how the twins were just terrible characters. Right? Oh, it's the twins. The twins are the reason why Borderlands 3 was so bad. The twins. No. That little shit, that little entitled child that somehow does everything wrong, but at the end of the day, everybody still treats like it's just so weird. It's like no. It's one of those things where it's one of those it breaks common logic that they can just do whatever they want, get away with it, and then everybody treats them like they're an angel and they're great and they're awesome. Like, it's just so weird. Like, oh, you get the powers. Why does she get the powers? For what? Oh, because she was an abandoned kid. I don't give a fuck. What is that? Why does she get to run around and do whatever she wants? She got people killed. And then acted like it wasn't her fault, and then never made up for it. And then ever, actually. Like, zero redemption. It's the Mary Sue. It's exactly that. Yeah. They did the same thing. I remember when I was watching, what was it? I was watching Sabrina the Teenage Witch. It's the same story. It's the same story when they did the Sabrina remake on Netflix. And the one character wanted to be on the men's basketball team, and she sucked. So she drank like a potion, and it made her good at basketball, or made everybody else bad, or something like that. I can't remember exactly how it went. And then there was a guy that bullied her, so she like basically almost killed the guy. And then like everything worked out for her. And I was just like, what the fuck is the moral of this story? What is that conclusion? Yeah, it's okay because they were like, no, that's not how the fucking world works. What are you fucking teaching people? To be on an equal playing field, do drugs? No, it was like it completely excused like them trying to kill the other character or whatever. Like, oh yeah, it's completely fine. And it was so weird. It was just so weird. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, they worship Satan. A lot of people do. And they don't do shit like that. Oh man, LD, please. I'm not watching anything else. No more. What are you asking me to watch? The first Space Ninja, and you'll understand 1 minute long video. No, I got other stuff that I want to talk about and get into anyway. I'll talk about that on a different day. That's a whole other fucking story. I want to see this Monster Hunter shit. I've been liking these because I've seen them and I haven't watched them myself, and I want to see it, and I want to see it. I want to see it. I want this game so much. I'm gonna fucking live inside this game. You guys thought I was gonna be a Warframe streamer. Wait for Monster Hunter, baby. We're gonna pop off. I'm gonna fucking take. If for some odd reason people don't want to watch it, I'm not gonna give a shit. I will drive this channel into the ground to play Monster Hunter. I never played Gunlance. So it's one of the classes I never played as. Mostly because I just don't like that like pokey animation. It just looks too like weak. But I think some of the other animations are sick. That's cool. That's cool. I'll turn it down. Oh, what did it say? Guard against even the most powerful of attacks. Sick. So as like a pairing, it sounded like you got like something from that. Maybe they like filled a charge or something, maybe. Cool. Cool. Very cool, okay. Holy shit, what the fuck? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in it. I don't know if that's the one I'm gonna play. One of my favorites are in here, so I'm gonna see how they change it. I didn't like what they did. I didn't really enjoy Insect Blade as much in Monster Hunter Rise, so I'm hoping that Monster Hunter Wilds is gonna, you know. Rurikon said there's a lot new. Yeah, I would imagine there probably is. Hell yeah, Insect Glaive. Hell yeah. A mobile weapon you can use while controlling a creature is known as a Kinsect. Yep, we already know that. I know that. The only problem is that I don't really like the Kinsect. Like, it's just not like the problem with playing as Insect Blade is that when you're trying to get your 3 stages of buffs, it's not always consistent. I think that's the best way to say it. It's not always consistent. Like you're like, I'm attacking its leg, and it's like, no, you're getting red. And I'm like, no, I'm not hitting it in the head, and it's like, you're getting it anyway. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, but yeah. From extracting from monsters, you have to hit them in 3. So basically, how Kinsect works is you have to hit them in the head, you have to hit them in the tail, if I'm not mistaken, and then you have to hit them in another body part, or the belly, or the midsection. There's like 3 separate parts that you have to hit. Once you hit all 3, you gain 3 special buffs. By having those buffs and keeping these buffs up, you then get access to a bunch of other combos. Like extended combos and stuff. More time in the air, more critical strike, all kinds of stuff. More damage in general. Hell yeah. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Okay. Yeah, see, when I played Insect Glaive, I would never touch the ground. Ever. I would never touch the ground. That's like my favorite part about playing that class, is like literally just being able to just bounce around as much as I want. Well, now you can aim that should be better. Well, I mean, you could aim the Kinsect and the other ones as well. I'm just hoping the aim is just a little bit more responsive more than anything else. I'm hoping to try all weapons. Yeah, I'm hoping they add something new. Right? It's been a while since they've added a new weapon. I don't think they added... Yeah, when was the last time they added a new weapon? I think everything in World and Rise were the same. I don't think Rise added anything, did it? Now, I will say, so I typically like to play 2 weapons. First, or 3, okay? So I have 3 weapons that I really like to play. I'm a hammer guy. I am a hammer bro. It is what I like to do. I like to bonk. It is very, very satisfying knocking a monster out with a well-timed strike. And it's also like a really good support class in a party. I like playing Insect Glaive because it's stylish, and I get to stay in the area like all the time. And it's also really good for cutting off tails and stuff like that. And then I'm also a basic bitch, and I really like longsword. I really like longsword. I have not played as bowgun. Or bow, actually. I've heard a lot of good things about bow, but I've never played it. I've never played any of the ranged classes, now I think about it. Switch action charge blade here? Charge blade, that's a motherfucker. I tried to get the hang of it, I just couldn't figure it out. Okay. I just love how like the I just love how the fucking the long bow gun just like it doesn't even make sense. It's just like here's this fucking I just like here's these people using swords and fucking daggers and shit, and it's just like this other dude comes in with a fucking machine gun. It's just like what? What? Heavy bow gun? Why? Damn. Oh, right in the face. Oh, okay. I like the transformations. I think the transformation animations are really good. They're really, really good. Heavy bow gun. There's my love. This is the one. This is what you're into. You really like the heavy bow gun, huh? Yeah. I think that looked pretty good. These animations. I'm gonna tell you what. Just the overall detail, like the step up in like character detail, is just fucking crazy. The step up in character detail is incredible. This looks so good. Everything about it looks good. The world looks that much better. You know what the crazy thing is that Monster Hunter Wilds, for all intents and purposes, like even this is gonna sound stupid when I say it like this, but it's like the Monster Hunter world of this generation. Which I mean it is, because it literally is Monster Hunter Wilds, Monster Hunter World, right? But like how Monster Hunter World was a really like transformative experience back on like its console generation. I mean, it was huge. I don't know if you guys remember it, but playing Monster Hunter Worlds is like playing an entirely different game. Like there was nothing that looked that damn good at the time. And it played awesome. It was so fun. It was like, it felt like the longest game I'd ever played in my life. It was, you know, jam-packed with content. You had events that were going on constantly. They're still going on right now. They're still going on right now. Even talking about Monster Hunter World makes me want to go back and play more Monster Hunter World, because it's just like that damn good of a game. But it really does feel like this is one of those games where, you know, Larian Studios brought this up. Their CEO, Sven Vinka, had brought this up, I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, or earlier this year. And he said he felt like we still haven't had that game that like defined the generation, right? I think this might actually be that game. But realize like Baldur's Gate is definitely one of those games as well. But I mean, like visually, aesthetically, and mechanically, this looks like it is that game. Like this just looks so damn good to look at. So damn good to look at. All right, let's see the real weapon. Is this greatsword? Yeah. Oh yeah. Suitable for hit and run tactics or even guarding, greatsword is highly adaptable. Okay. I really think the focus mode, like in general, looking at a lot of the things that they're changing with Monster Hunter, I'm seeing just how much more accessible they're trying to make the game. Which is crazy because that like Monster Hunter World brought a lot of people into playing Monster Hunter. It brought a lot of people in. I made a video about this. It didn't really get that much traction, sadly enough. It was a good video, though. You should go watch it. My Monster Hunter World, or Monster Hunter Wilds video was really, really good. I'm really sad that it didn't do well. It's just a really good video. But in it, one of the things that I bring up is how I believe that Monster Hunter Wilds is basically going to have the exact same effect that World did, where World invited like this huge group of people into the franchise. I think that Wilds is going to do it yet again. So almost treating like Monster Hunter World was kind of like a taste, right? It got some people in. Now that we're coming around the bend and we're coming to Wilds, it's going to bring back the people that played Monster Hunter World, and it's going to bring their friends with them. So this should, I think that this actually might end up being, because I can't see Monster Hunter Wilds not delivering. I just can't. It's just one of those games I just can't see fucking it up. And as long as it doesn't do that, I think this might be Capcom's highest selling game of all time. I really do. I think it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive. Focus mode is trading damage for accuracy. No, focus mode is actually just highlighting areas where it's basically giving you a little bit of extra time to aim. But focus mode also shows you, see, it says use focus mode to see the monster's weak points and wounds, which is really nice because then you can see like where they're the most damaged. I like that. I like that a lot. It makes it easier for you to be able to, you know, pick up on where you're trying to continue to, you know, break something or chop something off. Plane. What a guard. Right in the ass. Yeah, God, it looks so good. It's just visually the game is so stunning, and the character animations, I think what's really impressive, so you guys probably aren't paying attention to this. I want you guys to watch this trailer again, but now I want you guys to pay attention to their clothes. Pay attention to the physics of their clothes. There's something that we're getting really close to that I really appreciate in games today, which is not like super high-end fidelity. It's things within the world that are reacting in a way that you would imagine that they would, right? Like clothes swaying the way that they should and stuff like that. Watch the animations and watch how his clothes move. Like, it's very natural to, like, the motions that he's making. The fabric movement is insane. And while that does not add anything to the overall experience, or sorry, it does add something to the overall experience. It doesn't make it a great game by having just something like that. It's just one of those, like, quality trademarks that are just really cool because it just makes you feel that much more comfortable when playing a game, when the game actually reacts like a realistic world. It's so cool. It's so cool. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so this is focus mode. All right. Yep. Okay, focus mode highlights the wounds. Good fabric movement equals 30 FPS locked on consoles. Fuck them. This one's coming out PC day one, baby. Sorry. Attacking wounds to deal more damage than normal. Yep. Oh, okay. I do kind of wish that Monster Hunter had better numbers, better damage numbers. I'm a big fan of damage numbers. I just like it when they look good. And I would like to see, especially because you're not doing like a shitload of hits all at once with a lot of these weapons as well. It would be kind of nice to have some like more defined damage numbers. Using focus mode to zero in on a monster's weakness would deal major damage. Well, yeah, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm so excited for this game. 2025, man. 2025. I'd imagine it's probably going to be early 2025. It's probably going to be January or February if I had to take a wild guess. What do you guys think? Slow and clunky? What's slow and clunky? Demo in late August, early September. Sick. In before Monster Hunter forces Avowed to delay again. I love the excuse they give that it's too packed of a it's too packed and they want to like spread it out. It's like, bro, just say that the game is what I just saw. I mean, Monster Hunter is not for everybody, man. I fucking love Monster Hunter though. I love it. Yeah, it is slow. It is a slower game and the controls are relatively clunky, but once you get into it, you're into it and that's it. I would say that Monster Hunter in a lot of ways is probably not the most attractive for people that have never played it before. They look at it and go, well, this isn't like very fluid. And, you know, especially when you get into it and you first start playing it, you're not used to it because you don't aim it. You don't like have auto aim or anything like that when you're fighting monsters. So it's more about like timing your inputs and positioning your character the right way and predicting monster attacks and stuff like that. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. I will say though, if for a lot of people they're like slow and clunky, one thing that I will say is like there's some classes that don't play like that at all. Twin Blades, Insect Glaive. Bow is pretty fast, isn't it? Like just regular bow. I think what else? There's a couple of them that play pretty quick. Sword and Shield, yeah, Sword and Shield's pretty fast. Bow is fluid, yeah, Bow's pretty fluid. Bow's like a dance. Bow's crazy, actually. I remember I played Bow just like to test it out or something like that, and I'm like, man, this is wild. Your character's like sliding, shooting. It plays like Warframe. Endgame Bow is insane. Yeah, it was too much for me. Too much for me. When it clicks for you, you be addicted. Yeah, so I think that's definitely the thing when it comes to Warframe. I think for a lot, or not Warframe, what did I say? I think that's so true for games like Monster Hunter. Because when I initially saw Monster Hunter over the years, I just didn't see why people would like it. I played Monster Hunter Try, I think, and I didn't like it, and I ended up returning the game because I just didn't enjoy it. And mostly just because I got to this quest, I think, in Monster Hunter Try, where I had to carry a Kulu-Yaku egg, and I kept fucking dropping it. And I hated it, and it pissed me off, and then I got rid of the game. I said, fuck this. No, I'm not playing this. I'm not playing this anymore. This is stupid. And that was it. That was the end of my Monster Hunter journey until Monster Hunter World. And then when I played Monster Hunter World, I got that same Kulu-Yaku egg again, and I was like, not again. I did complete that. I did complete that quest though. So I got through it in the end. So I wanted to comment on this. I saw this just because like I get tons of comments like these as well, right? The guy had commented on Force's video, and it says, "Man, I have to say I'm disappointed with your content these days. You D-ride, right? You D-ride, so you dick ride and put bad reviews on games like The First Descendant, mostly because you personally don't like it." And then you promote games like this that are pushing wokeness crap. Sigh, how far have you fallen? How much further are you going to fall? You're getting desperate for content these days, man. This is fucking wild. This is wild. This is so. I mean, like, we're gonna watch the Warhammer 40K Space Marines trailer. It's literally like, okay, wait, context, man, context. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some context. So there are people that aren't happy with Warhammer 40K. Okay, because Warhammer 40K as a brand has made some decisions to retcon some things that pissed off a lot of players, and they didn't like it, and they handled it poorly, and then now the game is woke, right? Regardless of the fact that people are out there right now that are just making games that may or may not include whatever elements those people are saying. There is no confirmation that any of those woke elements exist in Warhammer 40K. there's no confirmation of that. Okay, so all he says is like, I played the game and it's awesome, and I played as this big hulking dude in armor. Like he says right here, someone please explain to me what part of the 7 foot tall hulking. My God. Someone please explain to me what part of the 7 foot tall hulking space marines hacking and slashing their way through never-ending hordes of xenomorphs is woke. I'm lost. And he's so he's so right about this. Female custodes, that's what it was, right? That was the change that was made, that was retconned in Warhammer 40K lore, but that doesn't really have anything to do with this game. This game has been in creation for years, right? They've been developing this game for years. So this isn't the game that's doing that, and just because it's attached to a brand that does do those things, if that was the case, then nobody, like, you know, how many things has Wizards of the Coast done that people don't like? Where are the people getting mad about people promoting Baldur's Gate 3? But this is the brain rot that I'm talking about, where it's like, okay, so look, you're welcome to criticize things that you don't like in games. You're welcome to criticize brands that you don't like. But you can't really criticize this because you don't even know if it exists there in the first place. And then now you're saying it because what? You got your first descendant that has your fucking, you know, big old Korean booties in it. And because he didn't like it and it's not a good game, you put in quotes, don't like it. Like, it's so weird that, like, it's an opinion about a video game, dog. Homie's reviewing a video game. He's reviewing a video game. He's saying whether or not he does or doesn't like something. But apparently, you don't like it. No, like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the First Descendant. I think that the combat is cool. I think that the boss fights were good. But outside of that, it's too shallow of a game for me to want to sign up for because there's just not a lot of effort put into it. The story was absolutely ass. The characters are ass. I mean, the characters are mostly ass, actual ass. The character progression and all that stuff was completely ripped from another game and then made worse because of monetization. The drop rates for everything were ripped from another game but then made worse for monetization. When you go to crack relics, you can't even pick from other people's rewards or run all 4 people using the exact same to make sure you have a higher chance of getting what you want to get in the first place. Like, literally, it's just worse Warframe, but with more ass. Somehow. Which is actually kind of crazy to say. I don't really like it. No. Maybe it gets better over time, and then I do enjoy it. The general gameplay, I think, is pretty good, but I think it's completely safe to say that just because it's something that goes against what the common narrative a lot of people see are ruining games today, doesn't necessarily mean that you need to sign up and say it's the greatest game ever. If you don't like the game, you don't like the game. It's so weird to me. You know what it is, man? You know what it is? There's nothing more that frustrates me. So you know what? Okay. I wonder if I could even find it. What video was it on? Where's this fucking brain rot at? I'll you know what? He shares his brain rot. I'll share mine. History. No, not history. Let's go to my channel. My videos. Okay, here we go. I bet it's in here. I'm not going to read this guy's entire comment because it's really not worth my time to do so. But this gentleman right here goes in and he says he just wants to start by talking about how people that take the middle ground, like somebody that a lot of people would like to deem a fence sitter, which is people hate fence sitters, right? Because that means you're not on my side. You might not be on the other side, but you're also not on my side. And that frustrates people. They don't like that people can't choose between, white and black or green and red. What are you talking about? You have your own opinions that are more complex and nuanced other than yes or no. What? How dare you? How dare you? And he says he kind of goes into it, and he's just like, you know, opposing the woke ideology is just that. Most people, if not all I talk to, whether in person, over the internet, and YouTubers, have an understanding that there is a reason to be against it. They may not know everything or how deep it goes, but at least, but they at least see the uncomfortable, ugly truth that that if the wokies have their way, and that's enough for me. And then he goes into his like, you know, his conspiracy rant or whatever that he kind of goes into, and then I give the worst response somebody like me could ever get, which is funny. Which is funny. And I just say, choosing extremes comes to extreme outcomes. Why would I side with ideologically charged sides when neither one is wholly right or wholly wrong? Just because you believe your side is justified, so do those that you oppose. Swap woke and LGBT issues for fascist and phobic, and y'all literally sound the same. There you go. That's what my opinion is. So that's really what this comes down to, is that when people don't see that you are ideologically staking your ground on their side of whatever some issue is, they have a problem with it. Their NPC brain fucking short circuits, and they're like, wait a minute, you're not on Team Red? You're not on Team Blue? Yeah! You have nuanced opinions about things? And then they try to hit me with some type of, what is it? What's the insult they hit me with? Enlightened centrist. Oh, you're one of those enlightened centrists. Is that supposed to be an insult? Like that sounds pretty good, actually. That sounds pretty good. Like, damn. That sounds like I unlocked my what was it, like fifth chakra, sixth chakra? I don't know what that statement is. My third eye. I have ascended. No, I just don't have any interest in siding with that shit. I just think it's fucking stupid. And they just think it's fucking dumb. One side has to be right. No, how about neither one of your sides are right, and instead the people that have common sense and can think independently are the ones that are right, and you're the ones that are wrong. It just so happens that there are so many stupid fucking people in the world that they outweigh the rest of the people that can actually have you can formulate a solid thought and opinion, right? That's really what it kind of comes down to. Oh man, but yeah, this shit aggravates me. I totally understand where he's coming from with that. Oh, this is another thing that aggravates me. Why don't I just stay mad at this point? I picked up on this because Bucky, Palworld Bucky, is the one that actually ended up commenting on it. So this guy says, hashtag Palworld versus hashtag Helldivers 2 Steam stats. Welcome to the age of meme gaming, where you seek to burn bright and strong, but you know you'll burn up fast no matter what. And then so you say something inflammatory, right? You say something incredibly inflammatory, and then when people come in and comment on it, especially the developers of said game, and also other commentators within the industry, your response is, thanks to everybody for weighing in on this. Please check my pinned comment tweet for more gaming content. I love the internet / you all. You fucking idiot. Fucking rage baiter. Is Palworld really a meme game, though? Is Helldivers? Both are meme games because people enjoyed them. They were popular. I don't get it. Both offer you an experience that a lot of people enjoy, and both still enjoy a very healthy player base. Palworld isn't a live game and can be enjoyed alone or with friends in co-op, so does concurrent player count even matter? Have we really burned up as Helldivers? As long as both games sorry. As long as both games are, as long as both games continue to be developed, and as long as someone is enjoying them, then surely it's a win. Why even compare them? Which is the fucking true. And he's like, sorry you feel somehow offended. All the love of us just playing games, making games. Man, fuck you, dog. Coward. Like this is some fucking coward behavior. Holy shit. Holy backpedal. Yeah, what is this? What is it? What is it? You come out with some heat saying, look at these games, meme games, just gonna burn fast and then burn out. And then the the community manager for Pal World comes out and says something. Dude's just like, no, I actually really like these games. Man, fuck you, dude. It's just, I don't know. Like, I don't understand why people feel the need to compare games like these and be on these like player count death cults where it's like Pal World was a global sensation. It popped off. Everybody got in, played the game, completed what content was in the game, had fun with their friends and played the game, did their thing. Now they're just chilling. If you notice right here, there was a little pickup where the game jumped back up to about 100,000 concurrent players for a little while because they introduced new content to the game. And seeing as this game also isn't a live service game, this 40,000 player peak is likely a full interchange of entirely different players that are coming in to play it. You don't need to worry about how many people are actively playing Pal World every single day because Pal World's not the kind of game that survives on people actively playing it every single day. That's not how this works. Pal World's not that kind of game. Pal World does not need to have 2 million players playing it every day for this game to be a success. This game is already a success because there were 2 million players that had played it when it released. And actually it got up to like 25 million players. So 25 million players outside of the people actually that were downloading it off of Game Pass or anything like that. They made boatloads of money. They made a ton of money, and they're absolutely doing just fine. It's just so weird. It's so weird. And then the same thing goes for Helldivers 2. Again, while Helldivers 2 is a live service game, it is a live service game that is, for the most part, considerably scaled back in comparison to what we would see for a competitive shooter, for a MMO, for anything like that. That's just not like, this number here is not what this game was made to be able to do or what they had in the scope of what they planned on being able to give to players at the end of the day. Helldivers 2, at launch, they had planned to have 40,000 concurrent players day one. That's what they thought they were going to get. That was the peak they thought they would see. They didn't think they were going to get anything more than that. They thought 40,000 players was going to be the peak, and that they would probably see the game chill out at around like 15 or 10K, or maybe even around what Helldivers 1 is at right now, which is like, 1,500 players or so, or 100 players or so. And then it'll peak up when there's more content that gets added, and then it goes back down, and that's just what this is. As long as they got their ROI and people had fun playing it, that's a win. That just is a win. They got their return on investment for sure. They're still profitable for sure. So it just doesn't make any sense why people are obsessing over these games that they're not even fucking playing in the first place. Psychologist, Master of Arts, game design. Yeah, I don't believe any of that shit. I don't believe any of that shit. Not for a fucking second. Not for a second. I'm already mad. I don't even know if I can handle this next one. At Legendary Drops, have you seen Ubisoft bribe some influencer? Do we have proof of that? Who's talking about it? Oh, I did actually Google that already. I tried to find something on it a while ago because I saw Asmongold. I saw he had a video of it, and I was gonna watch it. And then, but I didn't see any I didn't see that. This is the problem. Why is there no search results? Why is there no search results on news? So, like, no news sites covering this at all? Does Google own Ubisoft? DeviantArt? That's definitely not what we're looking for. BitChute? Oh, it's just some random dude's tweet. I don't know. Like, the problem is, like, the only place that I've seen cover it was, like, people on YouTube. Asmongold covered it some time ago. Yeah, I tried looking stuff up on it because I wanted to figure out what was going on with it, but... Why would they cover this? Why would who cover this? I would imagine any gaming news site would pick up on it if it was a story we're talking about. They bribed them with a trip to Disney? I mean, that's pretty common, though. Like, not necessarily like the trip to Disney, but, I mean, think about it like this, right? You guys are, so okay, I'm going to give you guys some context, right? Warframe, Digital Extremes flew me out to TennoCon. Am I bribed? So here's the thing. This is the way that I want you to look at it. The only reason I would ever like try to cover or talk about something like that or entertain the idea that you guys are kind of giving is that like there has to be an explicit exchange. There has to be an explicit exchange. That's the thing that's like, I can grant it that it gives you room to question, right? It gives you room to question because you can go, well, you know, they sent him on this trip. I will say this. It gives plenty of room to question because you're looking like, what the fuck does going to Disney have to do with, you know, content creators covering a game, right? Whether they're going to stream it or review it or whatever it is, right? But the problem is that if you're a little bit too vague with it, then all of a sudden you can add in anything else as well. Because you could even throw it in there and be like, well, if you got the game for free, you know, if a developer sent you the game for free, then, you know, then you're compromised. But I mean, that's just how you do reviews in most cases. There's only a few games that I've ever gotten for free. Very few. Most times I refuse it. Just because personally for me, I would rather cover something from like the perspective of somebody that sacrificed money to buy it. I feel like it just puts a little bit of extra something in there. Because if I feel like I wasted my money, it really comes out in my videos and my scripts. Isn't that make your review little bias? Will it? What do you think? At the end of the day, whatever I say won't matter because it's going to be your opinion. If you think that I'm somebody that can be compromised, that's on you. I can't tell you anything otherwise. There's nothing for me to tell or even to prove, and I have no interest in proving it to anybody either. I have my own personal ethics that I run by. I could give a fuck less what other people think about me. I'm telling you right now, if a developer came to me, if a developer came to me and said, "Hey, we want you to review, what is it, Star Wars Outlaws? We're going to send you to Disneyland." I would review Star Wars Outlaws, and I would go to Disneyland. Would it make the review any better or worse? No, because I have to, like when it comes to my videos, because the problem is that, like, regardless of any sponsorships that I have, like, I have my own personal ethics that I run by for my brand. So I can't do something that doesn't fit my brand. Otherwise, it comes off as disingenuous to my audience. And if it's disingenuous to my audience, then they're going to go, wait a minute, this isn't the content that I signed up for, and they're not going to watch it. So, like, I can't do something that goes directly against what is the easiest thing for me to do. And the easiest thing for me to do is be myself. Faking liking something, I can't do that shit. I'm sorry. I can't fucking do it. I can't. Can you link that earlier video? I already linked it earlier. Yeah, so, like, at the end of the day, like, no matter what, here's the thing, like, sponsorships or not, players, well, I mean, in this case, it's video game players, but, like, viewers in general are going to come to their own conclusions on things. You're going to come to whatever you believe, whether or not you think somebody can or cannot be compromised, right? Like, no matter what I say or what I do, it doesn't really matter. Like, and the same thing goes for those people as well. But to be honest with you, like, if a developer came to me and said, hey, we want to bring you out to this, like, exclusive thing, and we're going to take you to these fancy dinners, and you're going to go to Disneyland and all this stuff, and I was like, okay, so what's the premise of this? And they said it's just a promotion. I'm like, okay, like, you want me to review your game? Is that what it is? And then they go, well, yeah. And then I say, okay, well, just know that anything that you're doing isn't going to affect what my review is, right? And they said, well, we would hope that you would positively review it. And it's like, no. Like, not like without any criticism. Like, that's like my main thing, is that, like, I ask that. I say, so you want me to cover your game? And they say yes. And I say, okay, what are the stipulations? We want you to make sure that you mention, these mechanics and these things like that, whatever it might be. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And I'm like, for a video, like a full video or something like that, like a review or whatever it might be, then I go, are there limitations on how I can criticize? And if they say yes, then I say I can't do the video. That's it. Like, it's really as simple as that. Is there limitations on my criticisms? Yes. You can't say anything negative. Oh, okay, then I can't do the video. Like, simple as that. I'm not going to say I like something when I don't like something. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm a fucking horrible liar, so I just can't fucking do it. And it's just not as fun either. Did DE continue to ask you to continue being honest? No, they actually said I need to lie and say that their game is awesome and that I like it. The fuck do you think? The best part is that, like, even trying to come to that kind of conclusion to begin with, of, like, whether it would change my opinion going to TennoCon, I already liked the game. Like, there's nothing to change. It's not like I'm gonna go there and be like, now I like Warframe. Like, I fucking liked it already. I already liked it already. Did you not see my 200-hour review? That was well before they ever invited me to TennoCon. Maybe this is the problem with most gaming journalists. You know what the thing is? Here's the funny thing, is that I saw a really good comment the other day about how difficult it is to be somebody in the news, because news journalists, whether that is written media or like cable news or whatever, they are held to a higher standard, yet also respected less than content creators, who are held to a lower standard, but are loved more, believed more, and have no standards at all by which they have to follow, other than saying that when they've been paid for a sponsorship. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that crazy? Now, mind you, they made the bed that they live in, right? They made the bed that they live in. We're just regular people turning on a microphone and a fucking camera, okay? I don't know what to tell you about that. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. Well, but it is fucked up. It is weird because, like, technically, content creators can say whatever the fuck they want to. And there's really nothing that, like, other than their audience that can hold them accountable. Which I think that is one of the other differences as well, though. Is that something that we see that happens in content creation that doesn't happen in other media is that the audience holds the content creators accountable to the point where even they will sometimes birth content creators to take out the other content creators in some way or something like that, right? The Tucker Carlson? Tucker Carlson? Oh, yeah. Fox News guy. Of the world has pissed in the pool so many times now that they have to bathe in it. Oh, it's not just them. It's all of them. It's all media personalities on television. It's all media personalities on television. Like, they actually have journalistic standards, and some of those are even in law that they have to follow that YouTubers don't have to follow. And for the most part, we can say whatever the fuck we want, right? Creators have been shilling for years now. I mean, you have to, like, the thing is that you have to, I'm so fucking drama adverse. Like, I just don't want to have to deal with anything like that. That when I look around and I see, you know, people that shill for something undercover and try to hide something, like, that's just not anything I would ever want to have to deal with, especially when that kind of stuff comes to light. Like, that's just, oh, God. I'd never want to be seen again. So I just avoid that kind of stuff entirely. There are reviews from a game review I mean, what the hell? What? There were a review from a game review. I don't know what you mean by that. Another difference, journalists are supposed to report on facts while content creators share opinions. That's also true as well. And then we're usually downstream of information, right? We're downstream information. So we're catching what's coming through the river. And what ends up happening is that a lot of times like media, just because like standard media has been dying, it's been dying for a long time, right? Because of the way that standard media has been dying over the years, it has led them to be more bombastic, more salacious, doing whatever they can to be able to like grab your attention. That's why you see it right now. Like, honestly, you look around and you see how like even the government acts, like in the US government or even just world governments, to be honest with you. Like, a lot of it is so unbalanced. It's so like rage baiting, fear baiting, all those kind of things, because they're just trying to get people's attention because of how the internet has taken over. And it's how they're literally incentivized professionally, financially, in every way possible to do whatever they can to grab your attention for a short while. And while in a lot of cases, and here's the thing, it even goes back further than this. It's not even the internet. A lot of people want to blame it on the internet. Honestly, in the case of the US, and this is true for the world in general, the 24-hour news cycle is really what ruined the world. It had nothing to do with the internet. The internet was just something that kind of like kicked it into high gear, but the 24-hour news cycle is really what fucked shit up. Because when you have to make 24 hours of news, you're taking the smallest things that are happening in the world and you're blowing them up to, massive sizes to try to get as much attention as you possibly can and continue to entertain people in some way. Do you think game journos can redeem their reputation at this point? With more transparency, with videos and stuff like that. I think the more that they get involved in like making videos and things like that, the better off they're going to be. It's one of those things when I look at like IGN, like they kind of like dance with the good ideas and then they don't really follow through with it. Some other channels do, but they're not marketed as well as they probably should be. Like Skill Up's co-hosts that he has on his podcast, Friends Per Second. I think both of them work for GameSpot, and they do news sections on GameSpot's YouTube channel, but it doesn't really get a whole lot of viewership. It gets a little bit, but not a lot. And I think that's actually how it's all marketed and packaged, and it's not very personal. It's very like G4 news, like back in the day with like G4 TV, like news style stuff like that. I don't know if it's like a redemption thing or if that's even necessary or not. So I saw this. It's coming. Isn't it crazy how, like, you could go back and there are clips of me talking about these things. I think we probably even have shorts on this channel of me talking about these things happening. Avowed? No. Advertisements for for McDonald's on your dashboard for your Xbox. Like, you're paying for the online service to play on Xbox Live. You're paying for the internet. You're paying for the probably Xbox Game Pass. I'd imagine this person probably has Xbox Game Pass as well. You paid for the console, right? You paid for the TV that it's on. Yet still these motherfuckers get to use your platform to advertise. I'm surprised it's taken them this long. I don't think people recognize that we're probably only like a year away from them trying to inject this into games. And if you don't buy like certain versions of games or sign up for certain tiers of programs, then your games are going to have ads in the game. So like every hour and a half, your game will be interrupted with an advertisement. It's going to happen. It's not like conspiracy theory. No, like it's going to happen. Why wouldn't they? They're just going to make more money and you're still going to buy it. And people will. Like, I shouldn't say you're still going to buy it. That's not how I should say it. People will still buy it, which then will erase your ability to vote for your wallet, to vote with your wallet, because the vast majority of them are going to probably outweigh the people that have common sense. FIFA has used ads in the game. Yep. Yeah, FIFA's used it. 2K's used it in the past. Madden's used it in the past. They sneak it in because they try to make it sound like it's making the game more immersive, right? It's an immersive experience, guys. It's like if you're watching football on the TV, right? We get to play the ads. But they got backlash? Yeah, but the problem is it's still in some of those games anyway. Yeah. I mean, this just sucks, dude. Because the thing is like right now it's right here. Right? I can ignore it. It's not that big of a deal. People are gonna get upset about it. This is gonna, people are gonna comment about it. It's just a game. It's not just a gaming box. Well, it's not an eating box. And look, you already have people making, this is the best part. You already have people excusing it. People worry about the dashboard way too much. What it looks like, what's on it, etc. It's just a dashboard. Click your game and go play. Holy shit. What did I tell? Do you see how, like, just a minute ago, how I said that you will be outvoted? Yeah. I understand this more if it was some kind of cross-platform or cross-promotion. Like, buy a McDonald's meal and get a Ronald McDonald Warzone skin or some shit like that. I've never seen that before. All the ads been either Fortnite, COD, or gaming related stuff. Yeah, people are just gonna roll over, man. I think it's just crazy. Like, I think the crazy thing is to see people that defend it instead. Like, it would be one thing if you saw people hop in there and be like, you know, I don't really care about it, right? Like the people that just kind of pass it by, they just, whatever, I don't really give a shit about it. But to see people actually actively defend it is like a completely different thing. Who are you defending? The corporation that you paid your money to buy the console in the first place? Why do you need to be on their team? Because they sure as the fuck aren't on yours. Never have been. Never will be. You're just a talking wallet, dog. And now you're talking for them. It's so weird. It's so weird. God, that is so weird. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? How stupid are you? Do you go to sleep at night and like have like a picture of like Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and Bill Spencer under your pillow? What are you doing? Like, I think that there's a difference because you see some people that are out there that are like, oh man, you know, it would be really good to, I don't know, like, oh, you know, these companies have to make money. Maybe it's going to be able to, you know, maybe it benefits the user in some way, but it fucking doesn't. That's the worst part about these kind of like ads and stuff like that they want to put into, whether it's like the dashboard on Xbox or it's anything else. The problem is that this doesn't do anything to enhance the user experience. It does nothing. Absolutely nothing to enhance the user experience. And at the exact same time, these motherfuckers just increase the price on your Game Pass. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn, man. Damn. I am so happy I got away from them motherfuckers as quick as I did. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Imagine being parasocial over brands. Yeah. Yeah. When we have brain implants, we'll have ads in our brain. Yeah, we probably will. Yeah, we probably will. Not just increase the price of Game Pass, but remove some features too. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's really funny. So my clips editor, who's been sadly unable to be able to make clips lately. He had messaged me because he had saw the news where Xbox had made, you know, 2 separate plans and they removed features from one, so they made like the poor people's plan and then the, you know, the people that have money's plan. And he was like, "Holy shit!" He's like, "You were right," because he had made a like a clip of it at one point, and it literally what I said in the clip that we had posted was the exact thing that ended up happening. And he's like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Dude, it's common sense. So of course it's gonna happen. Of course it's gonna happen. In theory, it should reduce the cost to customers, but we know it won't happen. Yeah, of course it didn't, because they implemented these ads in after they made the new tiers. So what they did is that they made 2 new tiers. So one tier has to spend more money, and then the other tier can, you know, spend the same amount of money, but they won't get games day 1 anymore. And then also both tiers get ads. Fucking genius. Infinite money glitch. Infinite money glitch. It's so good. It's so good. Can't beat it. All right, let's see this. I'm excited to see this. I haven't watched anything on Warhammer or on the Space Marine 2, so I want to see what this is.
Your mission is to use the stored promethium in the refinery to destroy the enemy's swarm. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the blast zone. Emperor, preserve us all.
So from what I understand, it has multiple classes.
He has clearly served long and with distinction.
Is it 4-player co-op, I wonder? I think it is, right?
I have been dying to carve up some Xenos.
Okay. Animations look good. I wish that they weren't like jumping from character to character so much. I'd rather you just kind of control one character. It's a little bit jarring. I think this is multiplayer, yeah. I know the game is multiplayer. Carnifex. Holy, okay. Hell yeah. Could you please just focus on one character for a second? Environments look really good. Combat looks pretty clean. Boss animations are pretty solid. It's kind of more what you would expect from like a third-person adventure game or like a hack and slash game or something. Almost kind of like MMO style mechanics, because it actually has like the same thing kind of goes for that. Like how he has his ability to like drop the flag down and like heal everybody's shields. That's really cool. Like it has almost kind of like RPG mechanics. Right? It has almost RPG mechanics. I like that a lot, actually. Okay. The same thing goes for his like RPG mechanics for like the tells, like boss tells and stuff like that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that.
Take heart. The flame will stand against them better than any wall. Time to teach them fear.
Yeah, the environmental detail is fucking sick. Holy shit. It's a very pretty game. Just joined. What game is this? This is Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Librarian where? True. True.
Good. They come. I wondered how I might pass the time.
What are they doing? Oh, they're waiting for them to get into like a... Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love how chaotic it looks. Like, just like how many monsters there are on screen. I did hear from a couple of people that the overall performance of the game, like what they played on PC, was like super clean. Like more than you would probably expect from a game like this with as many things that are going on. Hell yeah. Immediately just covered in like buckets of blood. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be real. This looks really good. I'm gonna be real. This actually looks like a lot of fun. I'm in on this. Doubly hyped for the PvE co-op mode. Game made by Russians, so hard pass. I don't know what that has to do with anything. There's plenty of countries that are out there that I don't agree with the actions of their other people, but I do not. I don't really give a shit when it comes to a video game. I don't care. I don't care what country makes the game. If it's a good game, I'm gonna play it. So fucking sick. Holy shit, looks good. Holy shit, looks good. When you live under shelling, you start to care. Yeah, I mean, like that's just a difference in that's a difference in perspective, right? Difference in perspective. If I was in if my country was in active conflict with another country, and it was something that, you know, obviously was a part of my life, that'd be a different story. But in this case, it doesn't really affect me. But I get where you're coming from. People are completely welcome to have those kind of opinions. I want them to give us some nukes, maybe.
Excellent work. Move to extract.
Versus mode? Oh, so there's actually going to be PvP too, huh? 4v4, is that what it is? What was Gears of War 1 and 2? How many players were those? Was that 4v? I don't think that was 4v4. I thought it was like 5v5. 5v5 or 6v6. Can't remember.
I am executing the Emperor's will, arm to arm with his finest. Holds the advantage. Engage on our terms only.
Okay. Like King of the Hill? Is that what this is? Or like Domination or something? Hell yeah. Alright. Yeah, this is very Gears of War-esque combat. Alright. I'll be real, I mean, for a game like this is kind of the direction that you'd want to go in, right? Like, you just want to make Gears of War, but like Warhammer. Because, I mean, Gears of War is already inspired by Warhammer, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't know how PvP in a game like this will go over, because I just feel like most people are used to something a little bit faster than this. This is one of the reasons why I don't think that, like, even though like I think that a new Gears of War game, the new Gears that they're making is going to do well. I think it's going to do well for its campaign, but I just don't see the multiplayer in games like these doing well, because I think people are just used to something with more speed. More speed and more speed and faster consequences. Or like super fast, but like super high or super low time to kill as well. Gears can be played pretty fast, honestly. Yeah, if you're bouncing across walls like a fucking maniac, and it looks garbage when people do that. And I also hate when people do that. Wall sliding and shit. I don't like that. Wall banging. Mm-mm. I think the overall gameplay itself, like character animations, the weapons, the like the particle or like the blood effects and stuff like that, I think all of it looks really good. I'm not really sold on the PvP part. Like, I'll play it and see how I like it, but I like overall, I think it looks really good. I think it's come together really well. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't this the studio that was also supposed to be working on isn't this the studio supposed to be working on I thought these guys are supposed to be... Who is this? Who made this? Saber. Saber Interactive. If I'm not mistaken, Saber was also supposed to be the ones that are working on the KOTOR remake. Can somebody fact check me on that? I wonder what Legendary Drops thinks about the First Ascendant. I've kind of already talked about it in stream today, so I don't really want to like have to like revisit it all the way. I mean, if you're just asking for like my honest opinion on it, what I think about it, it's it takes all of the great parts of Warframe and throws them out the door to be able to try to make money. That's what my opinion is. I think that there's certain things that it does better in some ways, but I think that because of the fact that they took their they took their monetization model and their progression model, and then just Asper and Saber both have touched the KOTOR remake. Oh, okay. He made a video. Go watch it. Who made a video? Go watch it. IGN Saber Interactive CEO says KOTOR remake is alive and well. Yeah, I know. I saw that a long time ago. So yeah, I was right. I was right. See, I have good memory. Bam! I don't forget shit. Okay? I don't forget nothing. What about Once Human? I like Once Human a lot, actually. I like Once Human a lot. I haven't been able to play it as much as I want to, just because like the problem is that with me traveling and stuff with Once Human, I didn't really get the chance to play, and the season got away from me, and then also the people I was playing with got away from me, so then it just becomes difficult to play. It becomes less fun to play. It's one of the things that I kind of recognize about I think they're so one of the things that bothers me, and I think that I'm right in believing this, I think this is how this works. If I'm not mistaken, when you go to matchmake for dungeons, you're matchmaking with your server, not across the entire game. And if that's the case, that means that if your whole server is far ahead of you, then chances are they are not going to party up or are going to not be trying to matchmake for that dungeon that you're trying to do, which means that you can't find people to play with, means you have to solo it or find people to do it with you, and those are both not very great situations to be in. Like, I think soloing some of the bosses in Once Human is doable, but it's not necessarily fun. Also, new map every 2 months sounds insane. Yeah, I think they need to do the same thing that I think they need to do the same thing that Diablo 4 does and have a seasonal realm and then permanent realms. Oh, watching multiple streams. Holy shit, that's fucking crazy. What conversations are you in? Watch the comparison today. Doubling mod energy in Warframe would cost you $1.20. If you don't want to farm it in TFD, it's $20. Yeah. You can very easily get things. And here the thing is it's not even just that. So it's like it's the Forma, but not only is it the Forma, it's really the ultimate and like ultimate weapons, because their drop rates are considerably lower. And then also at the exact same time, they take out the really cool, fun community building mechanic of being able to choose rewards from somebody else's pool if your relic doesn't give you what you're looking for. It takes out the ability for you to coordinate a group and we all take the same relics so that we all get the thing that we want. That makes it where there's no wasted time. Pay to win games, they fucking love wasting your time, because wasting your time is likely to make you feel like you want to go and spend money. Warframe doesn't waste your time. No matter what you're doing in that game, you're never wasting your time. You're always moving towards another goal. Maybe it's a different goal. Maybe it's not the goal that you're trying to go after, but you're still able to progress other things at the same time you're trying to progress one. Inventory management is painful in TFD. You don't even have inventory management in fucking Warframe. Unless it's the Silver Grove. Well, okay, yeah, that's a waste of time. That is actually true. That is actually true. 8-hour Forma build in First Ascendant. I mean, hey, crafting timers is awesome. Guess what's more awesome than that? My money. My money and my time. My money and my time, because it definitely takes a hell of a lot longer to be able to farm a. Can you farm those? Yeah, I think you can farm in the game. It takes a hell of a lot longer to farm anything in the First Ascendant than it does in Warframe. The other thing is too, when it comes to the First Ascendant, is that like, even though I like there's things in the fucking gameplay that drive me crazy. Like how the fact that there are so many classes that are built with short range abilities, but 90% of the gameplay is at long range. So it just feels really weird that I need to run in on you and then use my abilities. Like it's very, very weird. It's just weird, man. I don't know. It just doesn't, it fucks up the rhythm of gameplay. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to really unlock the like the poison character, because I think she doesn't actually use anything like that. I think she's just full range. And it does, yes, it does have that generic cookie cutter Unreal 5 look to it. Yes, it does. Art wise, I think that they went as generic as possible and then just went with like butt crack and like as much almost body parts showing. We'll say it like that. From what I've seen of TFD gameplay, it doesn't seem like the class's descendants are distinct from one another. They are, actually. I actually think that the general class design itself is good. The abilities themselves actually look really good. The only thing I don't like is just like how much it messes with the rhythm, because the things don't work like how you would think they would be intended to. And it's mostly because they didn't include melee. So since there's no melee in the game, you're really not incentivized to run up on enemies in the first place, other than just to do like a punch, just a super punch, and then that's it. That's all you have. You can't do anything else. So there really isn't much of an incentive for you to be right up on them. While Warframe has a lot of characters that have short range abilities, Warframe also has melee. So, you know, short range abilities make a little bit more sense when you actually can melee. Someone told me the Descendant grind is way better than Warframe. They can shut the fuck up. They're so lying. It's so easy to get primes. It's so insanely easy to get a prime. It's unreal how easy it is. I was blown away the first time that somebody was like, "Oh, you just crack relics to get a prime," and I was like, "Oh, okay." And they're like, "You want to go crack some relics?" And I already had like a ton of relics, right? I was like, "Okay, let's go check that out." And I like immediately got what I was looking for within like an hour. Now, part of that is RNG, but it was also the fact that I ran with a coordinated group of 3 other players, and all of us ran the same relics, and I got what I wanted. Sometimes I've got even faster than that. There's been times where I've gotten a full frame in like 15 minutes. No, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes is the fastest I've ever got a prime. That was with one miss. And then all the other 3 relics all cracked and got me neuroptic systems and chassis. No. I take that back. It was neuroptic systems, chassis, and then the actual blueprint. So yeah, it was 4. 20 minutes. Stop bragging. I mean, it's just sometimes when you fucking streamer account, guys, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they give primes away. That's also another good thing. Yeah, think about that too. With my luck, I usually have to crack 30 to 40. I've never had to. It's never taken me that long. Because I'll put it this way, I'm such an impatient gamer that I will just go trade somebody at that point. If it takes me more than an hour, except for the one time, which I could have overcome it if I wanted to just buy the frame instead. There was the one time, but I did that off stream. I played with people off stream. I think it was like 2 or 3 hours of us trying to get me I can't remember. There was a frame that we were trying to get. You have to get it through doing Railjack. Who's the frame you have to get through Railjack? Sevagoth. Yes, that's who it was. It was Sevagoth. No, it was Sevagoth. I already have Oberon and Ash. Yeah, it was Sevagoth. It took like 2 hours, I think, for us to play or something like that. It was rough. It was fucking rough. We got it, though. We got it. All right, so this video is from Nekrit. If I'm not mistaken, isn't he like one of the main like just overall Riot Games coverage guy? Like he mostly focuses on like League of Legends and stuff like that. So he says Riot's working on another MMO. Somebody suggested this video in the Discord. So we are going to watch this video together. And then after that, we're going to play some Warframe. All right. I just finished farming Varuna. It took me 12 hours. I think somebody gifted me Varuna, if I'm not mistaken.
See, I told you we would be back talking about Riot's MMO.
Oh, here, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. 1 second. Why am I out of coffee? Part of me wants coffee. The other part of me knows I don't need it. Oh, okay. All right, we're good. All right, start this over.
See, I told you we would be back talking about Riot's MMO. Though I thought it would be under different circumstances. Well, if there is something Riot is known for...
This might be a little bit too low, huh? I'm bring him up.
Or it is finding ways of getting... See...
Is that better? Can you hear it now?
I told you we would be back talking about Riot's MMO. Though I thought it would be under different circumstances. Well, if there is something Riot is known for, it is finding ways of getting money and...
Oh, so didn't they, So I remember there was some stuff that they had going around with their other MMOs. So basically they had kind of had it where it was kind of getting close to where they might have been showing some stuff to players and then they walked it back, right? They walked it back a little bit because of something, and they basically started over from square one. I mean, I'm happy that studios still do that, to be honest. Like, I'd rather you do that rather than just try to continue to press forward if, you know, what you have that you were working on didn't pan out to be what you wanted it to be.
Then burning that money in an attempt to evolve gaming. They were arguably the first to break the video game movie curse with Arcane. They
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Arcane was one of the first. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I wouldn't say like necessarily like TV shows and movies though, because like Castlevania came out before Arcane, didn't it? Mortal Kombat is great. True. Mortal Kombat is actually really good. I really like the Mortal Kombat movies. Yeah. Yeah. Greg, aka Ghostcrawler, quit the project to go start his own studio and make his own MMO straight after. So yeah, something happened. Oh, so it must have been some type of internal disagreement, and he was the one leading the MMO, and they didn't like where he wanted to go with it, and he wanted to go on his own to go do something else instead because he thought he liked whatever he was working on, huh? Castlevania was great. Yeah, the Castlevania show was fantastic. Street Fighter was meme-worthy too. Pokemon, yeah. I mean, yeah, true.
They pushed the FPS genre onto a whole new level of fandom with Valorant, which finally forced Valve to do something. And lately they are trying to do something in the fighting game genre with simpler controls, while most of their competition is scaring the casual player base away with complex combos.
Yeah, that is the nature of fighting games. They try to do something with a fighting game to try to bring more players to be able to play it, and then the competitive community comes in and spooks them all away.
So one could argue, at least Riot is not afraid of taking risks and bringing in results after milking their whales. And
I'll say this, I used to be really, really into fighting games for a long time. I was a fighting game nut. Whether it was like Bloody Roar back in the day. I really like Street Fighter. I played a lot of Soul Calibur. I was a big Soul Calibur guy. And then I went to a tournament. I got through like 2 rungs and then just got absolutely demolished. Like I'd never even played the game before. It was so embarrassing. And then I stopped playing fighting games. Stopped. Completely stopped. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to hang it up. I was a teenager at the time. It's like, I have to hang it up, guys. I gotta retire. I'm fucking done. If I didn't already like you after you would say the words Bloody Roar, yeah, Bloody Roar, the 1, 2, and 3 were just fucking insane. I played as Bakuryu, the mole. My buddy would play as Xeno, the Unborn, I believe.
Right now, one of the most hyped games that should theoretically come out of these investments is the Runeterra MMO. A project that's been worked on for a very long time now and which went through a lot of changes. At least, that's what was teased on Twitter. And the good news is that, as far as we know, the MMO is still alive. There are rioters still holding their positions working on the MMO. Even though the latest piece of news was that...
hey all, we know many people are hungry for news about the Riot Games MMO project. And we really appreciate your patience and incredible support you've shown us so far. I'm writing the update today to tell you where we're at. And before anybody panics, yes, we're still working on the game. # League of Legends. Okay.
The game took a step back, so Riot could reassess the MMO genre as a whole to make sure they can actually evolve what is currently available on the MMO market.
So I actually... It's exactly what they need to do, because I don't think... I'm going to be real. Ashes of Creation, I think there's a lot of really cool things that they're trying to do. I don't think it's enough to evolve it into the point where you're going to attract younger audiences. I think that boomers and millennials will really like Ashes of Creation. I think they'll love it. Anybody younger than that, it's going to be hit or miss. And it's going to be probably more miss than hit. I think that overall, the MMO formula has to be evolved in some way. Not too much, because the reward systems in MMOs have something inherently that bring players back to the game. There's something there, there's something familiar, there's something that we really like that doesn't need to change, right? Like how boss mechanics work in those games, how you quest in those games. Maybe questing could probably use some type of tweaking and things like that. Progression definitely could use some tweaking. Combat, I think, really needs tweaking. That's something that needs to be evolved in general. Because I really don't think that anybody has done justice to the action MMO that I think a lot of people have really been trying to vie for. Or people have tried to make something similar, something that can like bridge that gap between tab target and action. I don't think that Elder Scrolls Online is it. I don't really know exactly what it is, but I'm a player, not a developer, so that's not for me to figure out.
To some, this would mean that there would be no more Riot MMO news for a while. Or at least, that is, if the definition of MMOs didn't.
A massively multiplayer game, MMOG, MOG, I've never heard of it called an MMOG, only MMO, is an online game with a large number of players to interact in the same online game world. Okay.
Evolve. And if Riot weren't a freak that is not afraid of prototyping an endless sea of games. That's right, even though Riot already has a good arsenal of games under their belt. As they confirmed during the time all the layoffs happened, they are still working on more games in the background, some of which are even single-player games. One such game that seemed to always go towards the single-player area with optional co-op was Project F, a top-down hack-and-slash adventure game that we have never seen anything about outside of the 10th anniversary video. But we still know it exists.
That looked, I'm gonna be honest, whatever they just showed, whatever I saw, it doesn't look like something that would do all that good, but who fucking knows? Who knows? Yeah, I have no idea.
And there are some job listings hinting at it.
I think it's really smart to make sure that you're doing your best to continue to diversify in the background and do it responsibly. Smaller projects, smaller teams, smaller scoped games, rather than constantly trying to go and swing for the fences. I think that that's something that's really smart. I think it's Riot is one of those studios that I view as in that like next generation of like big studios. While they've already made 2 major hits in Valorant and League of Legends, I think that they can continue to grow it even further from there. And they're I think that in a lot of ways, Riot might end up being the new Blizzard because they're not afraid to take risks. Like, even though they've gone around and they have laid off and they've had to, walk back some things that they were working, because I think they had something called Riot Forge, where they were trying to make some like smaller scope, like single A, double A games and stuff like that. You want to be able to do something like that, but you have to, kind of figure out what your happy medium is. And I think they finally have kind of figured that out.
Well, the interesting thing is that this entire time, by which I mean well over a year now, these job listings have also been looking for devs in a very specific field.
Okay.
They've been looking for devs with the technical knowledge around FPS games.
Designated combat systems approach for one of our new R&D projects, responsible for rapid implementation, integration, great feel, and interactive improvements. Work collaboratively with design and UI leads, or UX leads, for a great holistic experience. Design creative additions and improvements for existing systems. Create a clear design documentation that can be evaluated and implemented by non-designers. That's very good to have. 5+ years of experience in professional game design, 2+ years experience in combat mechanics or combat feel, FPS specialization. This kind of feels like they're aiming this at Destiny 2 or like the Bungie layoffs. Like this reads like somebody that would get hired. This, like, if I look at this and I'm like, who fits this kind of description? This would be somebody coming from Bungie, right? Because I can't really think of any other first-person shooter that's on the market that, like, somebody would have this kind of level. The reason why I say Bungie is because they're asking for a certain level of experience, 2+ years, 5+ years, as well as like, as well as these other experience responsibilities that they have. Like, a lot of this stuff is going to be coming from somebody that is likely a little bit more experienced than 5 or 2 years. So that kind of feels like where this is aimed at right now.
To work on a game that is not Valorant, mind you. This is a different FPS game.
Yeah, because it says our new R&D project
that Riot is working on, which also has RPG elements, narrative, and MMO-like structure.
Game Designer 3, Progression and Meta Systems, unpublished R&D project. As a game designer, okay. So they're trying to make like a Destiny or Warframe competitor?
And if all of these are correct, then this means that Riot is working on another MMO. And if you think about it, it is actually genius. Now first, let's dive into how we got to this conclusion. It all actually started a year ago.
I agree. Yeah, no, he's absolutely right. It is genius. It's very smart. It's very smart. For Riot to recognize that there is, they probably had already recognized the scaling back of Bungie. The writing's been on the wall for Bungie for a long time. People already knew that Destiny was going to end up falling apart at one point. It just depended on when it would happen. I think a lot of people got false hope with the final shape because it looked like, you know, here's a really good expansion. It did really well, but obviously that's just not in the cards. They're not going to continue forward with it. So, you know, Bungie is likely going to liquidate itself and just kind of integrate into Sony and probably become just a smaller studio within Sony with a very focused team on a few games. Probably, you know, Destiny 2 will probably go into maintenance mode at one point in the near future, unless Sony wants to try to retool it to be something else. And then outside of that, when it comes to this space of like looter shooter MMO, like there's a demand for it. Players want it. It's pretty fucking obvious players want it. There's a lot of people that want it. It's the best way for you to be able to approach younger audiences because they're more into like third-person, first-person shooters, that kind of stuff. So it's the best way to try to position an MMO or like a forever game to those kind of players, a daily driver. So it's a good way to get younger generations invested in an MMO. It's going to appeal to them more. And there's not a lot of competition. There's really not a lot of competition. Now, we could say that, you know, First Descendant is a competitor. Its player numbers, I think, are doing like relatively well. Never mind. I don't think. I think it's probably going to hollow out. It's probably going to hollow out. It's constant. It's just very steadily. It's slow, but it's very steadily going down. If I had to take a wild guess where the First Descendant is going to lie, it's probably around like 20,000 players or so. So I don't really think I would count First Descendant in that group right now. I don't think I would count the First Descendant in that group right now. Their roadmap isn't too convincing either. What is their roadmap? I want to see. This is bringing up some really interesting conversations. So starting July, we're now into the late August, right? So they've already done all this. They brought in a new Ultimate, a new Descendant. Season 1, late August, 1, 2, 3 updates. Invasion, season 1 episode. So like this is like a story content. Not gonna sell, not gonna work. Nobody's gonna give a shit about it. Your story fucking sucks. Everybody says that. Everybody feels that way. There's not a single person that says the story's good. Season progression, I don't know what this is, unless it's just gonna be like a seasonal, like a season pass or something like that, probably like a battle pass or something. Field completion, I don't know what this is. New Descendant and Descendant story, the Descendant people will care about, so a new character and a new Ultimate will come out, new skin, new weapon. 1 weapon per month. So they're going they're not going the Destiny route with content. They're going of course they're going the Warframe route. So they're going the Warframe route. Interesting. Okay. Each month it's going to be new skin, new weapon, new Descendant, new Ultimate. And they're gonna keep this block of stuff right here is always gonna stay the same. I don't understand what season progression means. Other than probably a season pass, if I would take a wild guess. And keep in mind, look at this, all monetizable. All things you can buy. All things you can buy. Mega Dungeon, I don't know how, it sounds cool and I hope it's good, and maybe it's and what's new Mega Dungeon? Is there already a Mega Dungeon in the game? Nah. Then why would you call it a new Mega Dungeon? Why would you just say Mega Dungeon? They're like, but it's the new one. But I mean, I guess it's new because it's not in the game, but okay. Season 2 episode Ancestors. So this is them continuing the story. These are like story updates here, which this isn't going to sell your game. I don't think that it doesn't really fill me with a lot of confidence for the game. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it turns around. Maybe it does some stuff that really surprises people. I'm not really too sure. But I will say that Destiny 2 no longer doing its yearly major updates is going to leave. Destiny 2 losing its player base is going to leave a massive gap in the market for a game like this to come into play. Mind you, something like this is relatively far off. So chances are many of those people are probably going to go to somewhere else because there's not going to be anything else to play for a while. I would imagine some of those players are finally going to go and give Warframe a shot, which is great. And but this is smart to do because regardless, there really won't be a lot of competition. Nobody else is trying to vie for this. Also, at the exact same time, I've noticed that the vast majority of game studios that are out there have a bad understanding of what a looter shooter live service game should look like. A lot of them do.
Ago. Back then, there was a job listing on Riot's official website, and there they were looking for game designer on progression and meta systems for unpublished R&D product. The catch is, originally in this list...
Dude, somebody just said right now, Julian said 1999 with perfect timing. The big updates that are coming and all the announcements that they're going to make, first time back at Tokyo Game Show, is going to be huge. Warframe has the opportunity to step up to the plate and knock it out of the park. They do. They do. They have a huge opportunity right now to be able to capture a pretty sizable audience and grow the game right now. They just have to hop on it.
Instead of R&D, they called this game Project T. This is important because, as we know, all of Riot's games have their project name. And Project T is an entirely new name, meaning it should be different from the Riot MMO we knew until now. which, by the way, now we are gonna call it the Runeterra MMO, just to distinguish these. And later, when Riot realized this oopsie, they went back, they removed the mention of Project T, which pretty much confirmed, yep, they are working on a new game. But what they were asking for is also interesting. First, we got a bunch of confirmations that this was indeed a live service game. They are asking for long-term meta progressions, as well as progressions across multiple seasons, but also currencies and deeper economy, which would hint more towards...
Yeah, I mean, this is going way towards, this is all MMO. If you're talking about like deeper progressions and currencies and stuff like that, like how to do, drive a vision for how player economy would evolve over the course of season play. This like player economy, like, is this actually like trading and stuff like that? I please, for God's sakes, more MMOs, these first person, third person shooters, whatever they are, for fuck's sake, please put in more trading. It's like MMOs, it's the one thing that makes like I've really been enjoying Path of Exile lately. I've really been enjoying obviously I've been enjoying Warframe. I want more games that have this kind of stuff. Please.
Setting. And then it dove into requirements, which revealed a lot more. Besides the classics, such as requiring 8 billion years of practice as a game designer, they also ask you that you already shipped at least one AAA game. Let me tell you, in 20...
That's not very many studios. So if you've shipped one AAA game, they're totally just trying to snipe the people that got laid off from Bungie, which is good for them, man.
24,
I mean, it's really good for them.
That does not mean a lot. Or you can also ship a lifestyle online game with long-form progression. If you're not sure what a lifestyle game is, it is what you would consider a main game.
Yeah, your main.
Like, hey, what's your main game? Oh, it's League of Legends. Or WoW. Or Fortnite. It is basically a...
I've never played League of Legends, and I've never played Valorant. I've actually never played anything by Riot.
Massive live service game. Then they ask for experience on in-game economy, a deep familiarity with long-term progressions, for example, MMO, FPS, premium mobile competitive multiplayer ARPG. This is...
It's literally Warframe or Destiny. It's one of the two. It's literally Warframe or Destiny. Like, hey, we want you basically either work for Digital Extremes or Bungie and come work for us, please.
This is where the curiosity was piqued, because FPS was kinda randomly mentioned here. There aren't that many FPS games
is that why I'm
with
saying?
a long-term progression system. Maybe besides Battle Royales or even the old Call of Duty games. But
Premium
later
Mobile? Yeah, Premium Mobile, that would lean into Warframe. Warframe's on iPhone and iPad, right?
Once again repeat that they have a desire that you have an insight into MMOs and FPS games. But then, after this, there was another job listing. This one came asking for a concept artist for weapons, for an R&D project. Now again, because this is R&D, it is not Valorant. Otherwise, they would have just stated so. And the reason why I'm mentioning this here is because they are looking for a concept artist for 3D weapons in a stylized art style. And the requirement is to have experience with first or third person camera orientation in-game. Once again, hinting that we are dealing with an FPS game.
Yeah.
As a fun fact, it also seems to be Unreal Engine 5. But lastly, there is also one more job listing.
I'm not one of those people that's like immediately sold on Unreal Engine games and like, oh, isn't it awesome it's on UE5? Like, it doesn't really matter to me like anymore. Like, especially with how many like kind of scammy games that we've seen in Unreal to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like, yeah, whatever.
Now, they are looking for a game designer on weapons on an unpublished R&D game. And here, they straight up confirm it is for a first-person combat game, which is not Valorant.
It's a little scummy, but I mean, they don't have much choice. Oh, but Tencent is the owner of Riot and DE. That doesn't really matter, though. Like, the owner of the company doesn't really matter in this situation. The owner of the company isn't the one making those kind of decisions to begin with.
Because it is an R&D game. Now, the reason why this is likely linked to Project T is because here they are specifically asking for FPS specialization, and the game is also in Unreal Engine. Things simply start to overlap, which means it is not confirmed, but there is an extremely big chance that Riot might be working on an MMO FPS. And they have been
so many Unreal
for more
5
than
stuff,
a year
just
now.
cookie cutter from the mall. Well, I mean, like,
So
the reason
why am
why
I
is
making
because
a
a lot
video
of
on
those
it now?
games end up being like asset flips and stuff like that more than anything else. You know what I mean? Like, it's just been a lot of that stuff lately.
Now, because someone made a totally random tweet and it might be made up, so
Riot Games is working on a first-person shooter PvP title. Pro Valorant is already out. A different game. It wouldn't be PvP, it would be PvE most likely.
I might as well.
Especially
anyway,
looking
as
at
I
a lot of the
mentioned,
positions
there's a
that they're
good
hiring for
reason
in the
why
first
this
place.
might be a genius move. Right now, there is a massive gap in the MMO FPS game genre. The only game that is really trying to hold the line is Destiny 2. But it is failing, and there is a
The only game, guys, the only game is Destiny 2. How does that make you feel, Warframe fans? How does that make you guys feel? How does that make you feel? Internet's best kept secret, baby. FPS, it's the same fucking thing. It's a looter shooter RPG, open world MMO, or not open world, but it's an MMO. You know, like they're the same fucking kind of game. They just have a different perspective. One's third-person shooter, one's over the shoulder, the other one's in front of the camera. Okay, they're not that fucking different. They're the damn same thing. Okay.
the massive reason why, and we
now
will
dating
get
simulator.
into that
That is
in
true.
just a
Yeah.
moment.
That is
also,
true.
I've heard that literally today Bungie had massive layoffs and things are not looking great. Anyway, the main point is that if
that's a great opportunity for Riot to be able to swoop up some of these people. It's one of the things that I try to bring up is make sure, like, hey, there's always going to be a job for you. Gotta find it.
And that's because they have one ginormous advantage. You see, the Runeterra MMO has always been seen as a guaranteed hit by many. Not because Riot would be known for their high-quality games. I mean, to be fair, their games are high quality with a lot of polish, but there is still the League of Legends spaghetti. But it's more because the Runeterra MMO already has its audience. Should they release that MMO,
I'll give you that.
They don't.
I wouldn't say that it's a surefire hit. Like, I mean, if it's not a good game, then it's not. Then players aren't gonna like it.
Don't have to look for the players. The players that know their universe are just sitting there, just waiting for them to drop it. And that's because
doing an FPS is almost an L if you're looking for monetization methods. You know what? You're not wrong. Third-person perspective is where it's at, especially if you're trying to make money off of skins and cosmetics and stuff like that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I fully agree with that. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like I fucking love how first-person shooter games feel, though. I do.
League's universe is already well established. I mean, I should know that. This channel was always dedicated to the lore of League of Legends. And I might have made more than 5 videos talking about...
Yeah, I get what... I like looking at my character, too. Believe me, I play as fucking Ember, okay?
The world of the MMO that is already set up. But logically, this would mean that should Riot try to spin up a different MMO,
my
one that
three
is
most
not
played
part
characters
of the
are
Runeterra
Ember,
IP, unless they really
Saren,
focus on
and,
the guns of Piltover or something, that would mean their
Wisp,
other MMO
right? So,
wouldn't have this advantage. They would have to build up a separate universe. And all things considered, they would have to earn their audience again.
No, they wouldn't have to do that. They already have a first-person shooter with another universe to be able to play it in. They have 2 games right now. They have League of Legends, and they also have Valorant. So you could just use Valorant's universe if you weren't going to use League of Legends, right? So you're a man of culture? I always have been. I always have been.
Right? Wrong!
Oh.
Big bad wrong. Let's refer to Google Trends for a moment. This tool is amazing at comparing what people are interested in around the world. And we can use this tool
he has
to
the
have
same
a look
idea.
at League
He has
of
the same
Legends.
idea.
The most talked about
Valorant's probably
Riot
more
game,
talked about than League of
which
Legends.
would
There's
also
probably more people
suggest
interested in
that
Valorant.
this is their biggest IP. However, let's compare it to Valorant. A
That's
game
probably-
that took
that's
the
probably
FPS
true-
genre
that's probably
by
even true for
storm
Twitch
and
stats,
which managed to
right?
quickly dominate it. And as to how much it dominates, well, these days, Valorant actually managed to match the size of League of Legends. And it even overtook it in some countries. Meaning that the hype behind Valorant is just as big as the hype behind League. Which brings up a really interesting point. What if Riot is taking this MMO FPS and putting it into the Valorant universe? Shouldn't that have just as a massive result as the Runeterra MMO?
Yeah.
Well, yes,
Yeah, I would
it
imagine it
should,
probably would,
under
yeah.
one condition. The condition that A, the audience is already familiar with the setting, which it is because Valorant is one of the top played games in the world right now, and B, the universe is already set up. Which, let me tell you, oh boy is it set up. It is to such a degree, I can actually make a video on the classes of this MMO right now. Yes,
Of course
we
you
can
will.
make a full circle out of this
Yeah.
if you want.
Yeah,
We
go
have
for
all
it.
the massive
Yeah.
lore around Radianite and how it gave people superpowers and empowered their tech. And you know what that smells to me? That smells like a really cool setup for possible classes. I mean,
Yeah.
Destiny only has 3 main classes. The Hunter, which is your classic sharpshooter, the Warlock, which is using spells, and the Titan, which is your classic Juggernaut. In Valorant, you have the more tech-oriented characters who got their superpowers from the apocalyptic events, or even
Okay.
a playable f***ing machine. They even have their own classes like the Initiator, the Controller, the Duelist, and even the classic Support. As
Yeah,
I
so
said,
they already have,
I am
they already
ready to
have
go
the,
wild.
They already have the architecture like put in place. The structure's already there. The blueprints are already there. They just have to fill in the dots and create a world for people to play in, right? Oh, come on. Dude is obviously a Riot Games enjoyer. The judgment is compromised. He's not judging anything. What are you talking about? He's not judging anything, man. He's just talking about he's if anything, he's a Riot Games conspiracy theorist more than anything else, thinking about what their next games are going to be and then talking about them.
And explain how Valorant's lore can support all of this. Speaking of which, this is something that needs to be said. Every year when Valorant releases a new episode, they release a cinematic which gives us a new piece of a story. And every year those cinematics go wild, gaining millions of views in mere days after release. It is obvious people love these characters and they love this universe. And so, just like it is with
That's
the
a lot of
Runeterra
views, man.
MMO,
That's a lot of views.
Riot is sitting on golden eggs here. Which brings me to one last thing. As always, all of this relies on one thing that is rooted around every game. This game is no exception, and so I have to repeat that gameplay is king. Which is why there is so much potential, because the gameplay of the competitors is ass. As I said,
What did you just say?
last thing. As always, all of this relies on one thing that is rooted around every game. This game is no exception, and so I have to repeat that gameplay is king. Which is why there is so much potential, because the gameplay of the competitors is ass. As I said, perhaps the biggest competitor is Destiny here. There were also others who tried to do something in this genre, like Anthem.
Bro, like Warframe just doesn't exist. It literally is just an invisible game. It's literally like it's just an invisible game. I mean, he's not wrong. Warframe is ass. Yeah. Yeah. Warframe is ass. Yeah. I just really think it's invisible. I just don't think anybody really knows or even thinks about it. It doesn't even come into the conversation. If he has to reach as far back as fucking Anthem, bud, like he really doesn't even know the game exists. Really doesn't know.
Which is as much as I would like to say about that game.
Please tell me that
With
please tell me one of these top comments is Warframe. Let's see here. They can't finish one. No. 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 There it is right there. There it is right there. Warframe is definitely another competitor on the market. What are people saying about it? Warframe is the god of is the god in this market. Feels like Necrit totally forgot about Warframe. Not really. Warframe isn't an FPS shooter, rather a horde shooter where you nuke everything with abilities and AoE spam. Single target gun with like snipers are useless. Only exceptions being Eidolons, which have been abandoned by Digital Extreme / Warframe devs for years now. Snipers ain't good in D2. D2 bar boss fights either. Okay. Now people are just going back and forth about Warframe and okay. Last I played, gunplay existed to make you spam abilities or to just AOR shit a la Warframe, but slower. I don't even know what that even means. So basically a competitor to Warframe and Destiny 2. Like some people are like, right, see some people, I'm liking these comments. I'm trying to bring Warframe out of the fucking darkness. It's crazy. It's crazy.
The game
how y'all gonna let this shit stand? Why am I the one that has to tell people about Warframe? Huh?
Why
am I the one?
Fun. The gunplay is really good. And that's pretty much what is carrying all of this. I mean, it always called itself an MMO because it does have MMO elements. Getting loot is kind of fun. Doing the dungeons is kind of fun. But there is one must...
Bro, it's not kind of fun. The loot in Destiny is good. The dungeons are fucking sick. The raids are awesome. Playing Destiny it's a good game to play. Like it just is a good game to play. There's some fucked up shit that's going on around it. There's some fucked up shit that's going on inside it. PvP's shot. The content schedule and how much you have to pay for things is terrible. But the actual playing the game and doing the dungeons and doing the raids and all that stuff, that's all good.
Reason why I dropped this game very quickly after trying it. When Destiny 2 originally launched, the dungeons is kind of fun. But there is one massive reason why I dropped this game very quickly after trying it. When Destiny 2 originally launched, I got all the way to the end game. I got my gear pretty high up by doing dailies and all the high-end missions. Okay. But then came the obstacle. Destiny 2 has really cool raids. They are amazing experiences that look really good. Fantastic. Which is something I have never done. Even though I wanted to try a Destiny raid multiple times in the past. And you know why that is? It's because in order to get into a raid, you have to put a group together in a game without group finder, without public invites, and without proper chat support.
Does it really not have chat support? I thought it had in-game chat. And also at the same time, it doesn't have an in-game. It doesn't have in-game party finder, but you can do it off of their website, can't you? At that time, it lacked everything. At that time, oh, he's talking about in the past. Oh, okay. Yeah, like all of these things he's talking about are in Destiny.
You call yourself an MMO, but if you want to do the MMO endgame things, you have to quit the game, go on Discord or a third-party website, find people there, add their tags, invite them into a group.
So to be honest with you, using LFG to be able to do a raid in Destiny sounds like you're just signing up to have your time wasted. You know what I mean? It sounds like you're signing up to have your time wasted. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Destiny raids need some, like, you have to have some pretty good fucking coordination. You got to know what you're doing, all right?
And then you hop into the raid? I honestly don't know if they fixed this since the release. But this was the point I immediately quit the game. I'm not asking for a raid finder, God forbid that. I can sit in Orgrimmar looking for a group all day, but don't make me do that on a third-party website where I have to...
I don't understand the hate in World of Warcraft when it comes to looking for raid. I love looking for raid, dude. I loved it. It was great. It made it where I didn't have to be in a fucking guild anymore. I could just go and do the raids, and I could get a certain level of raid gear. Yeah, it wasn't the fucking best, but it was great when I had a full-time job, a girlfriend, and was like living a normal human life. It was great when I lived a normal human life. Looking for group was fucking perfect, okay? It was great, especially leveling experience, doing dungeons and stuff. It was awesome. It was awesome. There's nothing wrong with LFG. You can still go sit in Orgrimmar looking for a group to go do raids, bud. You can still go do that.
Post my game tag publicly. So, that's why I quit. And you know why I'm not coming back? I don't even know which expansion to buy to play the game.
Oh my god. Oh god. Do they not know how this looks? Do they not know how this looks? What is this? Why is the emote bundle included in this? That's the worst part. If you want to buy, it says all content for game. It literally just adds everything that you can buy, and you don't even really need all of these things. If I'm not mistaken, all you need to do is buy this one and you get everything? Or do you need to buy this one and the Legacy Collection? But here's the funny thing. I went in and I think the last time that I tried to play Destiny, I didn't really even give it that much of a shot, to be honest with you. My buddy was playing Witch Queen, and I was like, okay. And he's like, dude, I swear it's sick. You're gonna love it. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I ended up was traveling for work at the time, so I ended up not being able to actually play it. I only played it for like a day or two, and then I had to stop playing it for like a few days or whatever it was, and I had to stop playing a job that I had to go on, and then I was working like 18-hour days or 16-hour days or whatever it ended up being, and I walked away from it. But I think I got confused because like he was like, oh yeah, you just need to buy this and this, and I was like, okay. So then I bought those things, and then then I didn't have access to the dungeons, and I'm like, well, what the fuck? Why don't I have access to the dungeons? Oh, you got to buy those separately. The fuck you mean I got to buy those separately? Who thought of this? Who's the asshole that was like twirling his mustache that was like, this is a good idea?
Game. But yeah, that's pretty much where we are with Project T at this time. Keep in mind that all of this are just theories and none of this was confirmed. But it really seems like in the background, Riot is dabbling in some very specific game genres around MMOs and FPS games. And yes,
yeah, I think it would be really smart. I mean, personally, like, I don't see any reason for there not to be more competition in this side of the market, because I think that there is a demand for this, especially if you have especially depending on what the future, like, nobody even knows what the future of Destiny 2 even looks like. Now that they're saying they're not going to be doing any more paid annual expansions, like, what the fuck does that mean? Are you going to go the Warframe model? Or are you just going to, like, monetize more things in the game, and then you're just going to do free expansions, but, like, smaller scope? I don't really have a problem with that. I think that really wouldn't be that bad of a deal, but the problem is that your microtransactions are already macro transactions to begin with, and if you can't survive on that kind of money, then what are you going to be doing? What are you going to be doing? I don't know. I don't know.
Through those windows, no matter the genre, no matter the scale. And since we are talking about a potential MMO here, I'm afraid I'm gonna make more videos on this.
That's crazy. It was a good video, though. This is good. Yeah, it was good. 4 days ago. Yeah, I've never watched him before. I've never watched him before. I'll show you guys the link to the video. That was good. I liked it. I liked it. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I will say that, like, just the idea of bringing another game to compete in this market when there are very few games that are out there that really compete appropriately. Like, Once Human doesn't really fit into that bracket. I don't really think that, I don't think the First Descendant has a long shelf life. I think that I shouldn't say it like that. I think that the First Descendant will have people that'll want to play it, and I think that people will play it. But I don't think that it will be a true competitor. I just don't think that it'll be a true competitor. Which really at this point, without Destiny, if Destiny really does come out and say, you know, basically the game's going on maintenance mode post final shape, the players are going to leave and they're going to start going somewhere else because people aren't going to have a reason to want to continue to invest in the game. They're just not going to have a reason to continue to invest. They're just going to walk away from it. The game has had more success at launch than any other looter shooter. Based on what? Based on graphs and statistics. Based on numbers. Would you like me to prove that to you? I'm sorry, I'm not here to serve you copium. What am I looking at? What direction is this graph going? Could you please tell me? Is it going up or is it going down or is it going sideways? To the right? That's pretty fucking good, actually. That's actually pretty good. That's actually, you fucking got me on that one. It's going down. Yes. That's the point to make. It's going down. Why do you think it's going down? Because I could give you a lot of theories as to why I believe it's going down. It's a slow descent. I'll say that. It's a slower descent than I actually imagined it would get. All games go down after launch. True? Do they? Do they? Do they? Do all games go down after launch? Do you want me to keep going? Should I? I'm just using it as an example. I'm not like trying to make funny or anything like that. It's just the thing is that when people are trying to cope on this one, and I'm gonna be flat out with you. Be flat out honest, okay? The boss fights are good. The character models are super hot. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else redeemable about the game. The monetization is worse than Warframe. It's just as bad as Destiny, if not worse in most occasions. The story is a complete one-off, write-off. Nobody pays attention to it. It tries to skip the cutscenes and get away from it as fast as they possibly can. The characters themselves are relatively just copies of other characters from other video games to begin with. The world itself is relatively generic and actually really doesn't have much life in it in the first place. The enemies themselves are not really all that interesting because the story's not all that interesting. The boss encounters outside of the main bosses they have are literally the exact same thing, copy and pasted over and over and over again, where you shoot 3 orbs. Either you shoot 3 orbs at the exact same time, one at a time, or all at the exact same time. That's the game. There is nothing in the First Descendant that is there to be able to keep players' attention for long enough outside of being Coomers. That's it. Like, yeah, the characters are hot. The boss fights are cool. But then after all that, it's all super generic, and the rest of it just lacks any motion. It lacks anything to draw it out of this decline. It lacks anything to draw it out of this decline. You haven't taken the Destiny players. You haven't taken the Warframe players. You haven't taken anybody at this point. Not enough of them for it to matter. And mark my words, you can clip it and ship it and make fun of me in a month if you'd like. In a month, 50K will probably be its peaks. It'll peak at 50K. It's just it does not have enough to it. It's like I said to a chatter earlier. It's shallow. It's shallow. And it's okay to be a shallow gamer. There's tons of games that I've played that there's tons of games that I like that nobody else likes. Okay? There's tons of garbage games that I've played that I've enjoyed and nobody else really enjoyed. Yeah. I played Godfall. It was bad, but I didn't think it was all that bad. It's actually, in real, to be honest, if I had to make an actual review, it's a shit game. It was a shit game. I still had a good time with it. But at the end of the day, it was a garbage game. And nobody really liked it. It looked cool. That's about it. And that's about the same thing to say when it comes to this game. It's been out for a month. It's been out for a month. And the thing is that where before, I want to make something very clear when I talk about player numbers. So, Helldivers 2 is a live service game. And it lost, 90% of its player base over the course of 6 months or whatever it is, right? However long it's taken for the game to kind of fall down, right? But Helldivers 2, even though it's a live service, isn't the kind of live service that's designed to keep high player counts and keep them active and keep them entertained and have different things for them to be involved to keep those players continuing to play that game for a long period of time. It's a good game for them to come in and then hop out. They come in and then they hop out. That's about it. You come back for a little while, check out the new content, and then you hop out. That's what you do, okay? This game is designed to hold on to these peak player numbers. It's designed to be able to try to do that. That's what the idea is. The idea is to try to hold on to as many of those people as you can because you are constantly pumping in major game-changing updates, or at least supposed to with a lot of these games. Big updates to keep those players in and keep those players locked in. But you've already lost over 50% of those players. Well over 50% of those players. And it's just because there's just nothing really past the surface of the game. Simple as that. The progression is something that they've already experienced in another game. The mechanics are the same thing they've experienced in another game. And there's just there's just no depth. There's no depth. It's a shallow game. It's a very shallow, ripped off of another company, put bigger asses and titties on it, and fucking sell it to the Coomers. That's the kind of game it is. That's it. Could it improve? For sure. But it's made by Nexon. And they don't give a fuck about whether or not you like the game. They give a fuck about whether or not you're paying for things in the game. So if there's not enough people spending money on it, then they're just going to abandon it regardless. So there you go. I still have a bunch of stuff that I didn't react to today, but I'm kind of over that stuff. See, I got all fired up from some of the things we were talking about earlier. This is what happens, man. This is what happens when I don't stream for a few days. Maybe I'm gonna lock myself to this 2-day-a-week stream schedule. It makes it way easier to put videos and stuff together of higher quality too, by the way, of longer quality. What if I told you guys tomorrow's video that I think hopefully it comes out tomorrow? Fuck, that dude still has not gotten back to me. So it should have been tomorrow's video. Dude, that's putting me 3 days behind on my next video. What the fuck? So my next Warframe video is going to be almost 40 minutes long. So you guys get a movie to watch. Are you guys ready for that? Are you guys looking forward to that? It's going to be really good. It's actually my favorite video series to make on my channel. And it's a game that I think well deserves it. and I hope it does well, and I hope everybody supports it, because it definitely needs to be watched. Have any of you guys watched any of my wake-up call videos? Seen them all? That's what it is. That's what it is. Warframe is a wake-up call. Put Asmongold in the thumbnail so he watches it. Yeah, I don't do that. I put him in the thumbnail when it's necessary, when it's like part of the conversation, but outside of that. And really, I think I've only ever done that once, and he's ever watched a video that I made that he was in the thumbnail. You're so damn close to 100K. How are you feeling, mate? Good. Good, I feel good. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I don't think it's like, to be honest with you, it hasn't really like sunk in until I like see it on the screen. It's gonna be weird. Especially since I use my like mobile app all the time for, since I use my mobile app all the time, it's gonna be really weird to like open it up and see the number that high and be like, what the fuck is going on here? How did this happen? Why did this happen? Soon TM. Yeah, I know. It'll be out this week. It should be out this week. I keep asking the video sponsor. I don't know. I guess I'm probably gonna have to make another fucking video this week. If I can't post it, I thought I was gonna be able to post it today, but if that's gonna get posted, fuck, dude. This is fucking me up. No, I need to stream tomorrow. I want to play more, I want to play more, I want to play that one game. I want to play more Subnautica. I want to play more Subnautica. On me. Yeah, I want to play more Subnautica. We'll probably play that tomorrow, maybe. If all you Warframe goons show up. Nice fashion. Yeah, so I went with the green on red on white. Initially, this was gold, and I switched the gold to red, and I feel like it really just added like an accent to it that it really needed. And then also I ended up adding the lotuses, because I think it also kind of gives to like the whole poison appeal. You know what I mean? Like, you know, poison mommy and all that stuff. And yeah, no, I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy with it. Christmas Saren? Fuck, now I can't unsee it. Oh, I got 2 Saren primes. Perfect. Perfect. I forgot that I got the other one for Tenno-Con. Tenno-Con. What am I gonna do with a second Saren prime? What do I feel like playing?
Operator, I've run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
Ooh. That skin is so nice. I'll probably just play Ember. I haven't played much lately. So I need to do that. I need to, do not let me, what? Oh yeah, wait a minute. I didn't know you can combine them.
Sadly, this vile mass serves you and
oh, is that what that is? I didn't know you could do that. I was wondering, yesterday, somebody said to me, yeah, they make purple gems, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Purple gems? They're like, yeah, you can make oh yeah, those make purple. Oh, was that what I was supposed to do? Was I not supposed to use red? What does purple make? What do purple gems do? That's fine. Oh, okay. Purple is shit. Well, I know red plus blue is purple. I know how colors work, okay? I'm not color blind. All right? Purple is amazing. Oh. Embedded bonuses plus ability damage on enemies affected by electricity. Oh, okay. So that doesn't really work for her. Blast damage. Or you can take it where it increases secondary critical chance by 1 every time you kill an enemy with heat. Secondary critical damage. So you could take like this and Epitaph and go like a caster build. Does that sound right? Does that sound like that? Like, am I thinking in the right direction? Am I thinking in the wrong direction? All colors are good. It depends on the frame. Yeah. Makes your rally amazinger. Well, I need more crystals. Mesa with 5 topaz. Is that this one here? Mesa with 5 topaz. What would you put for topaz on her? Regenerate shields? No. Wow. I forgot how Mesa works. A crit chance? Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's where's him. What am I farming today? The ladies? No, I don't know. So I haven't done anything in this game. I haven't done this yet. Dogdays? So what is this? For a couple cosmetics? What are the cosmetics? Naka on Cetus. I didn't get any messages. What about shit? You have Jade? Yeah, I have Jade. It's Ratham, but with super soakers? What? 69 Warframes? Yeah, well, that's just... Somebody said that I have to unlock all the Warframes now. Part of the life that I've chosen. Okay. Let's do, I don't know. You know what I actually really need to do? I need to go get my shit. I need to go get my shit. I need to go get my, my crystals. I need to get my crystals. Community is amazing. Actually, you know what? Holy shit. Everybody wants to be my friend. I need to check out the, I want to check out the event. I want to do it at least once. I want to see what it is. I want to know what this game is. Is MR13 hard? I've been worried about it when I hit MR18. I don't know. Remember, you just level up guns and you level up frames, man. Or you level up weapons and you level up frames. Wait a minute, can I get this gun? Is this like a weapon skin? What do I gotta do? Pump it? Oh, you actually have to like pump it? That's great. Got you. What? Did I actually like murder him with water? What is this? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Pump it. What's this?
Executioners! If those were
Equip a blob?
cannons, you'd be in a world of hurt right now. Who's the Tenno for squishy honor?
What? What the fuck? I wish this is the way that we would actually fight all of our I wish this is the way that we would fight our like our sisters. I wish one of the sisters would like invite me to like a squirt gun contest. Just to hear their like goofy ass dialogue. And it also feels like and by the way, the reason I say that is because it sounds like something a sister of Parvos would do. I'm gonna defeat you, Tenno! Come! Duel me in squirt guns! You would like that, wouldn't you? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Huh? What do you mean by that? Wait, am I out of water? Am I out of water? Pump it, pump it, pump it. Yeah, how do I get more water? I don't understand. Do I need to like get into the water? It says pump it, but I can't pump it. Oh, okay. Do I use this thing? Yep. Okay. All right. This is so creepy. Who the fuck thought of this? I was like, why did you think of this? It would be a really good event for our fucking dark sci-fi space ninjas that like suffer from like a level of PTSD that is like not even known in our universe because their minds are broken from living in separate existences while having shattered mirrored versions of themselves. Give them squirt guns. Really like the Ember fashion? I do too, actually. I think my coloring choice is like probably the best one that I've seen so far. Like, and believe me, I've looked at a lot of Embers, both on purpose and not on purpose. Both on purpose and not on purpose. But yeah, I actually really dig what I got going on here. I'm not a big fan of the Ember head from the heirloom skin. I thought I would like it a little bit more than I actually did, and then I saw it and I was like, yeah, no. This is just like the fucking superior one. It's just so damn good. Ow. Free game, by the way. Yeah, I know. He did it for research? Well, yeah, I mean, just for like color palettes and back shots. This is so goofy.
Round over! Map
so goofy. They literally didn't take anybody down. I picture those like Warframe comments, by the way, like the people when I see like my comment section, like the folk that will say like goofy shit and be like,
I have not read them.
the people that'll say goofy shit and be like, god damn it, what is it? Oh man, this guy, like, cause like the thing is, like, still to this day, people are watching my first Warframe video. They have not seen any of the other ones. They don't even know they exist. They're like, bro doesn't even know what difficulty is. Just wait till he gets to Steel Path. Now I'm forever going to imagine those people when they say, bro doesn't even know what difficulty is. I'm just going to imagine them playing this mode and losing. Let me feed the cat real quick. 1 second.
When in Cetus, do not drink the kombucha. You are incapable of producing the hydraulic effort required to unstick your tongue from the roof of your mouth the following morning. You can't even see him. He's just like being like a Wong boy. Just being a long boy. Stretched out as most as he can possibly stretch out. Well. You can have my last 5 platinum. I can't even open it. God. Always. Every time. You just better make sure my dealer doesn't know that you sent me this. I'd be really mad. First Dogdays. How do we like it so far? It's cute. It's cute. No. Alright, let's go. We need to do some important shit here, okay? We need to go get me some fucking good shit. Okay? Bring in my crystals for the week. I need my crystals, okay? I need my crystal, man. I need my crystal, man. Hopefully I can get another, like, 3 red. That'd be really nice. Did you read the description on the glyphs? No, I didn't. What was it? I miss it? That's the bottom line because Q-Bro said so. Suplex Q-Bro glyph. I love it. I love it. Netrocells? Yeah, Netrocells.
Please, remember.
I don't think I'm there yet for Deep Archimedia. Deep Arc. Oh my god.
Pull it together.
What? What is Tetsudo?
Are we heading out then? Netrocells. Let's go.
Give me red. Give me red. Oh, okay. Somebody already chose it. My bad. I just want to make sure. It was Netrocell. Okay. I really do be looking good, though. Oh, so next week is Dual Toxis and the other one, right? Is that the rotation? Is that right or no? Deep Archimedia? No, I've not tried Deep Archimedia. I don't really see a point. Is next week Dual Tox? I think it is, isn't it? Or maybe that was it last week and I missed it? Nah, it's not that big of a deal. Not a big deal.
This is gonna hurt. You need all 4 key glyphs from these pillars.
It was last week? Wow. Not really much I can do about it. I've been busy. Not much I can do about it. About to get hot in here.
You got your glyphs. So, hit the terminal to exit into the labs. The Netrocell is deep in this lab maze. Get control of a few terminals.
God damn it.
That'll help you zero in on it.
Love your Ember fashion? Me too. Me too. It turned out very good. It turned out very, very good. After some Netrocells, we'll do some fashion frame. I want to see some other people's stuff frame. I'm curious to see how many people are gonna end up sending Ember. I feel like everybody's gonna get on a. I mean, how can they help themselves when the booty be that fucking big? When the booty be like that, though, you know what I mean? When the booty be like that.
This is it.
Damn, you guys are fast.
Use
Holy
the key
shit.
glyph and get ready for whatever happens next. Security's freaking out. The Netrocell doors won't open.
Oh, what the fuck is going on? Why am I getting lagged?
Around the entrance.
There we go. How we needed. This is one of the reasons why I love streaming Warframe, is because of the fact that if I get like ADD on a map, it doesn't really matter. if I get lost, or if I just get like, you know,
I get ADD and I start looking at like weird fine details on a map or something because I'm just that guy that does that. It doesn't really matter or hamper too much because everybody's, you know, everybody's good enough to carry me. I always feel bad when I play the game like offline, or not offline, but when I play the game and I'm not on stream and I'm playing with like randoms and like meanwhile I'm like tabbing out, watching a video, I'm like looking at something cool that I saw somewhere and I'm like, oh wow, that design on that is actually really cool, you know, like what is that symbol or whatever it is, and I'm like, oh fuck. Like the team is like getting murdered somewhere while they're fighting a boss. That happened the other night when I was doing my how was it? Archon Hunt. I just hope you guys know that I think it wasn't until just like, I think it was like yesterday or day before yesterday, that all this time that I've been playing Ember, I just now figured out that I can like get myself to like 90 heat just by using fucking Inferno and being able to like max out my heat gauge. I just figure out how to max out my heat gauge after like weeks of playing as Ember. So don't let the 400 hours of playtime fool you. I know fucking nothing about this game. I like think I understand my characters. I don't fucking understand them. I don't know shit. That's why when people are like, man, I can't wait till you make your move to start fucking making guides and shit. I'm like, I am the last person that you ever want guiding anywhere. You're gonna start seeing people be like, man, I've really noticed a lot of Warframe players, like new Warframe players, really start to suck lately. Like, what's going on with that? Little do you know, is because they watch the Legendary Drops video. Keep in mind that I am actually planning on making a new player video for Warframe, and it is going to be the worst thing that you've ever seen in your entire life. It's going to be so bad. I'm going to teach them to do all the wrong things. Cover me in fluid. Cover me in fluid. Does any of that fluid stuff actually have like elemental interactions? It's kind of cool if you could actually like interact with like heat barrels and stuff like that by like finding your abilities with like explosives in the area to trigger stuff. I imagine you probably can, right? Shooting you in your arms is not doing what I want. Quality, you asshole. Take some energy. You guys drop any? I need some more. I need some more. Where it be? Alright, I'm bringing some more fire.
It's working. You gotta keep going.
you. I got what I needed from you. Go away now. You go away now. Bye. 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 I really like Ember. Mostly because I get to call down fucking meteors. That shit is metal. I just light things on fire. It's also really good. And also her ass is huge. So that's just kind of like a hidden bonus. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not really hidden. It's really just out there in the open. It's kind of impossible to miss, to be honest. Oh man, maybe I can finally get friends to start playing if I send them that. Oh, we will. Step one is going to be make sure you find friends or have friends that play Warframe. And then every once in a while, make it seem like you're going to quit so they gift you things. Imagine having friends. Yeah, I don't know. I vaguely remember what it's like before I was in I have friends. I just don't see them because they're in my head. What if they juke you and Wisp Heirloom ends up being like, Wisp Heirloom just really ends up being like Wisp, but like with a huge rack instead. So like, you really like looking from the back, you really just don't get a whole lot. That's right. That happens, like, I'll quit the game.
You're in. Grab and go. Can't wait
Give me
to
the
see
loot.
what you got when you get back here.
Give me the loot.
I wonder what Albrecht planned on doing with that.
Come on, man. Where the... You know what I really need, actually? I need fucking... I'm just gonna have to fucking spend platinum. Other than, like, because I think, like, the farm for fucking arcanes is just, like, fucking garbage. And just not something I'm super interested in doing, to be honest. But I need, like, I need arcane energize. And molt as well, actually. Energize and molt. You fucking juke me there. What? Not again. Not again. Not like this. Fucking waymarker. You dirty son of a bitch. If you armor frames, then arcane battery is good. New arcane adds 0.3 energy. Well, I don't think, like, I mean, I guess her armor is actually pretty good on her, but this Indana comes from Ember's Praxis bundle.
Which one? Oh, the one I'm wearing? Yeah, I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does. That's why it looks so good. How do I I don't even know how to share my yeah. My look. How do you share your look? In here? Oh, there it is. If I click this, then you can actually see it. Like, fuck, that is clean. Damn, I didn't realize it looked that clean. You know, when you really get a bird's eye view, it looks pretty fucking good, huh? I went relatively subtle because I didn't really want to add too much to it. I think it worked out, especially using that. I mean, her practice, Donna, fucking adds like 100 times more to it. I could probably do something a little bit better with the leg guards, but I think it looks fine. Yeah. More ass? I don't think I can increase it any further than what it's actually at. I don't think you can increase it any more than what it is. Any more than that, and likely the game will break. Alistorn legs from Valkyr Carniv. You need Artifact set. I haven't seen that before.
Choose your pain. It's the only way to open a Netracell.
Nice ass, LD. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I've been working on the Stairmaster lately. That's actually not a lie. I genuinely have been on the Stairmaster a lot lately.
You got your glyphs. So, hit the terminal to exit into the labs.
It's good for you. It's good for me. 4 Tau shards this week? I didn't even see what kind of color shard I got last time. Or even if I got one.
The Netracell is hidden
What were my previous
somewhere
rewards?
in these labs.
Oh no, I can't
Sniff it out yourself or get
You
control
guys see?
of terminals. They'll tell you where it is.
You guys know what my rewards are? You guys know. Melee duplicate. Oh, I just got a... I didn't get a shard? Fucking robbery. How did I not get a shard? Oh, shards aren't guaranteed. Melee duplicate's crazy good though. Is it? I don't have any mods in these. I don't even know why we're using them. I don't have any mods. They're not even leveled up, I don't think. Are they? Did I level them up yet? Yeah, they will. Oh, I got lost. That room was cool as shit looking though.
Is it. Use the key
Holy
glyph and
shit.
Get ready for whatever
You guys
happens
see that?
next.
I almost got struck by lightning.
We ain't done. Local threats are triggering a security
Could you imagine if
override.
I got like 2 Tau Forged in 1
to
week?
pop the door.
That'd be fucking crazy. I got a Tau Forge the other night when I did my I was grabbing footage for the video that I made, and in that footage I picked up a Tau Forge and was like, oh, yeah, good things happen to good creators. That's what I told myself. That's what you get for making a good video, buddy. There you go. There's your fucking reward. Big old shiny, fat fucking towel forge for you. I was so fucking I was over the fucking moon. Over the moon. I'm so happy. I'm still happy. But now I'm getting greedy and I want more. Like, is that sand in there? That's what it looks like. It looks like there's sand in there. What are you using sand for? Or is that like all the void is? It's just sand. The void is just fucking Las Vegas. It's just Nevada. That's not accurate. Have you tried Edda? Multiple cow forge drop there. I'm not level 5. I can't do deep Archimeda. Howl all you want. Howl all you want. You get your strength from Lua. You cannot disobey your masters. You cannot turn your blade towards your master. I sure don't love when the enemies forget to show up. Yeah, they're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. It's taking a little while. Oh, I had that the other night when I was trying to do my whatchamacallit? Hey! I'm talking. Sir. Or ma'am. Bitches! Want to know, you know, chat, one thing that I am super frustrated about. How did nobody tell me? How did nobody tell me that I was playing that? At least I was playing my own build wrong. Like, I had the right idea for my build, but then I wasn't actually playing it like a caster. Like, I didn't build, like, she's not built like a weapons platform. She's built like a caster. And I was like, wait a minute. There's something fucking wrong here. Like, I mean, I don't have like range, but I'll be honest, I don't really feel like I need to put any more range on her spells or on her abilities. She already has so much fucking range to begin with. It's fucking crazy. Okay, I need to find something to get. Where's the two walls make a butthole? Where are you at? Where am I at? I get quick headshots. Uh-oh, ran on it. Uh-oh, I fucked up, I fucked up, I fucked up! So if I look on it, if I look at a side of the screen and there's no enemies, I could just like fucking charge my heat gauge like this. I didn't even fucking realize that until I was watching a video the other night of somebody else playing Ember, and I'm like, why the fuck do you keep doing that? There's no enemies there. Why is he trying to fucking Inferno? And then I'm like, oh, because it doesn't cost any energy, but you still get heat. That makes sense. Oh.
Security level
well,
dropping.
okay.
Don't quit now. I gotta know what's in that Netracell.
That. Hey, cat boy. Get this. You are not nearly as thick. You are less interesting. Shard hunger is so real, especially in deep dark media. What do you mean? The more heat you have, the more armor you strip? I didn't know that, actually. I mean, obviously, the more armor, like, the more damage I do. I didn't realize it was actually reflecting how much armor I can put on. That's crazy. I need to actually make a good epitaph. I think that's the other thing. I think I thought I fucked with it before, and I thought I put the mods on it, but I don't think I put mods on it. Because I think I should be able to make like a build. I would imagine I should be able to make like a caster build where I use Inferno into Fire Blast, into Inferno, into like Epitaph, and then like it fucking just blow up. But it would probably have to be like viral, I would imagine. Inherit? I don't know what just wait for Epitaph Prime in 2 weeks. Oh, really? So I don't understand inherit, like eat inherit. So like I mean I don't understand how that works. I tried to unravel it in my brain and it didn't work. I'm way better at unraveling lore than I am unraveling. Where's your fucking butthole? Show me your butthole. So where are you? You have a weak spot? Apparently you don't. Dude, oh, I don't have the thing. I gotta wait for you guys to go. What's going on?
Albrecht didn't want anyone in here. I want to know why.
like the Tagfer is just like the rebellious son. Dad didn't want me in this. Let's find out why. Unidentified flying item. You know, I was thinking about it when I think about like First Descendant, right? Like, a lot of people are always like asking for my opinion and stuff like that on it. I view the First Descendant in some ways as well, very similar to the same way that I view like Lost Ark. Like it has the makings for things where it could be a good game, but it just doesn't take anything. It just doesn't take anything all the way. Yeah, that's it. It just doesn't take everything all the way. It's like these half measures where, because they don't want to invest a lot of money, they just want to see if they can get away with, you know, can we get away with some of these things that could maybe get us in trouble or copyrighted or anything like that? Oh, okay, we got away with it. I don't even know. I think it's just like them testing the waters to see how people are like generally interested in something like that as well. You can feel the corporate greed seep out of the game. That's the other thing too, is that like it's just like you see the areas where like this really was just them trying to grab some money real quick and run. Right? Right, you can see it. It's pretty damn obvious.
For an old guy to build all this.
My initial reaction to TFD was, why did they go just one step further and steal bullet jump? My whole thing in general, when it comes to TFD, is just like, it's just the reason why I get pissed off is because like while there are elements of the game that I like, it's so fucking insulting that they go and they steal just everything and the entire blueprints and infrastructure from Warframe and they fucking make it worse. For money. For money. That's the thing that bothered me the most. It's so insulting. It's so insulting to charge 10 times the price for everything, not to include trading, not to make it where players can be able to get, you know, drops off somebody else's relic cracking, to have even crazier increased drop chances on things, to have all of these extra hurdles, paid battle passes, all the like monetization cranked up to 11, but you know, I'll be honest with you too. Like, well, yeah, well, I'm like, well, yeah, like the character models are hot or whatever.
Listen,
like visually, I think Warframe's a better looking game. And I'm not even talking about just like art style. I mean, just talking like just general fidelity. I think the general fidelity is better. And then obviously like the art style matters a lot too, because there's much less like generic elements in Warframe, right? Like everything in Warframe is designed from the ground up in this game. There's not a lot of things that they're taking inspiration from anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like looking at like basic elements, like look at this fucking telescope. I mean, it looks like a telescope, so I kind of think it is like a telescope. You know, I don't know what the fuck that thing is. I'm just gonna pretend like I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna walk away. But like, look at like this thing. Like, what even is this? It's a vial? Why is it so big? Like, fucking what's his face isn't a fucking giant. That's a big ass fucking vial. That doesn't even make sense. Like this stuff. What is that stuff? What's that? Why is that? What's this? I don't know.
Like, what is that? Like, why is that?
This is it. Use the key glyph and get ready for whatever happens next. We ain't done. Local threats are triggering a security override.
Art directions, graphics, IMO. You know what's better? You know what's better than competing the two things together? Having both at the same time. Isn't it nice to have both at the same time? I mean, I think there's some areas in Warframe that definitely could use like some like touch-ups or something like that. But like it's like older content, right? Like the newer content, like all looks really fucking nice. Like the way that like you know, anything like all the Warframe 1999 stuff looks like really good. All of this stuff, all for like Whispers in the Walls, looks fucking awesome. I'm literally just looking at art now. I'm literally just looking at art and like and thinking. You know, in the video that I have that's coming out soon, one of the things that I bring up is how like video games are an art style. And I think that like over the years, like even though like video games are, and even though like players don't really necessarily care about the art itself, like they just want a good product at the end of the day, I do feel like a lot of players are starting to wake up, like just the general difference in quality in a lot of games, and like how that soul is starting to get sucked out of games today. But I do think that is something that is kind of affecting people's like overall opinions of games lately, game studios, like everything. I think it's just kind of affecting like the whole industry. And I don't think that like developers have really keyed in on it that much. But I think that the players, while not being able to like voice it appropriately and really say how they feel and what they think, I think that is something that's going on. I think they're starting to see the soul sucked out of the game, and as a result of that, like they don't really know exactly how to express their opinions. They don't know how to express what's going wrong. I wanted to talk about that whole thing. We'll talk. So there's something that you're hard to hear over the game. Oh, am I? My bad. Let me fix it. That should be much better, I would imagine, right? I didn't say something. Why didn't you guys say something before that? I swear to God. We did? Don't lie to me. I can check chat logs. Watch me find you lying. Watch me find you lying right now. Why do you guys like sit there and suffer? It's okay. It's what I would expect you to do. I appreciate your suffering. I'm not sympathetic of it, but I do appreciate it. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and I didn't get the chance to talk about today, I'll end up talking about it tomorrow probably, is that, man, I don't even know how to, like, so like all the stuff that's going on right now, it's not like that big of a deal. It's just like a little bit of drama or whatever that's been going on with like Accursed Farms and Pirate Software, and somebody else jumped in on the conversation for like the Don't Kill Games movement and stuff like that. And like the one thing that I find really frustrating about those conversations, and like the one thing that just like does not get recognized, is the fact that like the reason why none of these things, like I was watching like Pirate Software's responses to it, and while I don't disagree with what he's saying, like he's not wrong. Like it's like, yeah, it's very loosely worded. You know, if I were him, I wouldn't sign up for it either until it like looked like something that I would want to put my name on and put my brand on in a lot of cases, right? Like, I totally get it, dude. I totally get it. But at the same time, I think that what's really frustrating for viewers as well as probably anybody else, because I've noticed there's a lot of like negative feedback around Thor, Pirate Software, and like his like take on it. Even though like he made a video, I think, where he was like talking about how he thought like everybody liked his take, and I'm like, I don't know about all that, dog. I don't know where you're getting that kind of information from. But the one thing that I will say is this: is that what's probably frustrating for a lot of people is that there aren't a lot of folks that are arguing on the side of the consumer. And I think something that often goes like something that's like people are quick to bring up a lot, but don't ever really like put into practice, at least like mentally, is that like consumers do not know how to voice their opinions correctly at times. And even more so, consumers don't necessarily always know how to identify what is wrong and how to fix it. And that goes for the games that they play. That also goes for like how they're treated as consumers. And I think when I look at like the stop killing games movement, it's not necessarily that like you need to follow these list of demands or anything like that. It more or less is just like, hey, there's a problem and consumers don't know exactly what it is, but they foresee issues coming up in the future. So like just something that I would want to give is just like a this is just a random example of something. Is an in-game shop like a microtransaction shop within a game? Is that a service? Is the microtransaction shop within a game a service? I'd like to see what other people think of that. What do you think? Is it a service to you guys? Or is it just a feature? Would you say it's a service or a feature? This could be for any kind of game. Live service, single player. Single player games have in-game shops. Say it's a service? The shop. I'm saying an in-game microtransaction shop within a video game. Is that a service or is that a feature? I'm seeing people say service. You're saying it's a feature? I think it's a service, right? Because they add things to it. It's not something that is core to the game. So it's not core to my, it's a disservice. Yeah, no shit. It's not something that's it's not core to the game or how it operates or anything like that. It is a feature. It's a, not a feature, sorry. It's a service that's attached to it. If the players want to have access to, you know, cosmetics or, increased rewards or whatever it might be. Plenty of games, especially Ubisoft games, have things like this. And by its nature, because they have that in their game, they then can classify their game in their end user license agreement as a game as a service, even though it's not. It could be a fully single player game, but since it has a microtransaction shop and you can access like downloadable content from that microtransaction shop, it then, by extension, creates a game that is no longer a just single-player game, but a game as a service. Because it has services associated with it. Meaning that if they shut down services to said game, which would be the microtransaction shop in this case, right? Or like future like patches or whatever. Like, we're not saying that they're like updating it like Warframe. We're saying that they were doing like balance... Or not balance patches, but you get what I'm saying. They're just like general improvements to the game, right? When they stop that and they stop servicing it, they stop making DLC for it, whether that's cosmetic or whatever it might be, and they close off access to it. By extension, they close off access also to the game itself, or they have the option at least to close off access to the game itself for you to be unable to play the game. Because this is something relatively common. We see plenty of games that require an internet connection to play, even though it's a single player or widely single player game. Maybe it has some type of online functionality where, you know, you can play co-op and stuff, but it's not necessary, nor is it how you actually play the game. There's a lot of games that are out there that are like that require an internet connection. Something else that requires an internet connection is to play any game anymore.
In most cases, if you're playing a game off of Steam, you can download games to play offline, but you have to make sure that you register that device to be able to play those games. And then you also have to make sure that you launch that game one time online before you can play it offline. I had that problem before. I got my Steam Deck. I downloaded games on it using the same Steam account that I already have. I got on a plane. I went to play a game. I couldn't play the game that I owned because I didn't play it online first. Another thing that's a problem as well is the idea of how many of the products we have today are digital, right? So in a lot of cases, if you have a game disc, most of the game isn't contained on the game disc. Most of the game is contained off of the disc, right? It's online. You have to download like 75% or more on the internet to get the full game on there. So if you put a game into your Xbox or PlayStation and it has a disc drive, the whole game isn't on the disc. You're still going to have to connect to the internet to be able to update that game, to be able to play that game. And in a lot of cases, they're going to need a constant internet connection regardless. So if that studio, for whatever reason, goes out of business or shuts down their server services for whatever reason, you may not have access to be able to download that game anymore, even though you purchased that game. This is what this kind of conversation starts discussing is, are games services or are games products? And if they're services, why are we paying for them like they're products? Because what's been happening is that player ownership has been eroded over time. But there's nobody advocating on the side of the players. Nobody. Even Pirate Software, when I go and I watch his videos, he's not advocating on the side of the players. He just says, this is dangerous, guys. This is dangerous. This is dangerous for developers. This is for games that you want in the future. Yeah, okay. And I get that you say that you're not attacking the cause that they're trying to start, but you're also only criticizing and not giving alternatives. So you're not an ally to it either. And of course he wouldn't be. He's a developer, and developers do not want more regulation on something that they're already doing, right? That could be problematic. I totally get it. I fully understand. If I was a business owner and somebody was trying to regulate the business that I am in, I would be like, you guys need to fucking chill out. But at the same time, you also can't act like you're the Mr. Good guy if that's the stance that you're going to take. You need to make sure that you're out there. And if you're going to why are people so angry? Well, people are angry because you're not giving other options. His take was terrible and manipulative. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's manipulative. I wouldn't take it that far. I think that his language was too colorful. I think he paints Accursed Farms in a bad light because of the language that he used. But outside of that, the thing is that anytime all he did was criticize, rather than say, this is what you guys should be doing. This is how you should word it. The only thing that he said that was hey, you should be doing this instead, was telling yeah, okay, there are these things that happen, but we need to call them out, those specific instances, when they happen. Rather than trying to say, hey, yeah, you guys should try to seek some type of legislation to be able to protect consumers. Instead, what he did is he said we should just try to call out the specific instances when something happens with a studio, developer, or game. Yeah, because that's always worked out for us in the end, hasn't it? So it's just you want to know why players are upset? That's why. That's why. It's not there's criticism and there's constructive criticism. You can criticize and be an ally and help people be able to develop something and develop a voice for something that they don't understand how to fight for. That's the biggest problem when it comes to this whole developer, game, player ownership issue, is the fact that players are laymen. They don't understand the inner workings of the industry. They don't understand the legalese and the end user license agreement, or how the ownership even works when it comes to these studios, or the infrastructure, or the ins and outs of how to be able to develop a game in the first place. So we need game developers that are actually on the side of the players to help them find a voice for the things that they don't understand. I don't know how to make the right kind of
Even I wouldn't understand how to be able to put a document together that would really clearly voice what the concerns are and how those concerns can be fixed, right? Like, I have no idea. I have no fucking clue. I don't have a law degree. I've never developed a game in my life. The only thing that I can tell you is, and this is the same thing for a lot of consumers, is that we can tell that we're getting fucked. Because we feel it. We feel it in our ass. But I can't tell you what I'm getting fucked by. Because I can't see it. So I need you to go around and show me what I'm getting fucked by so that we can stop it. That's the point. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Good analogy? I think it's a great analogy. I think it's a great analogy. I think it's the best analogy you could possibly use in this situation right now. It's the best thing that you could use. It would make the most sense to the most people. Somebody's had something in their ass at least once, I would imagine. Whether on purpose or not. I don't know. Actually, maybe not. This is a step too far. All right. I need Azure Shard. Analogy? Yeah, it is an analogy. Stop Killing Games being hinged on the crew is kind of disingenuous, though, in my opinion. The game had been dead for 6 years and cost too much to maintain, and I was seeing the same thing for like 2 years ago. Why would you say it's disingenuous to base it on any product that anybody purchased at full price? That's my problem. I don't think it's disingenuous at all, Joe. I don't think it is at all. I think that it's I think it's the worst game to use as your flagship. I'll agree with you on that. The other thing is that I will say is that if you notice in both of Pirate Software's responses to the conversation, he leaned heavily into live service. That's not the discussion that I'm trying to have. Nor are those the games that I'm worried about being lost. What I'm worried about is that the line between service and product is being blurred year over year, and without being able to have a very clear description of what that is and what we're buying is necessary so that we don't continue to get fucked later down the road when developers of large companies want to fuck us. Because spoiler, they do want to fuck us. Like, they want to make money, right? The problem is that by talking about the crew and forming the conversation around the crew, you've invited the discussion of live service games. While I think that's a separate discussion to be able to have, my problems with the whole Stop Killing Games conversation is the fact that it's getting too live service game focused, and it's constantly like, well, think about it. When it's like League of Legends, I don't give a fuck about League of Legends. What I'm worried about is, I don't know. Like, say for an example, if I look at, let's look at, how about Diablo 4? Let's use Diablo 4 as an example. I can play Diablo 4, and most people do play Diablo 4 completely by themselves, outside of various things that Diablo added that are completely optional, super unnecessary, and the vast majority of people don't even use online functionality when it comes to Diablo 4. Not a lot of people trade, not a lot of people do the raid bosses, not a lot of people do anything co-op or in groups or in parties or anything like that, because that's just historically not how these type of games are usually played, right? Blizzard says Diablo 4 is going offline. Well, now a game that was normally just a game is now a live service. And still functionally, it's a game that doesn't require me to be on the internet to play, because I don't need to play with other people. So why am I losing ownership to that game? if that was the case, if there was a future in which Blizzard went out of business and their game went offline. They tried to do the same thing to Diablo 2 Resurrected as well. So like that would be a more interesting conversation to have, and I think it's a better example of how that line gets blurred and how quickly that line's getting blurred, if that makes any sense. On console, they made Diablo 3 an offline game. Yeah, because over a decade ago, being able to play your game offline was still normal. Peer-to-peer connections, post service is such an easy thing that so many other games have done. The constant hoops and jump to deny that fact to me is wild. That's the other thing too. Like, why isn't that kind of functionality available? And like, even I saw some of like the discussions that Asmongold was having, like in his first like overall reaction to it, where he's like just talking about how you know, there needs to be like developers need to be. This is our fifth run, isn't it? Or is this 4? I can't remember. 4th? This is the 4th run? Okay. Man, you got to make a video on this? Yeah. Yeah, I probably should, to be honest with you. And like overall, like I think the other thing that really frustrates me as well is the fact that like, you know, like since there aren't enough people, like the only people that are talking on the side of the only people that are talking on behalf of the consumer are other consumers that are also undereducated on the issue and can't really figure out exactly how to like really underline what the problem is, what the root of the problem is, and what that problem can really look like in the future. On top of that, the other issue is that like the developers are the ones that are cheering each other on the side, and I don't know, man. It's just there's just the incentive. Like, you're incentivized to make sure that the consumer is fucked at the end of the day. You're incentivized. That's what you want. Like, as a company, as a business, you want to make sure that you are less regulated and that the consumer has less options. That's the best outcome you could possibly have. So, like, businesses aren't going to stand on the side of the consumer. Workers, typically, developers of these studios are not going to stand on the side of the consumer. Only just game players are going to be the ones that will side, right? And same thing goes like journalists probably wouldn't even side with the consumer on this either, because like they don't see it as an issue to them. And like one of the things that I think bothers me the most, on top of, I already said another thing. I've said that like 4 times now. Is that like when I see a lot of these conversations pop up, you see a lot of people say, yeah, but you're playing it already, or just don't buy the game or something like that. And I'm like, but that doesn't fucking solve the problem. That doesn't solve anything. Well, if you don't like that in games, then stop buying those games. Like, okay, well, you know that doesn't fucking work, and you know that never has worked. So why would you say that in the first place? It's that same kind of like kowtowing I was talking about earlier, where you have people that like want to like jump on the nuts of these companies, and it's like, for what? Like, what are you getting from this? Maybe because like you don't feel like financially burdened by something right now. Like, I would imagine, like, yeah, at first it probably isn't going to bother you that much because, like, you don't really care what's happening because you already have what you want, or you're already playing the games that you want, or whatever it is, right? Like, there's a lot of different reasoning that people could use to be able to, or a lot of ways to be able to come to the reasoning they need to be able to, I don't know, justify their position when it's something like that. But it's just like, I just don't get it, man. That's why I make a lot of the videos that I do, is specifically just because I don't feel like, I don't think people, I think it's like a couple things. I think that like gamers as a whole, do not do a good job of voicing their concerns as consumers. Whether that's the quality of the product they're buying, whether that's the rights of their future ownership, whether it's the state of a game that they're playing, whatever it is. I don't think they do a very good job of being able, like, as a whole. There's not a lot of like very coherent and cohesive voices that are out there advocating on the side of the players for the things that they want in games, or for the rights that they want as consumers. And that's why I make videos. That's one of the reasons why I got motivated to do it in the first place. Because every time I would watch somebody that would talk about something that like I shared a similar opinion on, they'd always explain it the wrong way. In a way that like it's just gonna piss off the people that the people whose minds you want to change. All you're gonna do is just piss them off. And like pissing them off serves no purpose other than your own personal entertainment and like satisfaction. And like that's not any, like I don't want that. I don't want to piss people off. Pissing people off does nothing for me. Changing people's minds, that's something that actually leads to better outcomes, and that's all I really care about is the outcome.
Albrecht's damn necromites are reinforcing the Netrocell. Your hands are tied until you knock them out.
I'm playing as I haven't played as Dante in a while. I haven't played as Dante because I want Dante to get a skin. That's really what it is. I don't really like. I'll be real, you guys. I don't really like Dante's like basic design. It sucks to customize. Like as a customization platform, I'm in a rock. I'm fucked. I'm grounded. Like as a platform frame to be able to like customize off of, it sucks. The real issue is copyright law. I will say that copyright law or like licensing law to begin with, like trademarks and like intellectual property rights and stuff. I mean, they are made in a way that are very it puts the consumer at a huge disadvantage. Which is why you have people that are out there that are constantly lobbying for that stuff to begin with, right? Like, I think if you made something and you own it, right? Like, you should own it. To an extent. If you sell me something and I buy it, like, you know, I don't know. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, consumers are just like the rabble, right? Like, they're the taxpayers. Who gives a fuck about them? They're the poors. Nobody cares about the poors. I feel like I should be doing more damage than I am. I really do. I mean, maybe I'm doing good damage, and I'm just like overestimating my ability and build. Then again, like my shit's not like maxed out either, right? Like some of my mods aren't maxed out, but like not that much though. Not that much where I'd be like, oh shit. It's probably just like the mods that I'm using right now, or the damage type I'm using with like the burst in. If I actually had it like set up to fight these enemies specifically. I can't remember what build I have on it right now. Is it blast damage that I'm using? I don't know. Got a kill in red circle. Sorry, I just got fucking dialed in. I was deep in thought. When I start thinking about stuff, I don't even really remember where I am anymore. There'll be times where I just get hyper focused on stream because I'm deep in thought about something and I'm not even paying attention to it. With your gun or Ember? I think Ember's fine. The gun platform is probably not very good, but I feel like actually probably both, to be honest with you. Then again, these guys are really high level, right? Sorry, I need to come back into the circle. My bad. My bad. I'll stop. I'm talking shit. My damage is probably fine, to be honest. Man, I stay hot, baby. I stay hot. Okay, actually, I do pretty good damage. I saw it fucking annihilated that motherfucker. Holy shit. Got him with that heat proc. What's your overall favorite weapon? Probably Fulman. Yeah, I'd probably say Fulman. I like Fulman Prime. Being able to like switch between like fucking like single shot like sniper rifle shotgun slash automatic is really fun, and I really like the audio design on that weapon. What does your build look like for the burst in? Could you get more damage out of it? For sure. Yeah, I probably could. It's just the mods aren't leveled up all the way, and I just don't have a whole lot of I don't have a whole lot of fucking I don't know.
the fuck is it called? Bitcoins? I don't have anything to level it up. I don't have like a lot of eye statues or anything like that either. I need to run more whatchamacallit, like just Steel Path in general, but it's just like common fucking YouTuber problems, man. I play a lot of fucking video games, I read a lot of articles, I watch a lot of videos, I'm constantly looking and trying to think of new content to make, and it does not involve this game. Warframe is like right now Warframe's a higher percent of my content just because I just recently played it, right? Or I just recently beat it and all the things that have happened and whatnot. But yeah. It's not the that's not the overall goal. Endo, thank you. Yeah, I don't think it needs an Incarnate. Torrid Incarnate? No, I missed. Torrid Incarnate and Toxis were last week, right? So I missed them. I'll have to set an alarm. We'll have to make me an alarm so I can get them next time around. So I can get them. Melee Crescendo. Okay, so this should be the last one. Okay. Shitty Incarnate this week too. Well, I mean, other than Bursin. I have Bursin. Yeah, they're fun to use. Barely need to aim. Yeah, I know. Believe me. Well, like, and here's the thing. I'm not really like that, like torn up about like about the Torrid or Dual Tox. I mean, Dual Tox is actually kind of sick, but I'm not really worried about it. And the reason why I'm not is specifically because of the fact that like I have a buddy of mine that plays, and he's like, yeah, I'm like, he gets bored of the game like pretty quickly, and he's just like, yeah, I'm done, man. I've already beat the game. There's nothing to do. I've already beat the game. And I'm like, what do you mean? And like literally all he does is play as Octavia with Torrid and Dual Toxis. That's all he does. He does not use anything else. He does not see any point in using anything other than that because of how strong it is. And I'm like, well, no fucking wonder you're bored, dude. You use a fucking infinite damage scaling frame with one of the most busted fucking weapons, both of the most busted weapons in the game. I mean, yeah, I would probably get pretty fucking bored too. I get pretty fucking bored too. I'd be like, yeah, I'm done with this game. That's a him problem? Yeah, it is. Believe me. That's why it's like, yeah, I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm like, I got plenty to do. Well, you're new. You need to get Dual Toxis. You need to get that. I'm like, no, I'd probably just get fucking bored. I'd be like, I'd probably have the same perspective as you. Like, why should I use anything else? These weapons are too good. Everything else would feel like shit in comparison because you wouldn't be able to kill things as fast. I mean, you could, but it just takes more effort to do. I saw somebody with like some crazy build the other day where it had like a three-step move. Like, you know, cast this ability, throw this weapon, and then use this thing, and then do one more step. So it's actually 4 steps, and then all the enemies die in one shot. Like, all the enemies die in one shot. And I'm like, and people aren't like I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Like, maybe it probably feels good if you're somebody that like designed, you know, that kind of setup yourself. But like, I just like, you know, casting abilities and using fucking weapons. never know what that is. Shit. Cooler air, but I still have not unlocked that frame. I need to go get him. Where do I get him at? Oh, fuck. Cooler air foam is kind of stinky. Oh, oh fuck. I don't like stinky farms. I don't like stinky farms. Oh fuck. My bad. Not bad. Not bad.
It's working. You gotta keep going.
Where'd your armor go, son? It's really funny to see the armor just get like fucking vanished. Like, I'm armored. No, you're not. No, you're not. Over this guy, you're very armored. You have too much. Your life is armor.
Something's going on with Necromites. Trying to lock this thing down. Take him out. We ain't got all day.
Bro, Dante's shields are actually fucking absurd. It's so crazy. It's so crazy how much shields he puts out. But just damage in general, too. Like, he puts out a lot of damage. How does that not work? I think that's bullshit. I'm gonna be real. Like, me not, like, I fucking fire blast in a room and it doesn't break anything, really? Is it like the softest fire blast in the world or what? That's some bullshit.
Okay.
Truly, that is some bullshit. You got. Come on, Tau, motherfucking forged. Another red would be simply fantastic. I would like to get my shards taken care of for Miss Ember here. And then after Miss Ember, then I'll probably work on Wheelsaba. Wheels. You guys just like leave your shards in a frame, right? Like you don't bother with like trying to take a shard out of a frame, put it into another one when you're trying to like main a different one for a while, do you? I'd imagine people probably just say fuck it and just go earn new shards for the next frame they want to do them on. Shards are very expensive to remove. Yeah, I kind of figured. Arcane melee adapter? Fuck you. Bullshit. Do I have anything like pressing I need to do in this game? I don't think I do. How's my standing with Homeboy? Obvious standing. Well, it's maxed. Rank up is 32. My daily standing is exhausted. I cannot get any more daily standing until tomorrow, right? But with that said, I will be able to upgrade.
You are my ally, a friend.
I will be able to upgrade my next time, right? Bird sells 3 shards. Shut the fucking front door. Shut the fucking front door. What up, bird dog? What up, bird man? But I probably can't buy them because you have them locked behind money, probably. What? In the shiny treasuries, not the normal store. Shiny treasure. I fucking knew it. Why you guys gotta fucking bait me like that? Yeah, I don't have enough rep. Level 5. Level 5 Illuminati. Illuminati. The price of being a new player in this game. So high. So high. I don't think I have anything like super pressing to do. Well, I've done my Netracells for the week. I've done what? Because Netracells are weekly, right?
I think I'm supposed me. Let's go.
Refreshes in 2 days. Okay.
Who am I gonna ask?
So Netracells, Archon. Already did my Archon hunt. Yeah, we can do fashion. Yeah, we can do fashion. Yeah, let's do our we'll do our fashion. I think this is actually a good place to do it anyway. There's my in-game name up at the top. You guys can PM me. PM me your fashions, your best fashions that you have. I will review them very critically. I will not hold any punches. If I don't like what I see, you'll know it, and I'll make sure that you know it, and I'll tell you where to improve though. I don't want to make you feel like you can't improve. I like to make people really understand that they can always take I want you to know you can take things to the next level, okay? I am here to help you better yourself. All right? That's the whole point of this. I want, you send me the fashion, I look at the fashion, and then I help you become a better person. It's a good trade, okay? It's a good trade. Also, keep in mind before you fucking I know how you guys get. Send me one at a time. Do not send me a single DM with fucking like 20 different fashion frames, okay? I'm clicking one, and chances are if you send me multiple, I'm going to do it randomly, and then it's probably not even going to be the one you want me to see. And you're going to be like, no, not that one. Not that one. No, LD, I swear, I'm actually really good at fashion. No! Why'd you look at my worst one? And it'll go like that.
By the way, I sent you an in-game message some time ago explaining heat inherit. Yeah, it's all good. Mao? Mao? What, did I get too excited for you and then you felt like it was time for you to join? Say hello to the people. Yeah. Sniff, 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 sniff. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Holy shit, we're getting lit up. Getting lit up. Bub. All right. Of course, the first one I open has 3 separate looks. I'll give it to you. I didn't give the explanation, so I'll look at 2 of yours because I didn't give the explanation before you sent yours. You were the first to send it. You sent it, then after I sent it, look, see, you got a little cat ears up here. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Okay. I like the coloring. This is like a cyan. Cyan. So you just went straight clean on yours. You went with the heirloom helm. You didn't really change too much there. I actually really enjoy the colors themselves. The shoulders look good. You guys know how I feel about the Creo Signa. You know, I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't think it adds enough. I would do something with the legs here. I would do something with the legs. Outside of that, I think this looks pretty solid. It looks pretty solid. I'll just give it a, you know, you didn't really do a whole lot. I don't think you need to do a whole lot. We already know what the skin is about. The skin is about the ass. Nobody really cares about anything else outside of that. So let's go ahead and let's look at your Nyx. Spy. This is a very like spy Nyx. This is a very if I had to say with the color palette and and how you really went just base Grax skin on this, right? You didn't really you're not messing around a whole lot. You didn't put too much onto this. I kind of appreciate how simple it is. You know I'm a sucker for simple skins. One thing that I'll say, it's giving me 1999 vibes. Not just the backpack, it's the look in general. I really like this. I actually really appreciate this. Dark Sector Nyx. Yeah, Dark Sector Nyx actually hits pretty hard. Yeah, I think this looks really good. Like, for as simple as this is, I think this is really solid. What? Why are you biting? Because I'm not talking to you. Because I'm not paying attention to you. Okay. I like that one a lot. I'm actually gonna give that one an A. I'm gonna give that one an A. Honestly, I probably would have gone A plus. For some odd reason, I just don't feel like it. So that's the only reason why. That's the only reason why. You sent 2 Varuna, so I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that you meant to send the Varuna. So we're gonna go with the Varuna. I don't know exactly how I feel about the wolves not being on her shoulders. But I don't necessarily it's not that I don't really like it. Right? Aren't the wolves normally on her shoulders as well? I think they are, yeah. Coloring's really good. I like... What do I feel? How do I feel about this? I wish this was just a little less bulky. Just a little. Not a lot, just a little. Just a little less. But outside of that, I think this is fine. I'm going to give this a B, mostly because I'm confused. I'm going to give it, just because I'm a little confused about the shoulders. I don't know how I really feel about them. I think the overall motif, though, definitely works. I really like the accents. I think the accents are really good. It's a B. It's a B grade on this channel. It's a B grade. That's not bad, by the way. Cooler Erbo. Did I say that? Cooler Ervo? Cooler bow. That's what it is. Cooler bow. I'm adding letters for no reason. What an interesting looking frame. Are you stabbed with swords? Is that what it is? He has swords that are stabbed in him and then he can like tell the swords to get out? Cooler bow. Yeah, I got it right. I got it right. So you like daggers? Okay. I actually really dig this in general, especially when it comes to the energy patterning using the eminence. I think it actually works really well here. The reason why I'm going to give you an A actually doesn't have anything to do with your skin and the way that you look. It has more to do with the fact that your color choice and the daggers remind me of a legendary drop that you can get in Risk of Rain 2, which is the ceremonial dagger. And the ceremonial dagger, after you kill an enemy, there's a percentage chance that it will then pop out more ceremonial daggers and then start like chasing down and like killing all the other enemies. So when you get a really good build together and you get enough of those, enough of the other like chance hits, it'll literally just kill one enemy, and then it just like the ceremonial daggers just like jump from target to target to target to target, and you don't have to do anything anymore. You basically just won. You literally can just put the controller down and walk away. He said the thing. What was the thing that I said? But this is really good, and I need to get this color palette. This is really nice. I like this. This is an A. This is an A in my opinion. This is a huge A. Oh, I said legendary. Oh, because I said my name. It is true. I did say the thing. Like saying the title of the movie. Lavos may be my favorite, but it's hard to decide. Sorry. Well, you're getting your Lavos, and that's what we're picking. Okay, so we already know how I feel about the headpiece, okay? I'm going to be real with you. You are the very first today, so far, that I've seen that, from my perspective, it just doesn't make sense. It looks like it's just thrown onto this. It doesn't match with anything else you got going on here. I really like the back. I really like the chem tank. The chem tank works, especially with the helmet. That all comes together. For some odd reason, I'm randomly getting vibes of the of one of the three brothers that you have to kill. Oh, sorry, there's like a sister and two brothers, actually, if I'm not mistaken. One of the two brothers in Act 2 of Baldur's Gate 3. The guy that has the keg, and when he has the keg, he like, you know, he basically just drinks out of the keg and it's poison and stuff. I totally. That's not the Cairo Signa. It fucking looks close enough. It might as well be the same thing. Wait, is that actually built into this character? Or is that a headpiece that they added on? Because I need to know who to blame. Do I blame Digital Extremes or do I blame the player? It's added? Okay, so I blame the player. See, there you go. It looks like the same fucking thing. They look like the same thing. They look like the same thing. It doesn't belong. I'm sick of you guys using it. I'll never get over it. That's it. It's the end of story. End of story. Boss Raya. Guy's right here. Master rank 30. Hard carry. Shows up every day. Every day. Why are you looking at me? Because you sent me Excalibur Prime. Why did you need to feel like, why did you feel like you needed to flex like that? What you got to prove? Why you got to make chat feel like that? You know they would like it. You know they can't have it. Gotta let everybody know. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. It's fucking, I'll give it to you. It's lit. It's lit. This is the first time you actually seeing Excalibur Prime. Oh, this is the proto Excalibur proto armor skin. I really like the look of that. Like the mix between like military military clothes slash like into like the metal and stuff. Very Warframey, right? You imagine that this was a guy, you know, I don't really know Excalibur's backstory. I don't know. Like he was just a soldier, but he got it anyway. You know, he's on the front lines. He was a general. And then Ballast fucked him in the ass, or somebody did, I guess. I don't know. I really like it though. However, I just want you to know that you were completely disqualified because you used a frame that I can't get. No grade. No grade. Completely disqualified. Revenant, love you, man. Thank you. Love you too. Oh. So you went with the like White Angel Revenant. Instead of the Dark Warden, we have the White Angel. It's very bright. It's very bright, actually. It hurts my eyes. It hurts my eyes. Do not invite me to games. I will kill you. It looks really good, though. I actually really like this. Like, it's a little bit more busy than I would typically like, but I realize that it's only busy because, like, this is one whole thing with the back piece. And I actually do really like this back piece. It's just a little bit too much for me. Why doesn't my ass jiggle when I do this? Wouldn't that be really nice if you did this and you just watched the ass back? But anyway. But either way, I think that's really good. Dragon skin. Oh, this is actually pretty fire. I didn't even notice this one before. Fuck, this is way better than the... I think I'm just using his prime. I don't even think I have any skins for him at all. This is actually lit. Holy shit. I like how depending on what direction you're looking at depends on how it looks. This is pretty cool, though. I like this a lot. It's good. I'm giving it an A. I'm giving it an A. I like that it has a theme. I like that you stuck to that theme and took it all the way, and I think it worked out really well. Doesn't Grendel's belly has a jiggle? Am I remembering wrong? I could actually probably see that. This is an Octavia Prime we have here. I didn't even know that you could get the ephemera to look like a skirt. That's interesting. Is that only with certain frames? Or do you have to position it? How does that even work? Or is that part of her skin? No, it's not part of her skin. A specific ephemera. Sister Heat ephemera. Heat ephemera on a sister. And that's how I get this, huh? I need to do a Sisters of Parvos, apparently. She's perfect. You like this Octavia? Well, I guess a mod spoke. A+. I'm gonna give it a minus. I'm gonna give it an A because I need to make sure that my vote matters. I do actually really like the coloring. I very specifically like your use of like the bronze color. I don't know why I like this color on Warframes. I just fucking do, and I especially fucking like it when like pink and purple's involved. And I obviously I'm a sucker for like light blues and stuff on like that on some of my frames. You can look at some of the ones that I have, and I really dig a lot of that stuff. I actually really enjoy this a lot. There's a lot of variation here, and I actually really like the ephemera. And now that I know that it exists, I'm gonna go get one myself. So thank you for that one. We'll give it the A+. It gets an A+. I give it an A+. Haro, D&D Lich design. Ooh, I always like it when they send me a motif and they said this is what I want it to be. Okay, let's see here. D&D Lich design. You know what my only problem is? I don't actually mind this. I think this is fine. I just don't like how this clips on this side with this, like, with the shoulder plate. I don't like how the shoulder plates clip with the wrapped wing ephemera. Like, I do like the way the ephemera looks. It is pretty cool. I just don't think it works. It just doesn't work the way that I would want to use it. I don't think it's a bad look necessarily. I really like the colors in general. It's like I don't see this orange used a lot. The fire like reddish orange. I don't see that used a lot. I like this. I like this. 0.00 is a crazy drop rate though. Yeah, it's not a problem. I'll get it. If it's cosmetic, I'll get it. Which is how it works. Yeah, I overall really like the use of the colors. Wrapped wing, I don't know. We have a complicated relationship. We have a complicated relationship with this. I don't know. For some odd reason, like part of me really likes the look of it, and then in other cases, I just don't like it for some reason. I don't know why. Something else bothers me about it. I really can't tell you what it is. B+. You get a B+. Ember. Realize that like Ember is gonna get kind of dodgy, right? Because a lot of these are gonna look really fucking similar. Because a lot of the people are using the exact same skin because everybody just wants to look at her ass. I actually really like the colors. It's very like cool and smoky. I think the ephemera actually adds a little extra to it that I wasn't expecting that I would like, to be honest. I do think it looks better on me than it does you. So I actually really appreciate that part. I think that's probably my favorite part about the skin. I don't know how I feel about this. Part of me likes it, but it gets caught on your character like every time you turn. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the back piece. I think the shoulders look good. I think the shoulders are good. So you're using these are Signas, aren't they? For like a little added effect. I think the shoulders look really nice here. The chest, yeah, I'm okay with the chest. The back piece, I think, is just a little bit too much. It's a little bit too complicated. It's not functional. She's gonna trip over herself. This is a B. It's a B. I like the color though, and I really appreciate that the ephemera looks better on me than it does you. I really like it when you guys send me things that look better on me than they do on you. So keep doing that. Okay. It cradles the assets? Yeah, it cradles the assets and makes her fall on her fucking face. This is a really good Baruch. I wish that there was a little bit more definition. I wish there was a little bit more variation, especially when it comes to some of the accessories. Okay, it feels like you may or may not have just hit copy and paste on the colors. Okay, but part of me wishes that the cape was a different color. Like it would make this pop. You guys know what I mean? Like, if the cape was a different color, I feel like this would pop. I don't know what color it needs to be. It's not my Warframe. But if I had to say there was something right here that I would fix that would probably make me feel like a better person, it would be the cape.
for sure. Darker, maybe? Yeah, I would say darker. I really wish that there was a little bit more. Well, I mean, there probably is. You could probably actually change the inside color of the cape and then the outside color of the cape as well. And if you can do that, man, you could really make this work. I actually really like this in general, though. I think this is pretty good. I'm going to give it an A-. It's an A-. Inaros. Prime. Osmodeus. Osmodeus. Okay. Wish I could use that helmet on other frames. I love the Grax skin for him. Is that what this helmet is right here? This helmet looks really good. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm having a really hard time. I'm having a really hard time. Mia Bite, hey, how you doing? I'm having a really hard time finding anything wrong with this. To the point it actually makes me feel a little bit self-conscious. This is an F. This is an F. I can't have this. This is, yeah. This is, it's so clean it pisses me off. It all looks good. It looks like it makes sense. The coloring's perfect. Even the ephemera doesn't bother me at all. The backpack fits in. It all fits. Everything fits here. Everything looks good about it. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm over you. Protea. Remind me to send you my glyph. Mia. Are you trying to hurt my feelings? I don't have a glyph. You know that? I don't have one. You have one. I don't have one. They told me I can't get one because I'm not a Warframe creator. More people flaunting things I can't have. First I see an Excalibur Prime. Now somebody comes in here flaunting a nah. My apologies. You're fine. You're fine. I'm sure I'll get one day when they like I'm gonna give you a second chance. Okay? You have two Proteas here. And they're the same one. I mean this with a lot of respect. I mean this with a lot of respect. Okay? Respectfully. Let's move on. Nidus. Frike. This is his Frike skin. He looks like a Frike. Oh, I have this one. I have this one already. These are actually pretty nice, to be honest. I actually kind of like those. I actually really like this in general. I think the coloring's really good on this. That skin is sick. That skin is so sick. I don't think that the wrapped wings aren't what are coming around the chest, are they? No, that's part of the skin. That is so cool looking. Wow, what a cool looking frame. Yeah, this is really good, man. This is like in general, this is actually really good. Dan, I'm gonna have to load up Warframe and show off my Baruch. It better be fucking good. I'm a tough judge. You better watch yourself. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. You better watch yourself. Me, I'm a tough judge. I'm a real tough judge. Arms don't match. I don't think it's really necessary that they do. Like the translucent, like bloody arm like thing you got going on here, I think it actually works really well with everything else. Personally, I really like this a lot. And luckily, chat's opinion doesn't matter here. Fashion isn't my strong suit, but fucking screw we ball. All right. Overall, I really like this. I'm gonna give this an A. I'm giving it an A. I really like that a lot. You know, we haven't given a C yet. We haven't given a C yet. I'm gonna give the C to you. Okay, I'm just gonna give it to you. I haven't forgot about you. I was just thinking about how I felt about this. And I just couldn't come to exactly bring my words together. This is very busy. I think it might be the cloak. I think it might be the cloak that's so busy about this. Is the shoulders? No, I think the shoulders are actually not too bad. I think the shoulders are pretty good. You know what it is? I think it's actually your gun. Is that your gun here? Is that what that is? Is that a part of this skin? I don't know. Like, it's too big on the legs. And then also, like, this is just an immediate minus, like, one. This headpiece is just an immediate -1 letter score. I'm sorry for me. Like, the problem is like, I've yet to see a frame where this actually looks like really all that good on. I don't know why. It's my personal taste. It's how I was born. It's what I say. And plus, on top of that, like, here's the thing. Like where's Arsenal? Like, if you want to see, like, you want to see a, like, look at this. She even does tricks. Fucking clean. Clean. That's what that is. Clean. Not everybody can be that clean. Okay. Mag. Okay. All right, what we got going on here? What an interesting design for Mag. I do not like this. I do not like this helmet. I do not like that helm. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know. Like, I like the back. I just don't like the front. The front bothers me for some reason. I really like these shoulders. These shoulders are very cool, actually. I think overall, like, the coloring and stuff is really good. The face of this is just not one you take home to mom. You look like a cash register. You look like a cash register. Like an old one. Like a slot machine? Yeah, I could kind of see that too. I'll give you a B. I'll give you a B. It's solid. It's solid. Nyx Prime. Already lost a letter. Already lost a letter. Solid color choice though. Oh yeah, the colors are absolutely fantastic. Faded Central's Nyx Prime. I think the skin overall looks pretty good. I feel like the gold might be a little bit too much. I think it's the ephemera that I don't really like on this. Yeah, I don't really like these ephemeras that, like, clip, and, like, clipping is, like, the skin. I don't know what it is about them that, like, I don't like personally. But, yeah, I think this is a solid B. A solid B. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Ooh. Frost, the Norse god. I really like this. I really like this. This is really cool. I think that these pieces here, I didn't even know these accessories even existed. Holy shit, those are nice. What the fuck? I need those. Those would work on a lot of different frames. Yeah, I'm gonna actually be real. I'm gonna have to agree with Nano on this one. This is S tier. This is S tier. Everything works together really well. This I really like that the back piece isn't super busy or anything like that. All this is just good. I don't have anything bad to say about it. It looks sick. Nightwave exclusives, it looks fucking fantastic. It just looks so damn good, man. Holy shit. You found a look and you stuck with it. And I like it. And you look like something I would get my ass kicked by in God of War Ragnarok. I appreciate this. This is really good. Really, really good. Also, on top of that, the fact that your name is Frozen and you send me Frost. Even in the name. All Frost look like this? Look here. If this was me, if this was about your opinion and not mine, it'd be a completely different stream. I really hope they add a way to get the old Nightwave stuff. I like to farm stuff, items that I missed. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of that stuff. Necros as Technomancer. You know, initially I didn't know how to feel about this, but I actually really like this. Yeah, I think the colors actually work really well here. It's not exactly what I would expect from seeing with a Necros, but I actually really dig it. And to be honest, like, I'm not usually a big fan of this specific ephemera because I feel like it's a little bit too loud. But damn, does it work here. It works really well. Yeah, I'm going to give you an A+. I'm giving you an A+, a quick A+. I think overall this just looks really fucking sick. This looks like something that I would make. It looks like something that I would make. Zone of the Enders? Fuck, now you make me want to play that game. God, it's been so long since I played Zone of the Enders. Such a good game. Both of them, 1 and 2. Fantastic games. Absolutely fantastic games. Fuck, this is clean. Is that just a Prime skin? Can you even recolor the pistols? I can't remember. It's been a long time since I played her. Yeah, this is just her Prime skin. You can? I would go... So, I'm going to give you an A. Okay? I'm going to give you an A. I actually would have given you an S if the pistols were just a little darker. I feel like they're just a little too loud. So, it doesn't really match the rest of the look that well. Like, the pistols stand out too much. They don't show up here? Oh, really? Oh, okay. All right, I'll give you the A. You get to hold on to the A. All right, you get to hold on to the A. Chat saved you. Chat saved you on that one. I was gonna give you like an A-, but no, I actually think like overall the look here is like really good. The ephemera. It's really the waist ephemera that I'm not really mixing with here that much. I think actually maybe it's the arms. I don't really mind the waist that much. But yeah, I don't think this is bad. I don't think it's bad. This actually looks really good. It's really good. Now it makes me want to play Mesa. I still have yet to, like, I have her. I played her a little bit, but I just didn't understand it and I moved on.
Just moved on. You know what I mean? What skin did you send me? What's your name in the game so I can find yours? Oh, I found you. I found you. Wait, is that a... what? I didn't even know that was a thing. Should be purple. Oh, but it's just not showing up the way that it's supposed to. It floats any Archon shards equipped around you. That's so cool. But it's also showing that you only have 2. Mia. It's okay. I only have 2 as well, so I can't really talk shit. Can't really talk shit. I think this is actually really good. Coloring's actually like super solid. The purple on the gold. I'm a sucker for it already. I've already have it on a couple of other skins outside of the ones that I have that I'm using right now. It's one of my favorites. I have 5. I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Mm-hmm. We all believe you. We all believe you. I give it an A. I give it an A. It's a very solid look you have going on there. Plus, on top of that, I mean, like, gold plus purple is just kind of like a, it's just kind of a, it's an easy, just add me on Discord. I'm fucking kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sure, I guarantee, I'm not messing, okay? I'm sure you have them. I'm sure you have them. What do you mean add you on Discord? We're already on Discord to begin with. What is this? Oh my God, you like immediately go to add me. Oh, man. Okay. Vault Prime. Whose stance is that? Is that... Umbra? It looks like Umbra. XL Umbra? Or XL Umbra? I think that's what it is. Umbra Agile? Yeah, that's what I figured, because it's very, like, lashing out, right? Vauban? I don't think it's Vauban. No, he's, like, howling and shit and freaking out. Umbra is a nice free-to-play stance. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. I actually really like this in general. I really like this in general. Across the board, actually. I think this looks really good. This is very, very legit. Oh, thank God my video got approved so I can post my video tomorrow. Hey, you guys get a Warframe video tomorrow. How about that? Congratulations. Everybody has to wake up exactly at 8 o'clock in the morning, Pacific Standard Time, and watch that fucking video, okay? Watch it the first thing in the morning. We need that thing to pop off, okay? Because if people go to watch that video that comes out tomorrow, more people will play Warframe. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. All right. So this is really good, actually. I'm giving this a straight up A. I really like the use of the darker color here. I think that's also coming from Eminence. I gotta check to see if I have Eminence. This just looks really fucking clean, man. I really like this. I'm usually not a fan of like the ephemeras that are like a little bit more complicated. But again, this is another one of those ephemeras that look better on me, and therefore I like it because it looks better on me. You get an A+. Good job.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic skin. I think that looked great. Holy shit. Okay, wait. What is that? This is a Revenant skin? This cloak is sick. And the way that you colored it. Are we getting two S tier Revenant? Or I think the other S tier was a Revenant too, right? The coloring on this is just so sick. It's so good. Oh, the other was Frost. You're right, it was Frost. Okay. This is clean. I'm not gonna lie. Even the ephemera works really, like, this is from my perspective, this is an S tier cosmetic. This is a beautiful look. I love the coloring choices. White on gold with the light blue, and then on top of that you have like the baby blue with the black. This is all good. And you would have gotten an S. I'm gonna give you an S even with the Signa. I'm giving you an S even with the Signa. It actually works in this. It works in this. It works because of the bats. The bats land on trees. That's as far as I'm going to take that. I don't really understand exactly where I was going with that, but there was a reason behind it. It's very good, though. This is very good. I like it a lot. Very, very nice. Very nice. Crispy. Fantastic work. Fantastic work. I like minimalism, says Awesome Voltage with a Valkyr Prime. Missed out on the opportunity to share a... I like minimalism, says the loudest frame we've looked at all day. Yeah, is this minimalism? If this is minimalism, I hate to see your fucking house. What the fuck? Like, it just showed the back, and I was like, what the? This is like the friend that comes over and says, you know what, mate? Hey, I'm really sorry. My house is a little messy. I got a story about that, actually. I had a friend of mine that I worked with years ago. We worked at GameStop together, and he told me, he was like, hey, invited me over. Hey, we'll play some... I forgot, we're going to play some game or whatever. He's like, just to let you know, my house is a little messy. It's not that bad. Okay. It's not that bad. It's just a little messy. Chat, when I went into his house, I knocked on the door and he said, come in. When I opened the door, I am not exaggerating, by the way. Zero exaggeration. Dead serious. I pushed trash away as the door opened. Which means that when he came home and knew he was going to have company, either he kicked trash at the door, or when he came in, the trash collapsed on the door behind him. There was rabbit shit all over the ground, all over the place. His girlfriend had rabbits. There were stacks of empty pizza boxes, and there was just like plates upon plates and bowls and just random like paper plates and dishes all over the ground, and stains and food and blankets and wrappers and Xbox game cases and CDs and cords, and like there was just shit everywhere. I'd never seen anything like it. I never smelled anything like it. Sounds like Asmon's house? Worse than Asmon's house. I've seen their walkthroughs of his house. You can make your way through his place. I am not kidding you guys when I say, as you're walking, you are kicking trash. There's no like open spots on the carpet. Zero open spots on the carpet. There is paper, there is trash, there are trash bags with trash in them, there are grocery bags with trash in them, there was just trash everywhere. Everywhere. His room was so cluttered that it was a mattress and then just a sea of shit all over the place. Like clothes and like, you know, electronics and just like random stuff. It was like I would see it and I'm like, you have to actually climb over the garbage to get into the bed. I'd never seen anything like it in my entire life. I'll be real, when I watched like Hoarders episodes on TV, I thought that shit was just, I'm like, that shit has to be so rare. Like I'd never see that in my entire life. And then I saw it and I was like, holy shit. And the worst part is that like, I don't even think it's like, it is hoarding, but it was just like, also like just generally gross laziness. It had nothing to do with hoarding. It was just gross laziness. What did you say to get out of that situation? So I am somebody that does not hold back what they're thinking, especially criticisms. So my exit came like relatively swift because like it was literally me just shooting daggers at him and his girlfriend, where I'm like sitting there and I'm like, I remember like I came to hang out and play games, and I just remember walking in and seeing this. And then like looking at them and then like joking about the mess. And then me looking at them and going, what the fuck is wrong with you? In the most serious tone ever. And they're like, why are you acting like our dad? I'm like, because apparently you fucking need one. I'm like, this is disgusting. What is wrong with you? You invited me over here? Why would you invite somebody over here to see this? Why would you think that this is okay? Well, this is our house. I don't give a fuck. This is your house. What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you. I work with you? No wonder you smell like shit. I'm like, you're fucking animals. I'm like, grow the fuck up. I'm like, you guys are in your mid-20s and this is how you're living? And I'm like, and you guys are talking about how you want to get engaged and get married one day? What kind of environment are you guys going to live in? I'm like, Jesus Christ. Holy. They didn't take very kindly to that. All right, man, if you don't like it, just leave. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do that. I fucking took off. Like, all right, I'm out. Bye. Bye. God damn. This is a really clean looking Gara. Man, you guys are really hitting me with these like super clean looking builds. I love the color choices on this, actually. I'm going to steal elements of this. Because my Gara is very loud right now. By accident. It really wasn't on by choice. I think I had like a random color selector that I chose for her. This is really good though. It's almost kind of like, instead of like glass Gara, it's like stone Gara. I like this. This is an A. I give that an A all day. That's an A in this house. How do you want to get married if you can't even clean your own house? And the crazy thing is that like initially he said he was the it was really funny to see that dynamic between the two of them, because one would go, well, you know, I used to be able to keep the place up, but like, you know, she's a slob. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's like, she's like, this place looks the exact same as when I moved in. And he's like, no, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like listening to them like argue about it. And I'm like, either way you look at it, either like one of you is an enabler or both of you are just garbage people. Like there's no, you know, like it's one or the other. Either one's an enabler or the other one is just a garbage human. They're both garbage human. They're both slobs. Yeah, they're both slobs. For sure they were both slobs. Yeah, they were so bad. So bad. Please do not invite me to your game. I really like this deep red. I really like this deep red. This looks really, really good. And I also really like
I really like the bronze, almost rose gold on this. The ephemera is a little bit too much for me personally. I'm not a huge fan of that. I feel like it's a little bit too much. I'm gonna give this a B+. If it wasn't for the ephemera, you would have got a higher. You would be an A+, maybe. Full prime. I don't even think I've even seen this skin before. I'll be honest with you, like, this doesn't even look like Volt to me. I don't think, like, it's not that I don't like it necessarily. It just doesn't look like Volt to me. Copper, that was the color I was thinking of. Me gusta? For real? It's very good. I actually really do like it. I like the overall look. I don't know if I like it as a vault. I just like it as a Warframe, if that makes any sense. It's like it just doesn't look like Vault to me. I don't know why. I mean, my Vault's like a skinny boy. We'll give it B+. It's a B+. I like the color scheme. Yeah, I actually really like the colors on that too. True. Looks strong. Yeah, I can see that. I'm gonna be real with you, dog. This is a hard guy to make look good. And I think it's probably best if we just leave it at that. Okay? I don't want to say anything to hurt your feelings. I'm just gonna say that it's hard to make him look good. I'm just gonna say it's hard. He's concrete, okay? He's rock solid. Octavia. What is this? Waveform ephemera. That is very cool. Frequency ripple through the night wave themed ephemera. That is a very cool ephemera. I didn't even know that existed. This is the first time he's seeing this. It fits her frame. It fits her colors. It fits her pattern. This is cute. I think this is just kind of like, you know, bubbly, cute Octavia. You know? Yes, art. It's because it's pink that you're saying that. It's literally the only reason you're saying that, Jax, is because it's pink. And it's literally all pink. That's all this is. This is pretty cool, though. I think this is pretty good. I'll give it an A. It all fits together. It fits the character. I think overall it looks really good. I got no complaints about it. Zero complaints. If I can't complain about it, it's probably an A. Vobbin. Looks like a samurai. Samurai Vobbin. Oh, this is like the knight skin. I have this one. But I kind of made him look like a castle knight instead. I think this looks really good. Yeah, I think this is pretty solid. I think that the overall color choice and everything like that looks good. I don't really like the clipping in the back, though. The clipping in the back kind of triggers me for some reason. I give it a B+. I give it a B+. Protea. Okay. I'll be real. This actually looks really good. I'm actually also very biased because I love this skin. I really like this skin. Yeah, a different style Sindana for Vobbin. Yeah, I'd probably do something a little bit different. Quest to Conquer Cancer Frame. The pink. Yes, actually, that actually sounds pretty accurate now that I think about it. I really like this look on her. I really like the dark red on the feathers. It actually makes the feathers look bloody. This is really cool. I'm moving this in A. I also really like the Sindana as well. Sindana, is that how you say it? Syandana. There we go. Figure it out. I always forget. Zephyr. Okay, are you guys like fucking typecasting me at this point? Like you guys have like figured out what kind of colors I like and now you guys are using that shit and trying to take advantage of me? Because that's exactly how I feel right now. I feel like you're trying to I feel like you're trying to take advantage of me. Like, oh, I know what he likes, and then they just change it. I feel like this is cheating, and it's working. It is actually working. This is fucking sick. I think this looks really good. I would get rid of the chest. I don't really like these. Like, initially I liked them when I first started playing, but then I stopped being a scrub. And they just don't, they don't fit. They don't fit for me. I think everything else looks fucking fantastic, though. I think the shoulders totally work in this occasion. I think the back piece totally works in this. I think overall, bam, absolutely fantastic Zephyr skin. I'm gonna give this a B+. Black coppers get A's. I mean, they can, depending on how well you pull it off, right? One Hydroid. I like how this dude like messaged me and he's like, one is piss hydroid. He's like, all of them are piss hydroid except for one. Good luck. So like he tried to send me like meme hydroids, and I just immediately picked the right one. Because anytime people say something like that, it's because it's a thought that they came up with after they started to put it together. Which means that first he sent me the meme one and then was like, nah, I'm going to send you the good one. And then he's like, oh, maybe I'll make a joke out of it. And I send the other ones as well. Like, you can't come up with a plan like that halfway through. Otherwise, I'm easily going to be able to see through it and say, this is the right one to pick. I think this is actually, it's not bad. I just don't really like the shoulders on him. And of course, you're wearing my, I'm giving this a C because, like, the shoulders plus this on the back piece. And I'll be real, actually, I probably should give you less than a C. One, because you tried to meme me. And then two, at the exact same time, it's very hard to make this skin look bad. It's very hard to make that skin look bad. But the fishies give you 1 point, so you still get to remain at a C rather than a D. You get to remain at a C rather than a D because of the fishes. All right, that's just what you get. All right, just hit 4 a.m. in the UK sleep time. I made sure to send you my exclusive glyph code that only the coolest people get. Have fun on stream. Thank you, Mia. Thank you. God damn it. Wow. What, bud? Don't step on the keyboard. Please don't step on the keyboard. Baruch Prime. You caught me off guard on this. I didn't actually think this was Baruch. I think the it's the wrath, man. The wrapped wing ephemera just doesn't work for me for some reason. I don't know, man. A dude with 6 arms. Yeah, you think he has enough? Think he has enough? What is he gonna do with all those arms? I think the colors in general look pretty good. I feel like we've seen this one before. I don't know why, but I feel like this is like shown up in one of the other ones. I think it's pretty good. I give it like a B. Give it a B. I think you could probably use a little bit more of this blue somewhere, and it would give it a little bit more depth. It would add like a little extra to it that's missing from it right now. Arena. I think that the ephemera actually really works for her in this case. I don't really know how I feel about this helmet specifically. I kind of like her other one a little bit better. But overall, I think this is pretty solid. I'll give this a B+. I give it a B+. I like the color combinations. I like the way that I like the use of the orange and yellow. It looks like orange and yellow mix maybe. The ephemera looks really solid. I think that's actually overall pretty damn good. Wisp. Oh, the first wisp of the day, and it's literally just ass. It's literally just ass. There's like nothing else going on here. It's literally just wisp with ass. And actually, do you know what? I appreciate how bold you are. But it's bold. Egyptian wisp? Sure. How many hours are you now, bro? Like in life?
I don't know. A lot? She does have a real nice booty, though. You get a B for booty. Warframe, I was just fucking with you, man. Like 400 hours or something like that. Or close to. It's the gold, I think, that I don't like on this. It's the gold. I think everything else looks pretty good. It's just the gold that I would switch out with something else. I think everything else is fine. Animation is pretty solid, too. I think the animation adds a little bit extra. What is this? Well, those are actually fucking cool. This shit. Yeah, I wouldn't even use a shoulder plate. I would just use these instead. I don't think it's, like, necessary to have to add, like, shoulders on top of that if you're going to use a, an insignia like that. I'm gonna be real. This makes me feel like you literally just sent me a vanilla Limbo with like a couple of random accessories plugged into them. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Vanilla Limbo looks better than this. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't want to say anything mean because you might be colorblind. We're actually just blind. Limbo Manation. Pleasantville colors. You just got to put some effort in here, man. Like like half of this shit is random. You know what this looks like? This looks like the inside of the door of my bedroom when I was in middle school. The inside of my bedroom door when I was in middle school, where I literally just stamped a bunch of random fucking stickers on it. That's what it looks like. It looks like you just stamped a bunch of random shit onto this character and said, all right. This is just straight up Obsidian. Obsidian Wisp. No agile animation, so you're not trying to show off the booty. You know what? It's kind of haunting. It's very dark in a weird way. I'm gonna give this a B. It doesn't have a lot going on. I kind of appreciate that it doesn't have a lot going on. It's very simple, but it works a lot for this. It kind of creeps me out in a little bit, actually. I like that. I like that about it. I like that about it. Rose gold on green. I really like the use of the different patterns to be able to add a little bit of extra depth to this. The hunter green underneath. This is really good. I'm giving this a B+, actually. Using your imagination here. I also like that you use the ephemera that kind of matches the skin and style of the character as well. I really like this a lot. I really like this a lot. It's actually very good. It's very good. I like how you guys are all just like, all you goobers are just sitting in my party still. You can go play the game. Protea has a void shell? Yeah. Yeah, she has a void shell. So this is, so this Lavos is very, like, Plague Doctor. Very Plague Doctor. I like this. Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's all black on silver with green. I would probably add a little bit of extra to it, maybe, but I guess it might take away from that kind of idea. Witch Doctor. Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I was thinking more Plague Doctor just because of the helmet. But I think this is pretty good. I'm gonna give this an A, actually. I'm gonna give this an A. I don't really think that the crown or the Ember Heirloom piece is really all that necessary, but it adds a little extra flair. I don't have a problem with that at all. Send myself back to my ship. Hi from Kingston, Jamaica. What's going on, man? How's the weather in Kingston? Holy shit. Probably hot over there right now. I don't even know what time of day it is over there. I don't know what time of day it is right now. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more, and then I gotta get some dinner. I'm fucking hungry. All right, Ember Prime. Hi, bud. I know what you want to do. You want to sit in my way. I don't like the fact that I've been staring at the screen. Hot 103 at 10 p.m. That's fucking crazy, man. I don't know how you guys live there. I don't know how you live in that. I actually really like the colors with this. I feel like it's a little bit too loud, but a lot of this stuff is also kind of like part of the skin as well. I believe this is the Praxis up front that you have connected. It actually doesn't look that bad, and it also doesn't clip. I was using these shoulders, so I don't really have too much of a problem with it. The back piece is the part that I'd probably switch out because it adds just a little bit too much. Either the back piece or I don't really like the crown, I'll be honest. You know what? One thing that I wish I could do with the crown that we can't do is resize it. If we could make it just a little bit smaller, because it's such a big hoop, if I could make that a little bit smaller, it would be a lot better. But I can't. It's so fucking huge. So I don't use it on anything. I'm going to give this an A, though. I actually generally like the overall like color use and stuff.
Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Next idea to pitch to DE. Yeah, resize accessories. That actually would be really good. Pink Beetle. Interesting choice. I think it actually looks pretty good, actually. I didn't even know this existed for him. The legs are so weird. It looks so weird. It's just so, like, I get, like, Rhinoceros Beetle. I get it. But it's just not what I didn't know this existed, and it's odd. Especially with, like, the extra limbs. It's so weird. I'll give it an A because it weirded me out. I'll give it an A because it weirded me out. All right. We have not seen a Urelli, so we'll look at a Urelli. Okay. Yeah, I actually really like this. I'll give this an A. I think it fits the personality of the character. Cute, bubbly. The colors and everything like that fit. I think all this is really good. I think this is actually really solid. I think this is really good. Strawberry lemonade. Yeah, I get that. Strawberry lemonade totally fits. Yeah. 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 Cute, bubbly, strawberry lemonade. I like that, actually. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Let's see if we can find one that we have not. Okay, Ash Prime. I'm so happy I got this ephemera. I like it because it's so subtle and it doesn't really like do too much. I like your use of accessories to actually add on to this and like make it look like it actually fits together in one piece. I think this is pretty good. There's like something you could do for depth. I'm not really too sure. There's like a color that's missing in here somewhere. not sure where it goes because I don't have the skin for Ash or anything like that. Maybe it's like too much of the black or something. I'm not really too sure. I don't know. or it's maybe too much silver. There's just like a little added color that's not in this that should be there. That I don't know why it's not there, but overall, I think this is pretty good. We're gonna say this is we'll say this is like a B plus. That's a B plus. A for Ureli is insane. I thought it looked really good. I mean, like, what do you want? What do you want, man? What do you want? I'm growing weak. Okay, I'm hungry. I'm tired. It's been over 7 hours of stream, and I'm getting there. Okay. I'm gonna be real. This is actually really fucking good. I'm gonna be real. This Saren is very good. Kerrigan Saren. Yeah, that actually kind of fits it. Yeah, I dig this. I'm giving this an S. And mostly just because I'm a fan of Saren myself. And S stands for Saren. And she's great. And she poisons me and my heart and my love for her. And I actually really just enjoy the overall look of this. I think this all works really, really well. The headpiece goes into it. The headpiece matching the back. As well as the legs and everything like that looks really good. What skin is this? Saren Night Hunter. That is a very cool looking skin. Like you know, it's weird. So I always really like skins that I wouldn't use myself. But I think look cool on other people. I really like this skin. I think it looks great on you. I don't like it. Like, I wouldn't use it myself, but I think it looks really good, especially in the way that you put it together here. So I'm giving you an S just for that. All right, we're gonna look at our last one. We saw Agara already. We've seen enough Embers. We've seen a Harrow. We've seen a Revenant. Seen a Vault. Agara Hydroid. Necros Octavia Varuna. Octavia Saren. Oberon. We have not seen an Oberon. We'll see an Oberon. So I'm going to give this an A. Normally I wouldn't actually rate it that, but it fits really well with the character itself. I don't really understand what the use is of that on the chest. You can't even see it to begin with, so it doesn't really make a lot of sense why you would even put those there. They kind of just like disappear at the minute that his like vines start to grow. I like the leg pieces. I think the leg pieces actually work. Excuse me. Sorry, but I dig it overall because it fits the character. It fits the character. I wish that like certain characters, because they have relationships with each other, would have like certain synergies in the game. Is that a weird thing to say? Does that make sense to you guys? Like Oberon and Titania. I think would be another couple frames that are like have like a relationship together or something like that. I mean, nope, because you say nope because you don't understand me. You don't understand my life. Goss and Grendel, yeah, like wouldn't that be kind of cool if like certain frames had like synergies with each other, like they would activate a like hidden passive or something like that if you brought a couple different frames together. Nothing that would be like game breaking, but just something cool for like, you know, lore purposes more than anything, just like a little added bonus. Excal and Nyx, yep. Corvax and Atlas. Goss and Grendel because they're friends in lore. Yeah, exactly. Like stuff like that I think would be really cool. Like friendship buffs. Yeah, exactly. Gara and Frost. Yeah. Nothing that actually has to like synergize because of like a mechanical reason, but like an actual like lore reasons, right? I just think it'd be really cool to have stuff like that. A legendary drops. If you haven't seen it yet, I'll try to show you my Ember on another Warframe stream. Yeah, I mean we can do something similar to this like the next Warframe stream. I think I want to play Subnautica tomorrow. Yeah, I think I want to do that. We can just, I mean, like we still have like a lot of news and shit. There's gonna be probably by the time that I get back online tomorrow, chances are there's gonna be already more shit that's already happened. That's just like that's just the nature of the internet nowadays. I'll be real, like it's been crazy how much drama and just how much random shit's been going on. Like there's been a lot of crazy shit going on. Like in general for like internet culture, just like major channels and stuff like that. Major channels. I'll be honest with you, when I first started seeing all this stuff for Mr. Beast, I kind of brushed it to the side because I don't really give a shit about it for one, right? Like it has no effect on me. It's just an interesting thing that's happening, right? I have no stock in that game, right? But it's so interesting to see the path that some of these folks take over time. It just randomly came across my video feed, and I ended up watching like the second video that the guy that's been making these big accusations towards Mr. Beast. I just watched the second video that guy made, and like initially I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, like whatever, this is kind of dramatic, not really like realistic or anything like that. And then, like, the more you listen, the more I'm like, wait a minute, what? They did what? They did what? And it just gets continually worse, and you're like, holy shit, man. Holy shit. That is crazy. That is crazy. And the funny thing is that just the way that they treat a lot of people and stuff, and you like sit there and it kind of all of a sudden like clicks in your mind and you're like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We're consistently shown that power corrupts. It often does. It often does. It often does. I think that in a lot of cases, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, I don't even really think, like, philosophically speaking, when it comes to, like, social media, YouTube, content creators, that whole thing, right? Like, I really go back to this idea that I was talking about earlier, where it has more to do with just how much these people were still developing as humans when they reached fame and fortune, right? Will it be able to corrupt LD though? No, I'm too strong for that shit. I'm too strong, bullheaded, and also lazy. And when I say like lazy, like I can't do like I hate faking, lying, cheating, and pretending to be anybody that I'm not, because it's just too hard. It's too much effort. I'll be real. It's just too much fucking effort. Like, and then I would grow to hate it, and then despise myself, and then not enjoy any like level of like success or money or anything like that I reached. It's one of the things that I learned with like my last job. My last job was like a fake it till you make it kind of job. And I faked it till I made it for like 6 years, right? It was not a fake it till you make it. I shouldn't say it exactly like that, because like I was hired in, them knowing that like I have no experience whatsoever, and I was learning on the job, right? And I was often taking on things that people that have real expertise, degrees in, a lot of experience. I was often taking on things that those kind of people should be doing. And I found my way through, and I got through it. But in that, and working in a company like that, I often was taught and told very specifically to lie. To lie about my position, to lie about what I knew, what I didn't know. To lie to clients, to cover up things, to do all that. And I'll be real with you, like it stressed me out so fucking much. It stressed me out so much. like, it was the worst part. Like, I was making good money, my job was good, my life was stable, like, there's no problems there, like, literally everything was all laid out in front of me. But the biggest problem is that, like, when you're forced to live that way, or when you're told to live that way, or when you choose to live that way, you're just, instead of enjoying what you have, instead what you're doing is you're just constantly thinking and waiting and wondering when it's all going to get pulled out from under you. You're just waiting for it. And I would imagine that's probably pretty similar with people that lie, cheat, and those kind of things as well. Well, like, there are the instances in which they're probably enjoying it in the moment. I think that in a lot of cases, depending on, like, how far things go, like, that pressure, fuck, it sucks, man. It's too much. It's just too much. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that shit. Imposter syndrome. It's not even imposter syndrome. It's just genuine imposter, like, in a lot of cases, right? There was a company that I worked with for a long time that skirted regulation. Like, I mean, like, genuinely, like, skirted regulation, like, full on legal regulation. Company, like, the clients that they were working with, they skirted their policies. They basically faked their contract to say that, you know, how do I say this? Because I can't say anything to, like, expose myself or those companies, sadly. But well, myself, I can expose myself because I'm going to do that regardless, right? So basically what it is that they'd go to these companies and they would say, hey, you know, would you like to use our services? And then that company goes, yes, actually, I would like to use your services. And they say, okay, so we're going to send you some professionals, and those professionals are going to do the job. And it's like a supervisory role is what we did. We were supervisors, right? So we would come out to manage these jobs. And they would tell them, these are professionals that I'm sending to you. And they would send them a resume that would have our experience on it. They completely forged my resume. Top to bottom. Fully forged. Top to bottom. Not a fucking thing on there was the truth. They said I'd been working in the industry for like 5 or 6 years. Said that I graduated from this school. That I had these different certifications. All these different things. I didn't have any of it. Any of it. And I was told, whatever you do, this is who you are. And you know, when you come from a place like, you know, where I'm from originally, there's not a lot of job opportunities and not a lot of jobs that pay all that well. And your best chance to be able to make any income is typically minimum wage. You fucking take it. You take it. That sounds like it's illegal, or at least it should. It's very illegal. Yes, it was very illegal what they were doing. Sounds like you're a special agent. Special in the fucking head, agent. More like it. Special in the fucking brain. Like this was mostly with like construction related stuff, right? Which makes it even more dangerous. So like, even though like I didn't have any, I wasn't like over any like structural or anything like that. The only people that it put in danger, like my position that this company, by the way, this isn't my last employer. This is years ago, right? This is years ago now. But the only people that it put in danger, like, weren't like the general public. It was the workers. It was the workers. Criminal negligence. That's exactly what it was. Yeah. And like, technically I would have been complicit with it, right? But at the exact same time, like, fuck, like, I'm sorry. Like, everything went well, and that pressure and that fucking stress led me to like learn the job, right? So then I did become the guy on the paper. I ended up becoming the guy on the paper over time. It just, you know, initially that's not the way that it had started. Definitely didn't start that way for the first year or so. But I didn't really have much of a choice. I really didn't have a choice, to be honest with you. But yeah, that kind of stress can build up on you really quick. So I'd imagine it's probably the same for like content creators and stuff that live like double lives and shit, where they pretend to be like one person on social media and then And closed doors, or somebody else entirely. I met a couple people at TennoCon and they were like, I'm just really happy to know that you are the same guy on the camera. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to really be any different. It's just not what I want to be. It's not what I want to do. You're the guy that got the boat stuck in the Panama Canal? Yeah, I could very well have been, yeah. Yeah. You're the guy the cops pressure into narking to get more lenient sentences in the movies? No, I wouldn't snitch. No. Unless, like, I was actually fucked and I didn't really have much of a choice, then yeah, fuck them. They're an employer. Why would I give a shit? But if there was, like, a way to get around, right? To get out of it all, yeah, then no, I wouldn't. Hell no, you kidding me? I keep that shit under wraps. What are you talking about? Sir, I am a professional. Sir, these documents are forged. Sir, I am a professional. Sir, your fucking college transcript is written in crayon. Sir, I'm a professional. Oh, man. All right. Well, I am going to get some I'm going to get some food. Okay. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I should be on tomorrow. Keep your eyes out for a fucking Warframe video tomorrow morning. I will see you guys later. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and I'll see you. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.